Polls in Pennsylvania will be open for another couple hours. The battleground state seen as a must-win.
This is in many ways the most watched of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. It's highly populated with about 650,000 people. In 2020, President Biden won by 16,000 votes. This year, it shifted to a slim majority of registered Republicans. But the crowd that we spoke with here, it's been diverse.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Fox's Mike Tobin's in Milwaukee.
When the polls close, the in-person votes should be totaled up rather quickly. The absentee votes, however, will take a little bit longer because they can't be totaled up until the in-person voting is done. So anticipating that we'll get some new numbers around 1 to 2 a.m. that caused a lot of controversy back in 2020 because in the middle of the night, the numbers change. But that is part of the process. Anticipate that will happen again.
Control of Congress is also up for grabs. In New York and California, Democrats are hoping to win back Republican-held House seats. Over in the Senate, the races in Montana, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are being closely watched. Wall Street stocks rallied as voters headed to the polls. The Dow gained 427, the Nasdaq added 259, the S&P plus 70. America is listening to Fox News.
Hear that? The soothing sounds of a bubble bath. And if you were here, you'd smell a single cedar leaf candle. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get back on the road and enjoy 24/7 roadside assistance from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And then take a shower, because it's fast, like your motorcycle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage. Not available in all states.
Police officer and K-9 handler Jacob Russell Chaffins was fatally shot while attempting to serve warrants for domestic violence offenses. And thanks to friends like you and your generosity, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation gave the Chaffins family the gift of a mortgage-free home. There's so much more to do and to say thank you to our nation's heroes and their families for their immense sacrifices, all for us. Donate $11 a month. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
A Georgia poll worker arrested for threatening election workers in a letter.
The Department of Justice making the announcement Monday. Nicholas Wimbish had mailed the letter to the Jones County Election Superintendent, pretending to be a voter. The 25-year-old Milledgeville, Georgia resident allegedly had an argument with a voter while working at the Jones County Elections Office the previous day, October 16th. The letter included violent threats to Wimbish and other poll workers, even threats of sexual assault to the female employees. Wimbish is facing several charges, including mailing a bomb threat, and could be sentenced to as much as 25 years in prison. Laura Cantor, Fox News.
Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus has died. A Home Depot spokesman says Marcus died at his home in Boca Raton, Florida, surrounded by family. He was the company's CEO as it grew rapidly during its first 2 decades in business. Later, he became a philanthropist and a big Republican donor. Bernie Marcus was 95. President Biden says his economic team played a part in the deal to end Boeing's machinist union strike.
President Biden is congratulating the International Association of Machinists and Boeing for the agreement, saying it provides a 38% wage increase over 4 years, improves workers' ability to retire with dignity, and supports fairness at the workplace. Biden says it was achieved with the support of his economic team, including acting Labor Secretary Julie Su and National Economic Advisor Lael Brainerd. The strike dragged on for nearly 8 weeks, and its impact is one of the factors cited in the disappointing October employment report, in which just 12,000 jobs were added. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Philadelphia 76ers center Joel Embiid suspended for 3 games by the NBA for shoving a newspaper columnist. The suspension will begin with the next regular season game that he's eligible. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
This is Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage of the 2024 election. We're live all night with the entire Extra staff, bringing you breaking news and updates as results go final. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
Evening, y'all. It's Tug. I'm so glad that you're here, and I've never seen so many people in the extra studio in my life. I mean, we've got the Sub Sisters, we got Cameron Pete, we got Flounder, we got Board Op Captain Goey Virgin River, we've got Mike the Engineer. Like the whole Hee Haw gang is here.
Isn't it?
Uh-oh, there you go.
Isn't it the law that only two of you can be in at the same time on the morning show?
I don't believe so. No, I think that's I think it's when you travel, when you're in the military and you have too many siblings or whatever. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
This man's full of prunes. Let me tell you. Anyway, I'm enjoying my naughty little Sub-Sisters offering of these wonderful little black ham and turkey and tomato. Oh, God.
I had the Italian was off the charts. And y'all, I'm going to start out with a complaint. Can I lodge a complaint?
On me, you mean, or what?
No. My mama was turned away. She wasn't allowed to vote tonight.
Why is that?
I have no idea. She's registered. She took her license up to check in. They're like, nope, you were registered in Dalton, Georgia, which is where she's from. And she moved from Dalton 2 years ago. She's been, everything is set up. She got there. They wouldn't let her vote. And she was so upset. She called me so upset about this. And I understand why. And then, if I can add one more log to the fire.
Yeah.
My son, Jacob, who is a sophomore at the College of Charleston, sent his absentee ballot. We've been trying to follow it. Guess what's not arrived still, courtesy of the United States Postal Service. His ballot. So there's two ballots that we start the evening, two ballots.
In one family.
In one family.
Yeah.
It's so upsetting. It's almost infuriating. My wife and I were talking about it last night. We almost were like, why didn't we just have him overnight it to us, pay the $50 to overnight it to us, FedEx or UPS or whatever, and go and hand it off and drop it off. That is where I start my evening. So I want it to improve from here if I can.
Well, you're obviously responsible for Donald Trump losing the election with your own freaking family. I don't get it. It's the damnedest thing I've ever.
They were both Bernie supporters.
Well, that's true. Yeah, she was going to vote for the girl anyway. So.
That's exactly. Not my mama. It's so funny. Mama would be like, I don't like to hear Trump talk, but I sure want to vote for him. So it's funny. Do we have Los and Rhino on the lines too? I feel like I hear those guys. Are y'all with us?
I am here.
There we go. That's
Rhino, what's up, baby? How is everything down at the Georgia Republican Party shindig?
Yeah, it's really nice. We're down here at the Grand Hyatt in the Grand Ballroom. They've done a great job. They've got all their balloons. They've got all the decorations you expect to see. All the leaders are starting to come in. Josh McCoon just walked up. Brad Carver's here from the state Senate. We're starting to see a lot of the people start to show up. They won't open the doors to the public until about 7 o'clock tonight. That's when everybody else will start coming in. All the supporters. But it's a lot of fun right now. I mean, there's already an energy here. People are excited about tonight.
I love it, man. And how does everybody? We'll go around the room. Cameron, how do you feel about it? What is your gut telling you that we can expect polls closing at 7 here in Georgia?
Well, I've actually changed. I've been optimistic until about 10 o'clock this morning for some reason. But for the last couple of weeks, when I saw Donald Trump, it kind of cemented for me when he was at the McDonald's and he was having fun. And he was at the rally. I mean, he's just having fun. They shot him in the freaking face. They tried to kill him, assassinate him twice. They prosecuted him 4 times on felonies, tried to put him in prison, tried to keep him off the ballot. In Oregon, they had to go to the Supreme Court. All the things they've done. He's a Nazi. He's a white supremacist. He's a dictator, all these things. And still, the man is laughing and happy and smiling and having a great time and showing what he's going to do with specific programs, specific stuff. The country was fed up with this last 4 years of stuff. How could he possibly lose? And all of a sudden this morning,
no, I don't like where this is going.
I was driving in, and I'm thinking to myself, God, I'm hearing these polls about it's 50-50, and she has bigger numbers in unity for America. I'm thinking, how is that possible? So again, I don't believe the polls, but again, if they're there and they're saying it, if they can fake the polls, they can fake the election. I mean, I don't trust anything.
No,
and all of a sudden, late this morning, I thought, oh my God. Now, when I just heard the Trump haters say that the early exit voting shows that people are overwhelmingly going for Trump, I don't hope that's a good sign, but it may just be the early people to get it over with. So I don't know. I was optimistic, and now I'm hopeful but nervous.
Okay, Pete.
Well, the first one's coming in. Kentucky looks like with 2% in is really going Trump. That's 2%. New Hampshire 1%. It's tied. I was very positive up until Friday.
Okay, what? You did an about face on Friday.
It was just something over the weekend. It just seemed like it was a full media press. The whole thing, the last minute polls and everything, saying it's for her. And I'm not thinking she's going to win. I'm thinking they're going to cheat.
Okay, well that's
because we've had reports all day, especially Pennsylvania.
What about here in Georgia? You had the bomb threat. The guy down in Milledgeville. We have a teacher friend who was working because Fulton County schools were out. Students were out. Teachers are in, and if I'm not mistaken, where she works, at the school she works, there was also a polling place. So they get a bomb threat. They evacuate the polls and evacuate the schools and everything. And then they sent the teachers home at noon. So you had that. And then they had DJs. Have y'all heard about the DJs showing up? So North Fulton County, they had DJs that were showing up playing this crazy loud music really close to the polling place. Polling workers went out to talk to them. Who sent you here? Why are you here? They wouldn't answer the questions. We got text about
them.
They're Democrats.
Yeah, they did. You're exactly right. But that's not exactly the way it came down. I'm trying to find the.
Were they trying to be annoying to stop people from voting?
I think they were trying to, just tick people off so they would get frustrated because the music was so loud and leave.
What good would that? It doesn't make any sense.
No, of course it didn't make sense. But when you try to figure out crazy people's logic, none of it adds up.
Cheaters.
Well, yes, there is that. We got Josh McCoon coming up here in just a little bit. Rhino is telling me, of course, he is the new head of the Georgia GOP, so it'll be great to hear from him in a little bit. Rhino, are you there? Do you want to go and let us know what you think is going to happen tonight?
The Rhino, come on,
Rhino.
buddy.
He must be talking with Josh. So
there he is.
We got front office Lowe's. Do you want to pick up then?
Yeah, I'll pick it up here. I think this is going to be an outstanding night. I think that when we want to watch what's going to happen, and by the way, the polling that Pete is bringing up, 72% of respondents to CNN said they were either angry or dissatisfied with the direction of the country. That doesn't bode well for her. And when you see the early voting numbers and the in-person voting, I think this is going to be a landslide. And I firmly believe, let's watch Miami-Dade County. That is an area where the Democrats have won it by at least 40% in 2016 and also in 2012. Last time around, it was down to about 13%. If it goes for Trump, I think that's going to be the start of watching this entire wave over our country.
I love the way that sounds.
What do you think about everybody's still saying Pennsylvania's the difference? Do you believe that?
Yeah, I've been saying that for quite a while, Kimber, that I think that's going to be the big indicator. If we want to talk about if we think this is going to be over early, Pennsylvania's the key. Because I believe we're pretty strong here in Georgia with what the numbers we've seen. North Carolina, because of Harris pulling their money out of there, they believe that's a lost cause. The fact that she spent her last 4 campaign stops yesterday all in Pennsylvania tells you about how much trouble they're in there.
Well, of course, she didn't pick the Jewish guy, even though she's freaking married to one.
Big mistake.
Big mistake.
Huge mistake.
Jesus. What? And by the way, how come nobody's talking about false walls, Tampon Tim, the freaking coward yellow-bellied chicken? He's turned the back on his troops, lied about going to war with a weapon he's never even freaking be able. He can't even load a shotgun. His own shotgun.
We saw that.
Put tampons in.
And how come nobody complains about it but me? I'm the only guy in America complaining about Tim freaking False Walsh, that dirty, rotten, coward, yellow-bellied chicken.
No, I think everybody feels your. I think you express it a little different than most.
Well, it's possible.
And by the way,
cheer down.
I'm not nervous about tonight, but I'm not overly optimistic, and you won't be that way because every time I'm optimistic, we lose.
I'm always the way I go. We're about to go to the Rhino, who, as Kimmer calls him, he's got Josh McCoon here in just a moment. But that's the thing, man. You have to expect the worst, hope for the best. That's the way I live my life, and people tell me that's the wrong way to go, but I'm never disappointed that way.
Right.
Expect the worst, hope for the best. Rhino down at the Grand Hyatt. Are you there, buddy?
Yeah, we're here, and I've got Josh McCoon with me, which I'm really excited about because this is what we've been waiting for a long time, Josh. And I know that we got a really good ruling here in the state of Georgia. You've been working really hard to make sure that our elections are safe. How do you feel about tonight?
We feel great. The early voting period, we saw historic Republican turnout all over the state, and frankly, less than expected turnout from Democratic areas. It picked up a little bit Thursday and Friday of last week. As we've been monitoring today, and I heard a little bit of the discussion about Florida, we're seeing a similar dynamic play out here in Georgia. Whitfield County, Cherokee County seem to be on trend to actually break records from 2020 in terms of turnout, which is great for us. The top turnout county in the state, Towns County, went 80% for Donald Trump in 2020, and you're just not seeing the turnout in DeKalb, Fulton, Chatham, Doherty, these Democratic strongholds that really have to turn out strong to put them in position to win. So I am cautiously optimistic that we're going to put Georgia in President Trump's column, and we're going to do it tonight.
I'm really excited about this race because of what we've done and the early turnout. This is a change. Most of the time, we're going tonight to go ahead and vote. What do you credit for getting all these people out early, especially the numbers that I saw from older Republicans that are getting out, or older people in general getting out? What have you guys done in the state to make sure they're getting out?
Well, we've spent the last 17 months traveling the state, giving people the pitch for early voting. You know, number one, it frees up resources for us to go after low propensity voters that don't vote every time. And man, did we succeed with that. 20% of the early voting turnout in this state, over 800,000 people voted in this election that did not vote in 2020. So, we put out a message. We explained why early voting strategically is important to win, and people bought into it, and they responded in numbers beyond what I could have imagined.
I love it. Because the other thing that we are looking at now is a red state again. And it's been a long time. We still have issues here in Fulton County. We still have issues in Cobb County. I know 3,000 of these ballots are not going to be able to be turned in because of a malfunction in a third-party software, really, what Cobb County dealt with. Do you think there's a time that we don't have to deal with this anymore? Maybe we'll get back to paper ballots here in the state of Georgia?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as President Trump has said, it would be great to have election day like we used to have and make it a national holiday and let everybody participate, but not having all of these different methods and election season and everything else. But we understood those were the rules of the game this year, and so we wanted to make sure people participated in it. When you talk about Cobb County, and we can talk about Fulton County as well, we deserve competent local government. And when you cannot get these ballots out, people want to blame the Republicans. Well, it's the state law. Cobb County knew it was the state law. Why didn't they make arrangements to deal with however many people were going to request absentee ballots? So, people ought to ask themselves that question when they vote next time. Cobb County doesn't have the leadership it had a few years ago.
Talking with Josh McCoon here on Extra 106.3. Sorry to step on you there, Rhino. Josh, I want to ask you quickly about the ballot initiatives that are showing up. That's what I got more questions about, were the wording of the changes in the Constitution, or even some of the local legislation that they wanted to pass. How do we clean that up? Because so many people said, I just didn't vote on any of those because I didn't know what they said.
Double negatives in the grammar and stuff.
It's so confusing. How do we fix that, Josh?
Yeah, all those lawyers writing those. I think that a big thing that the legislature could do that's done in other states is to require the Secretary of State to put out a plain English document that tells you this is what question 1 is, this is what question 2 is, and so forth. Because I agree with you. I got more questions about the statewide initiatives than I did really anything else in this election.
I think that Governor Brian Kemp has done a really good job. I think SB 202 fixed a lot. 189 fixed a lot as well. There were some rules that our own Janelle King, she was on the state election board. These are common sense rules. Having people watch the polls, hand counting after to make sure they match up to the Dominion voting machine, which I know we didn't get an update before tonight. So will these go to legislation this next legislation session, and will we be able to pass these rules?
Yeah, I've been making a wish list for the last several months, not allowing county employees to make a decision to suddenly open election offices 4 days before an election, for example. But a lot of things that we need to clean up and change. And kudos to the legislature. They've done a great job the last 3 years. This election, I think, was so much smoother than 2020 because of the work of the legislature and the leadership of Governor Kemp and Lieutenant Governor Jones and Speaker Burns. But there's more work to do. And so the Georgia Republican Party will be coming back in January with a wish list to try to clean this stuff up.
What do you think tonight? You feel really confident that President Trump is going to run away with this thing? Do you think it's going to be close?
I think President Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. I think he's going to win Georgia. I think we're going to know that tonight. I think he's going to win North Carolina. I think he's going to win Arizona. I think there's a very good chance he will win the state of Wisconsin. And that's really the question. Pennsylvania, I don't know that we'll have a result tonight unless he just really runs away with the thing. But Wisconsin could be the decider tonight. It could kind of be the sleeper tipping point that not many people have been looking at until the last few days.
Well, let's hope so. Thank you so much for joining us. I know there's a lot going on tonight, and everybody's going to want to talk to you. So thanks for coming on, and can't wait to speak to you again.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Always good to have the man leading the Georgia GOP as part of the discussion on the night that we're watching so intently. And we've had so many. Y'all been doing this much longer than I have, man. I came from the world of country radio where everybody's happy and everybody gets along and nobody talks about politics very much at all, unless it's Jason Aldean, and then he'll get out in front of it a little bit. But most everybody else is really quiet about their politics. So in the last 4 years, it's been trial by fire for me a little bit.
This has never happened in America. Honestly, in terms of the media, in terms of the coverage, in terms of the American people getting the full story, the debates, the conversations, everything's different. There's never been a political election season like this ever, and I hope to God there's never another one. They're still saying that Donald Trump is going to ban abortions nationwide. I mean, they're still, even the election day, they're coming out with these incredible devious lies, and the media's covering it up and allowing them to do it. Nobody asked any questions about M. Huff beating up his girlfriend at the Vegas show, and they let him get away with everything. Nothing's been, the fix was in, not necessarily in 2020, because they found 400,000 extra votes somewhere and made them up and made phony votes. That may not have been the reason, but the fix was in because of social media and the Department of Justice and the FBI and the Hunter laptop, and I mean, just one thing after another. The fix was in, but this time they couldn't fix it. They didn't have COVID to call back on, where you all have to stay home and fill in your absentee ballot. So they go to all the nursing homes with pre-filled out ballots and pretend those people voted. I mean, you can't get away with that this time. But still, the division and the hatred of this campaign, I have never seen anything like this in my life. And I went through the 60s as an adult. So, I mean, this has never happened before.
Back in the day, everyone thought Walter Cronkite said the truth, and all those guys spoke the truth.
Yeah.
We've since found out that Cronkite was pretty much a socialist.
That's the way it is. Yeah.
So we don't know how much he lied to us in the past. The difference between now and then is now they openly look you in the eye and lie.
Yeah.
And they think they can get away with it. 60 Minutes thinks they can get away with it.
Well,
and if she wins, they will.
They did.
They did get
will.
away with it.
It's still up and open because they hurt their reputation. And if Trump wins, it's going to get worse for them because the legacy media is going to be finished.
But I think they already are, and I'll bring in Los and Rhino, because this is the stuff that we talk about in the morning show a lot, is legacy media just toast. I mean, you're seeing the difference with Joe Rogan and the ability that he has to speak to millions and millions of people each time. Los, we'll start with you. That's what's happening. Legacy media has lost its way. Maybe it never had a way, because as Kimmer hit and talked about, we trusted a long time ago because we didn't know we weren't supposed to.
Well, I think it's a confluence of everything that you guys are bringing up, and then we see the results. And what are the results? 1.7 million urban votes and female votes that have not been casted, that were casted at the same time in 2020. It's a culmination of knowing that you had a game played on you in 2020 and that you've been largely lied to for 4 years. That's where the media has lost the ground, and I think the power to be able to influence in these elections moving forward.
Yeah, I think people are looking for more information, and the news just doesn't give it to you, especially the mainstream media now. You actually have to delve in deep and get online to find the truth. So while you're online, you're going to look for an alternative media. That's what's making things like Real America's Voice or Newsmax or any of those other streaming services that are now picking up. We know OAN was doing a great job until, of course, the left tried to shut them down. So the more that they attack their alternate media, like a Joe Rogan or any of those, the more people go to them.
Well, in fact, let me throw this in just for the record. This is exactly what you're talking about. Almost every that's not true. A lot of times in the morning or overnight, early in the morning, Pete Davis, who has his own sleeping schedule, Okay, now for the record, we put our show together. I'm usually up around 5:30, and I start looking through the New York Post and the Fox News. I know these various news apps, and I take the stories I want, and I send them to Flounder to print them up for later on when I come in today. Pete also looks through all the various news stuff, but almost always, and Flounder does the same thing. If Flounder is found something and he wants to send it to me and Pete, we have a threesome on our little thing. Sorry.
Hang on now.
That's like I was saying.
Tell me more.
I didn't see that one coming.
So overnight,
I must.
So overnight or in the morning, Flounder will send me a story, and Pete will send me a story, and almost always the stories that you send and that Flounder sends are from Twitter, or from X, or from social media, and then but it's just a posting. It's a Twitter. Oh my God, they did this in Michigan. I can't believe it. The dirty bastards. So then, no, seriously, then I have to go Google the story of what happened in Michigan to get somebody
How does this come back to print cover?
I'm serious, but this is what happens.
Okay.
They get their news tips from social media, 100%. And I have to go try to find them on mainstream media because they're never there until maybe later. But the news I get from Pete and Flounder that we put into the pot almost always comes from Twitter or social media, Facebook, social media reaction.
Which, by the way, you get up at 5:30. I go to bed at 5:30 a.m. That's how it works.
But they're the first to get the stories.
They're the first to get it. You're absolutely right.
That's why they do it. And then I have to go later. I get the update. But again, it's social media first on the story.
That's why she can't win. That's because she will go after Twitter.
Yeah.
She will go after that to shut it down because they want complete control of what information you have. It's Orwellian is what it is.
But that's how the flip is in the whole American media. It's not the media. It's social media and the freaking cell phone.
And in Lowe's, go ahead.
Well, and just to kind of echo some of that, guys, right now Twitter is the number one news site in the world. It is where we go. And to think, it was $44 billion ends up being the difference between America falling largely into a censorship state versus what Elon Musk figured. It's not worth $44 billion, but if we don't have free speech, here's the problem. You wouldn't even get those pieces of news if this was still under a number of different owners.
You're right.
Yeah, media's changed completely now. And, I've been doing this for a long time, where we used to have these vans that we'd have to go out and get a Marty shot, send it back to the radio station. We had to do it in radio. We had to do it in TV. Now everything is online. Even those online, even the mainstream media, they're looking to push everything to NBC on YouTube or MSNBC on YouTube because they realize that that's the medium they need to be at. But unfortunately for them, people still don't believe of them because of the TV. So again, everybody's doing their research, but they're going to go to people they trust, people that will look at both sides or be a little bit more partisan and call out the entire uniparty, especially for who we are talking to today.
Do y'all feel like, Kimber and Pete jump in here too, do y'all feel like, I guess you do, Pete, because we were just talking about the fact that all your stories and Flounder stories come. Did you realize in the beginning, though, how important that Twitter was going to be?
I was just going to say, I started Twitter. Remember the bombing at the Boston Marathon?
Yeah.
The two guys from Chechnya or wherever they were from, Georgia, whatever, blew that up. And someone said, you got to go on Twitter because you can follow the police scanner.
Right.
The Boston police and fire are following him. And I sat up all night and listened to them chase those guys through the street, through them running over his brother, that we think he's in the boat. Well, how are we going to get around to get him to and it was just, oh my God, I'm hooked. And that was 2009, somewhere around there. I thought, this is the most amazing thing ever. I was calling my brother, I was calling my friends, going, you've got to go on Twitter. Because you're literally real time finding out what's going on in the news.
What year did you say? 09?
08, 09? When was it?
I was just looking. I pulled up my account, joined May of 09.
Yeah,
Same here.
Wow.
Because it's always, since then, I remember saying then that Twitter was my favorite of the social medias because the news was so rapid. It immediately, as soon as it hit, it was everywhere. And you would watch 30, 40 minutes, an hour later, and then you would see the networks or even the 24-hour networks. Right. They would pick up with
it's before I was watching on TV. CBS, CNN, all of them were like 10, 15 minutes behind what Twitter was having.
Yeah. That's right. It's so impressive. But that's the thing, I think.
I never believed in Twitter. I'm sure
being a Luddite.
No, I'm sure.
Come around, my man. There's time.
It's not too late.
There's 6 more Christmases left.
Freaking caveman.
This is the This is exactly the generation thing. I hate Twitter. I go on Twitter once a day to see what I might have missed. I've never joined Twitter. I've never Twittered on Twitter. I've never posted on Twitter.
I think it's illegal
I don't
to do that.
squat. I don't like Twitter. It's too weird.
97% approval rating.
I know, and I don't like anything about it, and I'm not changing.
But you should, though. You should consider this. And
I look at it, but I don't get my news.
The problem is Kimmer doesn't know how to use it.
I don't know how to use it.
All you have to do is be able to read.
Oh, no, that's not. Oh, that bullshit. Bull crap. Just yeah, my ass right here over here. All right, let me go there. I'll get my Twitter. Hold on a minute. You got X. It's got a big black X with a white X right there. Okay.
I don't have any thumbs.
I know. Open it up, and I hit the Q, and I'm on the Q, and it says stories for you. Harris phone call or camera faux pas. Google's electronic map. Georgetown's post-election self-care. Election coverage 2024. Brad Raffensperger. I read the story. And
the more you use it, the more that those stories are tailored for whatever your
Ladies,
interest
do you see
is.
what I put up with on a daily minute by minute?
I just think it just goes into 800,000 things, and now it's got a whole different thing. Democrats from Russia. I mean, what the hell is this on? Blank off Russia collusion. I mean, Jesus.
What's this electricity that turns it on
the F-bombs? What the hell is this little red button over here? I'm mad with you bastards.
Caveman. I don't understand all your words.
I'm just a simple caveman.
That's right.
It worries and confuses me.
I'm going home. I don't need this. Karen, you girls want to leave early?
This is the most chaos that I've seen. But
walk in your car.
It's so funny though, because that's the thing. I think if we could help people, my mama's the same way. Mama is the same way. She was like, that Twitter I tried and I don't like it. She'll send pictures on Facebook and that one because she's kind of got it figured out. But I do think there is a bit of a learning curve. But once you get it though, and this is what we talk about right now all the time, is the fact that supporting Elon Musk because he has been supporting freedom of speech. That's the important part, Kimmer. It's not do you like it or not. It's can you support the people that
time. I honestly I don't stop from 5:40 in the morning until 6 o'clock. I can't read it all. I can't. How do you do it? I don't know how people do it.
Well, Rhino, you'll have to jump in and say because
I can't do all the Twitter stories and all the regular. Try to find the regular matching stories to put it all together and then the sound bites. I don't.
It's too much.
It's too much.
Yeah. One of the things that I always look at is CNN. What I look at is MSNBC and all the other competitors. Yeah. And I understand that, but I go to their websites or I look even on Twitter to find what they're talking about because then I know what the narrative is set and it's ready to go and what they're going to go with. Then I go find the truth. And then what I do is I go through Twitter. I see if anybody's put a counter up to what those liberal outlets have put out there. But then I dive really deep in and I start reading and finding out the truth. And that's what I hope to find. But I usually have to go outside of any kind of mainstream media, including Fox News, to go find that.
We're getting some preliminary numbers in. Kentucky only 2%. Trump has a 66-32 lead. Don't know where in Kentucky that's coming in.
County or something. So,
okay.
Good.
So we look
at Harlan County.
You could make your life so much easier by following 5 key people and just seeing what they put out there, and you would have your prep done in half the time.
Well, you're probably right.
It's the truth.
I'll help you.
We're all willing. Like, we'll do an intervention. We'll do a Kimmer intervention.
That's been tried.
It's easier than alcohol, right?
It's an exorcism at this point.
I'm drinking.
That's right. He's putting back cold beers right now. He's got the
Modelo War, baby. Modelo Oro.
Okay, there you go.
You know what I realized, though, Kimmer, for you?
What's that,
Kimmer, you're always on top of them. You're always on top of a lot of the stories that are national stories. The problem is a young girl might walk by the window and you get distracted from that story.
Well, you can't ignore them when they go by.
No, yes, you can.
They're so pretty and everything. I can't just ignore
horse
them.
blinders on you.
I will not be ignored.
Well, no, we would never in a million years. We would not want to ignore the lovely ladies. No. But I look, it's tough. It's tough.
The world's
lovely
different.
ladies are they're a distraction.
Yes, they are.
And had I not been married for 23 years, it'd probably still be a distraction.
No, I wouldn't even go there. I would just. No,
but it's good. So, what's happening on your end, Lozovich? You're up and coming at the Rich McCormick party.
Yeah, the Dr. Rich McCormick party. He is now part of the newly drawn 7th Congressional District. So once again, he's up for re-election. We should get some movement on that. No, 8:30 or 9 o'clock. He is going to join us. coming up at 9. But yeah, we're over in Cumming City Center. The place is going to open up at 7, and then it's just going to be one person after another. A lot of people that are running for state senator, a lot of people that are running for sheriff, mayor. I mean, it's just a lot of people in this area of North Forsyth County.
Right on. So we're about 25 minutes away from the polls closing here in Georgia now, and in a lot of states, but then there's others that close at 8, and then some in Pennsylvania have been backed up all the way to 10 o'clock. So we've got plenty to look out for, plenty to discuss. We are going to join Fox News Radio to give everybody time for a moment to catch their breath, go to the boys' room, and have a cold beer if you're like Kimmer. And,
or a little dancing with the stepsisters. I don't know. They're sitting over there.
I got to tell you,
when do we get involved over here?
We just turned this into a party. This went from an election show to a damn party.
I have to do everything?
Yes, I guess so. This is Extra 106.3 election night coverage from a conservative perspective that you will not get anywhere else in the city of Atlanta. I will tell you that WSB had Tim Walz on today. That is the only guest that they've had on. That's who they've had on, Tim Walz.
And the poor bastard started screaming at the end because he left his tampon in. Oh, my God.
Oh, boy, that's terrible when that happens. I hear it's awful. It's awful.
Oh, God.
Now, we go live to Fox News to check in on the breaking national stories during election night. Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage continues. Live on the air, streaming video on YouTube, and across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app.
Grateful to work with you. I kind of pinch myself when I realize that I'm sitting on a panel with Britt Hume, I have to say. And
trying to wake. That's because you're listening to me and trying to wake up.
So, Britt, for those who have been on this roller coaster, when you look back and you think about the fact that we started with 2 different presidential candidates, and we remember the night of the Biden-Trump debate and watching him essentially implode and what happened after that. Assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania that could have changed this dramatically in a moment. What are you thinking today?
I'm thinking that I ran out of gas covering this about a week ago. I'm just trying to get through the end.
That's representative of most of America from what I can tell.
People are weary of this election,
yes.
Although I wouldn't rule out the possibility we'll have a stupendous turnout. I just think people want it over with. They want to have their say, and the early voting has been very interesting. Yes. That there's been so much of it, and the Republicans who, having neglected early voting for so long, have now gotten in the game and apparently doing well. That should tell you something. When we look at the polls, and the polls don't necessarily show that. All these outward and visible signs that we're accustomed as reporters to noting and to being guided by all through the long years when polls were relatively scarce compared to today. Now we have a situation in which a lot of those signs, a lot of those things that we're accustomed to using as touchstones, seem to point in, or have seemed in recent weeks to point in one direction. The polls don't show it. So we as reporters were kind of at a loss. There's a temptation when you're trying to analyze an election to start with the polls and kind of work back, right? Mm-hmm. And try to figure out what caused the polls to be the way they are, assuming they're correct. We used to start with whatever we could find and work forward. And if there was a poll around, that was fine. But half the time they were 3 months out of date or whatever. There just weren't that many of them, even in presidential elections. It's all different now, and it's hard. And I think it's damaged political reporting. Because we're always mindful of the polls and trying to figure out what they tell us rather than what we can see with our eyes.
And then it feels like so often they're not steering us in the right direction. Anyway, I heard you talk about this the other night with Brett, that political reporters used to attend events, see what the enthusiasm felt like, which way did the momentum feel like it was going, how intense was the support as you traveled around the country. Do you think that was a better measure?
Well, I think it was. Well, it probably was in some instances, in many instances. And it usually worked. I remember one year in particular, I was covering a Senate race in New Jersey, and there was this wonderfully colorful House member named Millicent Fenwick who used to smoke a cigar. Remember her?
Yes.
And she was running for the Senate, and she was very famous because she was so colorful and unusual, and she looked like a sure winner. And this slightly frumpy guy named Frank Lautenberg was running against her, and I went up to cover the race and do a story about it. And it sort of seemed to me that Lautenberg had something going. Now, even at the time, I couldn't necessarily tell you what exactly were the ingredients of that sentiment that I had, but I thought Lautenberg, it looked like he was doing pretty well, but everybody at ABC News when I was on work was saying, yeah, but Philip's going to win, that's a direct community to point everybody. I don't remember how I handled it, but I sort of didn't play my hunch. Mm-hmm. And then Lautenberg won. And I thought, well, I should have gone with my instincts.
Yeah, that's. I think we all feel like that from time to time, and I think one of the great things that you bring to us is that you sort of cut through the haze of the analysis and put your finger often on what you feel going on. So, what do you feel going on today between Harris and Trump?
Martha, you'll probably hear me say this 100 times, but the prevalent factor in American national politics this is now the fourth cycle, counting since the 2016 election. So we're talking 2018 midterm, 2020 general election, presidential election, 2022 midterm, has been aversion to Donald Trump. And the fact that he won in 2016 was his one big moment, and his electoral fortunes and those associated with him have been bad news ever since. Yes, Republicans got control of the House in the 2022 midterm, but they were expecting a big landslide and a big red wave that never materialized. So, and the question in this election is, has that feeling ebbed? Has it subsided? Has people's resistance to him begun to fade away? And we see signs of it that people don't seem to hold him. They look on the economy, for example, they think he'd be better, although, the polling is now showing that that's tightened. But if you look back, to his presidency, at the end of it, we had a terrible recession occasioned by the coronavirus. But people don't blame him for that. They look at the 2 years before that, and they look at the booming economy, the no inflation, the black unemployment at an all-time low, and all the rest of it. They look back fondly on that.
Your voice, your vote. You're locked into Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage of the 2024 election, with updates from across the country with the local voices you know and trust. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening, an important evening. It's like the Super Bowl of politics here on Extra 106.3. This is the thing that we've been talking about for 4 years. We launched the station right after the 2020 election, and now here we are. This is really our first full-on election cycles. We did the midterms.
You picked a hell of an election. This is the most important election. I'm trying to think, honestly trying to think of another election that I can think of in American history that I would have. I mean, who knows about the early 1800 thing, but
sure.
But still, I'm trying to think of another election in basic modern history that is more important than this one. Seriously.
I can't think of any.
It sounds like a cliche, but the fact of the matter is, even when Goldwater and the threats of nuclear war and stuff as a Republican candidate, there was never this kind of stuff going on. I mean, we've never seen anything like this.
Never been this divisive. I was too young for Vietnam too much, but what's going on now?
Oh, this is 100 times worse than Vietnam. Vietnam, civil rights, ladies burning your bras. I mean, gay rights, all the things that happened in the late 60s and 70s are nothing compared to what's going on in our country right now. Boys doing girl sports and changing genders.
Odd.
And we were talking about our parents wouldn't even believe this was even a discussion.
That's the sleeper issue, I believe, of this entire election. I think that's what's going on.
I haven't heard enough of it. I can't believe they're not bringing it up finally Megyn Kelly did about the volleyball player hitting you in the face, but why aren't they focusing on that?
I don't think they realize it. I think that's the problem.
I wish the squirrel thing had happened a couple weeks ago.
No kidding. Peanut.
A couple of weeks ago.
R.I.P. Peanut.
Right. Because there you got the government breaking into someone's home. Total government overreach.
That's right. Absolutely.
And will continue. If you elect Kamala Harris, that will continue. I know that's a small story overall, but that is a snapshot. Pete, I think that's a snapshot of what it is that they would like to do with the United States of America. Have that authority over you. Every decision you make, every thought that you have.
Well, someone said, next is what is it, the kids next? Yeah, they've already gone after it. In Indiana and another state, they went in there and took the kid away because they wouldn't pay for to chop off their...
Yeah. You wouldn't have the gender, quote-unquote, gender-affirming surgery. I don't even like to call it that because it sounds so absolutely crazy.
Child mutilation.
It totally is. And Los can speak to this more than anybody because he's got two daughters that play volleyball, right, Los?
Yeah, this is an issue that I think, Tug, you really hit the nail on the head about 3 or 4 weeks ago when we started to see all the ads during college football Saturdays and NFL Sundays that were just driving home. Kamala Harris wants to use your tax dollars for transgender surgeries for inmates. And it sounded so crazy. That is one of those motivating factors where people look at that entire movement and just say, gross. And they'll vote against it.
And it is, because it is so alarming and disturbing. And
I'm supposed to be accepting, but I kind of go, hey, that's kind of weird.
But I think there's a difference in accepting people for what they are when they're an adult, right? I don't have to agree with it to be kind to someone. I don't have to agree with it to get along with someone.
They use your tolerance against you.
No, oftentimes.
No, absolutely. If Pete was to come and tell me that he identifies as a tree, I would respect the hell out of it. If he told me I needed to water him, I was like, I'm not going to take part this far in your delusion. And that's that jump that these people are asking. It's, I respect you, and that's fine. I'm glad you're happy. But I don't have to partake in your illusion.
Yeah, I don't have to play your game. I don't use your pronoun because you want me to, because I don't. As a schizophrenic, I don't talk to his imaginary friend.
That's right. Yeah, but even for me, my faith is the most important thing to me, right? That's the center of my universe. That's all I care about. No matter what happens tonight, it is well with my soul. I'm good. However, I want to tell you, though, I have no desire to be mean, rude, or whatever to anybody that I don't agree with.
I do.
But, which is fine.
He's good at it.
I got it. And I'm okay with it. And I'm okay with that. You and I do things differently. I'm okay with that.
Serious.
But I'm just saying, I have no desire to participate, which is to your point.
You know who really, I think it hit home, this whole thing about the tranny thing and then paying for the prison changes and all that, was black men. Do you see that commercial?
Yeah,
where
yeah.
Yeah,
Jesus, the nerve of these people. They think that Doug Ocasio Bang-Bangio Stupidio said Emhoff was a perfect example of the modern masculine male. Really? The guy who knocked up his nanny and made her get an abortion, and then he beat up his girlfriend because he got all upset. Oh my God, that's the perfect male? I know I've only knocked up 9 nannies. Today? I only forced 4 of them to get an abortion.
Good timing.
Goodness gracious.
That's right.
We're breaking news tonight. I had no idea that this was even a thing.
And I say, once in a while you gotta hit a woman in the face just to shut her up. My God, that's what Doug Emhoff says.
Give me that beer.
Democrat Party.
Give me that beer.
These are the Democrats. Yeah. Oh my God. Now,
get him another one, bartender.
That's right. Make sure you're clear that you're talking about Doug Emhoff and not for Kimmerer and the way he behaves. No, but we'll bring Rhino in too, because Rhino, this is something that we've talked about so much.
And you know what? I mean, Pete, we ought to do this again. I don't know whether you heard the soundbite of a guy on CNN talking about he was so excited voting for Carmella. Do we have time? We've got 30 seconds. Sure. I don't know who's on the board.
Yeah, he says yeah.
All right, this is cut number 2. Whoever's in there. Flounder's in there. It's cut number 2. Okay, this is the sound of a guy, a soy boy, being interviewed on CNN talking about how excited he is to vote for Carmella because of his 3 daughters. Listen to what this man says.
Is this the one that breaks down in tears?
This is the man. Listen to what this guy says. Why he's voting for Carmella side piece. Cut number 2.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. But yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
He's crying so his daughters can get abortions.
Yeah, it's
kill his grandkids and kill his grandkids.
It's
oh
terrible.
My
it's
God.
overwhelming. It blows my mind.
How could a man even think that in his head of his own daughters? I have 2 daughters. I can't imagine that I would be thrilled that they could get as many abortions as they want. And by the way, ladies, you can have as many abortions as you want. Donald Trump hasn't outlawed abortions. You may have to drive 200 miles to another state, but you can have all the abortions you want. It shouldn't be an issue. And Donald Trump Trump, if he wins, is not going to ban abortion. He can't do it anyway, so it's not an issue. It's not an issue, and yet it's still, that guy voted so his daughters could get abortions.
In tears, Rhino. This guy was in tears. I don't know if you heard the cut.
I did. I heard the cut. But see, this is a programming that's been going on for a long time. The demasculation of men has been going on before Obama. I mean, this is the way the Democrats kind of control, and it is a mind control of sometimes. They use guilt, they use emotion, and they try to pull you in. But I think this is why you're starting to see a large turnout of men in this election that are coming out and saying, number one, we want to protect the women in our lives. They're very important to us. So to take a man who's dressing as a woman and throwing them into their sports, throwing them into their locker rooms and their bathrooms, this is why you're starting to see young men say, enough with your lies about toxic masculinity, and we are men and we want to take care of our women. It doesn't mean that we're toxic. It means that we are doing our part.
Over across the street at WSB, they had Tim Walz on. That was their guest today. Ours was Eric Trump, and we want you to hear Eric Trump from this morning, but a great conversation, and we started just by welcoming Eric to the show.
It's great to be back on, guys.
So I saw your speech from last night, Grand Rapids, Michigan. I will admit I was not up. I saw it this morning. 2 a.m. is when you're up talking to that crowd saying, I can tell you as a son, as a family, we've never been more proud of a person in our life. He's the most remarkable man I know. And that I can so relate to that because I feel that same way about my late father. He was the most remarkable man I knew. But the difference is that your father is trying to save the country as we know it. Yeah. How you feeling about today and how it's going to turn out?
We actually landed back at home at about 6 a.m., 5:30 to be exact, and so we're still running on adrenaline. But no, guys, listen, I'm incredibly proud of him. They've done everything they could to take him down. I said that in the speech last night. I mean, they tried to impeach him. They made up a dirty dossier. They made up the Russia hoax. They tried to impeach him a second time. They went after his Supreme Court justices. They raided his home. They took him off of Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. They tried to take him off the ballot of Colorado. Then they tried to take him off the ballot in Maine. They had every far left prosecutor in the country go after him in unthinkable ways, and then some madman tried to shoot him. Right? I mean, literally, he's gone through everything and so much more than even that. And yet, every single time he stands up and he just keeps fighting for this country. And I kind of said it in my speech last night. Again, it was 2 a.m. when I went on. He spoke another half an hour after kind of I left the stage, but I said, choose your fighter. I mean, here's a guy who's on stage at 2:30 a.m. It's his fourth rally of the day. Each rally had 50,000 people at it, and he just didn't stop. I mean, he was literally dancing to YMCA coming off the stage, and in a fun way, in a way that the crowd loved. Versus somebody who packed it in, after doing kind of 1.5 events yesterday, and they were short. The speeches were, I think, 7 and 10 minutes long, respectively. And choose your fighter, and so everybody has to get out. Georgia's going to be very close, as it always is, and I'm really confident if people turn out today, we're going to have new leadership back in the White House and somebody who's going to fix the economy and stop the wars and stop the games and protect First Amendment rights, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, create peace in the world. And if people don't show up today, I think we're going to have a worse version of what we've seen over the last 4 years, which I really don't believe our country can sustain.
Eric Trump joining us here on the Morning Extra. So Larry yesterday, I thought, did a great job with Women for Trump. But one of the most important things I heard her say, and one of the things that I'm really nervous about, is the already fraud in Pennsylvania with some of the early registrations that have been fraudulent. What are some of the other things we need to be looking out for, and who do we need to call and say, hey, this is what we're seeing at the polls?
Yeah, well, you're going to see a tremendous amount of poll watchers. I mean, she built the greatest operation in history that's just targeted specifically at election integrity, and we've seen plenty of games, and they were playing games in Pennsylvania this morning where they tried to lock out all Republican poll watchers at 7:30 in the morning, and we had a ton of lawyers on site, and sure enough, half an hour later, all the poll watchers, all the Republicans were let in, but they're willing to play these games. They played plenty of these games in Georgia. You saw some of them, this weekend, and some of the things that we had to do. And again, games are played, unfortunately, and I hate to say that because it's the United States of America, games shouldn't be played in our elections, and that's something we're going to need to fix when he gets into office.
Eric Trump is our guest on the Morning Extra. In 2016, I think your father was
really a game changer in terms of using Twitter to get around the media and to get his message out to the people. Fast forward to 2024, and it's not just been him, but J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan, and then Elon Musk yesterday. This 9 hours of talking about what this administration intends to do. What has been the feedback from y'all's end to basically get that message out unfiltered and really getting around the news media?
Well, that's exactly what we've had to do. I mean, obviously, ABC, you see what they do. You saw the 3-on-1 at the debate, and obviously NBC. I mean, the mainstream media in this country, guys, it's been negative 98% coverage for my father. Now my father had the greatest economy, the lowest unemployment, the lowest inflation, the lowest gas prices. He had the biggest tax cuts in the history of this country. He had peace in the Middle East. He had right to try. He had the Abraham Accords. I mean, I could go on and on and on with his accomplishments. He's the first president that did not get us into a war. In fact, he pulled us out of all the wars. Yet he built the greatest military in the world, right? I mean, took care of our vets, did so many things. And despite all those accomplishments, his media coverage was negative at 98% of the time. And so what we did was we went to unconventional channels. We went to the Joe Rogans. We went to the Patrick Bet-Davids. We went to, you saw Megyn Kelly on stage last night. I mean, she's got one of the biggest podcasts in the country. We literally just circumvented the mainstream media because we realized that A, we weren't going to get invited on, and B, we wouldn't be given a fair chance even if we were. And so much of the mainstream media in this country has become irrelevant. They have the biggest buildings, they have massive overhead, and you see a Joe Rogan that gets 200 times the amount of views as they do. When my father did the Twitter Spaces with Elon, I think they had 2.1 billion total impressions. I mean, 2.1 billion impressions from that interview, and so. We really just circumvented the mainstream media because we were never going to have, a kind of a fair voice box through that media. And we went to kind of I think, much more powerful form of media, which is independent voices, much like, your own. I've done a tremendous amount of this, and we've done a tremendous amount of podcasts, and I think it's worked incredibly well.
Eric Trump is our guest on the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. Take us behind the scenes. Like, what does it look like at Mar-a-Lago today? What is your father doing? What are you doing? Yeah. As the votes come in, are you making phone calls? Are you just sitting in front of a TV watching the counts come? What does this day look like for your father and your family?
Yeah. Oh, listen, it's a special day. I mean, it's bittersweet, guys. I've been fighting side by side with him for the last 9 years. I love the man more than anything. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of everything that he's done, and I'm not saying that as a cheesy way. I mean, really, the hell that they put him through, the hell, frankly, that they put our whole family through, is nothing short of just almost unthinkable. And yet here he is on the final day, and I think he's got an incredibly good chance. Again, if people go out and vote today, really Georgia and Pennsylvania, I truly believe we're going to win this. I mean, we're going to need to flood them with votes, too big to rig. But it's a little bit of a sentimental day, and I have to tell you, I mean, obviously we're running on fumes in a certain sense, but we're also running on adrenaline. And as you can imagine, everybody in the world's reaching out, and I'll be doing media pretty much all day. And I care about this country, guys. I care about the United States of America. We're losing the greatness of this country. We're losing our economy. We're losing the U.S. dollar. Nothing's going well. I mean, nothing's going well. Our world's standing. I mean, we're being laughed at all over the world. You've got Russia, Ukraine. We spent $200 billion to Russia and Ukraine. So innocent, beautiful kids can come around the corner in a trench and shoot at each other at point blank range and kill each other. And then somebody's house goes washing down a river in Georgia or North Carolina, and Kamala comes out and says, yes, we're going to give you $750, and that's going to be a loan. It's so insulting. It's so insulting. You have that. You have Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, is being shelled every single day, by Iran that's trying to develop nuclear weapons. I mean, we're so close to World War III. We need peace in the world. We need to be the dominant superpower. We need to be respected again. We have to have the best economy. We have to take care of inflation. We have to bring down interest rates. I mean, good luck trying to refinance your home right now. You have 8% interest rates right now versus 2.5% under my father. Look at rents. Look at utility bills. Look at interest on credit cards right now. I mean, look at auto insurance and home insurance. Life is unaffordable, and that's before you get to groceries and, fuel oil and so many other things. I mean, life is unaffordable. People haven't gotten a raise in this country, and yet you've had compounding inflation for a 4-year period of time that's absolutely buried people. And these are things that we can fix on day one. These are things that Donald Trump will fix on day one. The southern border the fentanyl crisis. 320,000 children have died to fentanyl, and you have an administration that doesn't do a damn thing about it. Guys, I promise you, this is going to get fixed day one, and that's why I go out. That's why I fight as hard as I do. We're the one family that does not need to be doing this, and we do it because we love this nation, and we do not want to see this nation slip away.
God bless you guys and everything you're doing. I know you got to run and have 100 things to do today, so thank you guys for everything you're doing.
We appreciate you, man.
And hopefully this is over at 10 o'clock.
Great honor to be on.
Always a pleasure to have Eric Trump on, and he's great. He's been gracious with his time, and I just wanted to give you the comparison of what you would get over at the other station, the 100-year heritage station that had Tim Walz on. And it just shows you where we are versus where they are. We have Kelvin King and his wife Janelle on here after the top of the hour. We're going to stop down for a Fox News update, and then we'll be back with the whole hee-haw gang. Everybody from the Extra Air Force is on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. 404-741-1230 is the number if you'd like to get involved in the conversation. You can stream us on the YouTube channel, on the Extra 106.3 app, and you can tweet at us or find us on social media at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms.
Check in with the big national stories with the latest from Fox News. Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage continues. Live on the air, streaming video on YouTube, and across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Extra app.
One of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidency. It's too early to call. It's also too early to call Virginia, though Harris has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Indiana. Trump will also carry nearby Kentucky for a third time. It's too early to call South Carolina, but Trump has the lead in our Fox News voter analysis. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont, turning to the Senate, where Democrats have almost no room for error. The Fox News decision desk can project that Indiana Republican Congressman Jim Banks will win his first Senate race. Fox's Aisha Hasni is at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. She reports the former president will not be there. He'll be watching returns from his Mar-a-Lago home.
Earlier today, when the former president went to go vote here in West Palm Beach, he told the press that he was feeling very confident and that he had no regrets about the way that he ran this campaign. And he got a little introspective for a moment, sort of taking it all in, right? This final third presidential run. And he said that he was feeling a little bit sad, but fulfilled by it all.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at Harris headquarters at Howard University.
The campaign maintains that they have multiple paths to 270, but the campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said that the margins are very close. She's never seen them closer. This could be a historically close election.
A judge in rural Virginia has ordered 2 officials in Waynesboro to certify the results of the election after they filed a lawsuit last month threatening to not certify it unless they could hand count the ballots. America is listening to Fox News.
The big wireless carriers want you to overpay for data you don't need, but you don't have to settle for that. With Pure Talk, you get to choose how much data you actually want. For just $25 a month, enjoy unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data, plus mobile hotspot. Stop overpaying and switch to Pure Talk today. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Pure Talk to switch and save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk for an additional 50% off.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
The Fox News Decision Desk making its first calls. Here's some additional information. In Virginia, it's too early to call the race between incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine and his Republican challenger Hung Cao. Longtime independent Senator Bernie Sanders will win a fourth term in Vermont. He caucuses with the Democrats. A shakeup in Israel's cabinet.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired the country's defense minister, Yoav Gallant. We just got a statement from the previous defense minister. He says, quote, "The security of the state of Israel always was and will always remain my life's mission." Now, last year, Netanyahu fired Gallant. This led to mass demonstrations across the streets of this country. And remember, this comes amid the backdrop of rising regional tension and an ongoing war that has started nearly 400 days ago as the Israelis brace for a possible attack from Iran. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has immediately replaced Gallant with Israel Katz, the country's foreign minister.
Fox's Trey Inkster in Tel Aviv. Opposition leader Yair Lapid writing on X that firing Gallant in the middle of a war is an act of madness. A co-founder of Home Depot has died.
He grew up in New Jersey as the youngest son of poor Russian immigrants, but it did not stop Bernie Marcus from climbing to the top of the ladder in the home improvement industry. The self-made billionaire has a net worth of over $11 billion per Forbes after creating the company with Arthur Blank in 1978 and had the support of investor Ken Langone, a longtime donor to the Republican National Committee, according to federal election records. Marcus was an early supporter of former President Donald Trump. He and his wife, Billy, who founded the Marcus Foundation, have given more than $2 million to various causes.
Fox's CJ Papa. Bernie Marcus was 95. Wall Street stocks rallying as voters head to the polls. The Dow gained 427. The Nasdaq added 259. The S&P plus 70. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
One of the biggest elections in our nation's history.
From the historical audio archive.
Is live and commercial-free all night. This is live and local coverage of the 2024 election with the entire Extra staff. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
Good evening. My name is Tug Cowart. We got the whole hee-haw gang here at Extra 106.3. I've never seen this studio more packed than it is tonight. And we have the entire Kimmer show here. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. We got the entire Morning Extra, me along with Los and Rhino. And then we got Captain Goey Virgin River, our board op, who is doing a stellar job back there. And a special guest, Kelvin and Janelle King. How are y'all?
All right.
It's so good to have y'all, man.
Oh, man, we're happy to be here. I'm like, man, we get Tug, Kimmer, Scott. I mean,
you got it all.
And we got everybody.
It's like a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it is. And you're a guy that played in some big-time football games. You probably recognize
football in the Air Force. Even though we're doing pretty poorly this year, we're only 1-7.
Yeah,
you can't recruit star athletes at the Air Force. I want a pilot who's got eyes like a freaking hawk. I don't give a crap about a football player at the Air Force Academy. I want a freaking pilot who will save me in the freaking jungle. My God, man.
That's right.
But
never complain about the Air Force Academy football. I want pilots.
Next season.
Navigators,
I tell my wife, we're good at killing people and blowing up things.
That's what the Marine Corps model, my friend.
Here.
And well, I'm okay. I mean, I feel like you were a good football player and airman.
Okay,
yes, right. See, there we go.
Right.
Having to bring in the affectionate angle.
My man.
That's right. I'm glad you are. We have a dear friend, and you know the Perez family. Their son is Rob Perez and his son Rip, who played baseball with my son since they were 8 years old, and he's now a kicker at the academy.
So I went on my official visit, and Rob Perez showed me around.
So cool, man.
I know he was really
small world. It is such a small world.
Holy cow!
How are y'all feeling tonight about the way that we're trending? And it's really early. It's hard to really, pontificating, I guess. But
yeah,
how do you feel? Because the momentum feels like it's headed our direction.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely in Georgia. I mean, I feel like Georgia is showing some good signs. I like that we, as Republicans, kind of dominated the early voting space. I'm watching and seeing what it's looking like on election day, but from what I'm seeing, I think Trump may pull it out here in Georgia. Now, other states.
How could he lose? I
know.
still don't get this. I don't freaking get it. I do not get it. How could anybody vote for Stakey Big Fat Loser Abraham or anybody else of these freaking Democrats last time or this time? Oh my God. Raphael Wife Knocker. And by the way, he was never convicted of trying to kill his wife. Let's say that right off the bat. He was never even indicted for trying to murder his wife with a car. So let's be honest. It wouldn't be fair to claim that he wanted to beat up his wife so bad that he wanted to kill her. And that was definitely not true. So although he did run out the back door when the process server showed up with the money for him to pay his freaking child support, and he ditched out the back door. That's a true story. Also. Anyway, how can you vote for the
sore spot, right, Kelvin?
I was about to say that's kind of sensitive to me.
I didn't even rip the scab off so quickly.
And then I did run for U.S. Senate, and I lost in the primary to Herschel Walker, and he ended up losing to Raphael Warnock. So I was looking forward to facing Raphael Warnock and calling his crap out.
You will know this better than I, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it was something like 600,000 people who voted for Kemp did not vote for Herschel Walker.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So now this time, do I understand that all those people who did not vote are now voting this year? I'm hoping they're going the way they would have voted, because if they didn't vote for Herschel, they didn't vote for the girl either, or the Democrat either. So I'm hoping that this time it means they're coming out for the Republican because they don't care that it wasn't Herschel Walker for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it.
I hope so. What do you think? I mean, look at the turnout.
Some of my conversations I've had with let's just say black men, for instance. A lot of black men I've spoken with, they're not really crazy about the Kamala Harris.
They can't be about her.
Walt's campaign.
It's offensive, the stuff they're doing to get black males. Have you ever heard of a black male? These guys pretending to eat carburetors and the guy's really a gay porn actor? Jesus.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean.
It was in that ad. It was in the.
It was an ad. It was the ad commercial.
Wait, what?
So there was an ad.
Boy, I missed
Lowe's
that
actually. I don't know if Lowe's, are you with us?
Oh, yeah, I did the research.
Lowe's did the research. So
I saw the images.
So explain it to Kelvin and Janelle what you found out about this particular Harris Walls ad.
So the gentleman in the ad, when creatives for Kamala had put out that on a Friday, and it had the gentleman who was on the weight bench telling you how he throws weight around and then he braids his daughter's hair. It turns out he's a actor professionally. He stars in, now that we're after the 7 o'clock hour, Gay for Pay films.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's a gay porn actor.
Yeah, he's a straight actor, but he does the porn that's a little different. Yeah.
I mean, are you sure?
I've argued that a lot. No.
Anybody that lifts weights, anyone that works out and lifts weights, they know that their hands are not really crafted to do that intricate braiding. It was a lie.
Fine motor skills.
We can't do that. Now we can brush their hair, but we can't intricately braid anybody's hair.
Oh my God!
Not weightlifters. Come on now.
That's right. There's no way I can do any hair.
I call bull on that.
Lowe's, you got 2 daughters. Are you braiding hair or no?
No, I'm right there with Kelvin. Like, if you actually throw a little bit of weight around, girls' hair's way too intricate. Yeah. If you're going to do it well, you better go to mom. And dad has no chance.
But that's not the. I mean, hell, I did coloring books with my daughters. I'll do anything. I used to let my daughters put makeup on me because it looked, for the full. That's got nothing to do with being a man. This whole thing was a bunch of crap.
Well, but I think that's and I think that's why it's been so insulting to so many people. To your point, Kelvin.
I was just watching this stat in Georgia. Black women are for Trump 9%, which is not surprising, right?
No.
But it showed black men for Trump at 15%. So if we're breaking double digits like that,
we're showing.
That's up. I mean,
we should be showing
good
up.
Good job, black men.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't even think it's black men. I just think men realize that we want to be able to make a living for ourselves, and this inflationary period that we're in, it doesn't allow us to do that. At least. Not very well. So I think that most men would make a financial decision, a wallet decision.
But I would say that would be for every American.
Right.
Yes.
There's not one American that says, you know what, I like less money in my pocket.
Well, it's women. We're a little more emotional. So the whole push towards, do it for your daughters may work on women. I mean, we tend to lean into the things that make us feel good or make us feel like we're doing something that's beneficial for the future. When in fact we should take the emotions out of it and make a logical decision as much as possible.
Well, I just can't imagine that working on you because I know how it will.
No.
That's what I said. Like I can't imagine that just because I've been around you enough to know how you think. And I asked my wife, Kim, I bring you into the suit. I asked my wife last night. I was like, is the abortion topic enough to get you and your friends off the couch to go vote for Kamala Harris? And she was like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Most of them
Laura's
are
like me.
Very much so. Very much so. She's dot the I, across the T. She know. I mean, she just does her. She handles her business. And there's some things that get her a little bit emotional, but for the most part, she is very, very buttoned up, and she keeps her emotion in check.
Yeah.
And she knows how
But
to.
the Democrats mask their message with health care. Like when it comes to abortion, they say that it's health care. And to me, that's confusing, because if I was just a regular working Democrat, I would look at it as, I don't want to go or vote for someone that's going to risk my health care. It's already difficult to get health care.
Yeah, the problem is that what they're saying health care is, or reproductive rights is it's aborting. And if you look at the definition of the word abortion, it's not reproducing anything.
Right. It's actually ending.
I know.
It's extinguishing.
Putting that together, I mean, it's disingenuous, it's misleading. It has nothing to do with health care at all.
All right, well, let's bring in some of the congressional districts, because I had to ask you before we got back into the segment after the top of the hour, are we cannibalizing our own vote? Like Kelvin and I were really impressed that we got so many Republicans out to vote early, which has not been traditional. We, as Republicans, typically wait until day of. So right now we're way far ahead, at least here in Georgia, with Republican votes. But have we, in your opinion, cannibalized our own vote by not waiting day of? Like, are we done with our voting, or are there more out there, or will more show up?
Well, the thing about it is that, obviously there are Republicans that will vote on Election Day. But when we are able to show up in our early voting numbers, it puts the pressure on the other side. And for them to come out and have to produce over 2 million voters in one day, that's virtually impossible. I mean, they're practically having carnivals at polling sites so that they can get people there.
In North Fulton, they had DJs showing up.
No, it was there.
You need to tell them about what happened to you in your interview.
Yes, I did a media interview at a Fulton County polling station. Now, the people that are interviewing me, they're the ones that selected the location. And when I got there, I mean, I watched this guy. He walked out of voting, and he had a plate full of pizza, snow cones, pretzels, snacks.
Wow.
And I said, "What's happening here?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, this is what they're giving us after we vote." And I just told Kelvin, if we gotta pull you and drag you into the polling place, that makes me question whether or not you really should be voting. I mean, are you really doing your research?
No.
Are you really
The answer's
paying
no.
attention to what's happening? I don't want people that's voting based off of color or gender. That's ridiculous.
But that's the thing that scares me a little bit, Kimmer, is the fact that most people don't pay that close attention. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like 99% of our electorate don't pay that close attention. Well, I mean, the people that listen to this station are probably just the 1%.
Well, if you look at the history of American voting in presidential elections, what's the average turnout? 50% maybe? I mean, it's disgraceful.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, think about it. And the reason is the stupid cell phone and social media, and we're so lazy as Americans now. We're not good. Nobody really has suffered in this country for the way that my parents did, the greatest generation did in World War II, the sacrifice and the meaning of what it meant to keep America safe and the world safe. They saved the freaking planet. You think anybody who's 27 years old gives a crap about saving the planet? I mean, seriously, they don't they care about what's on freaking TikTok and Twitter and everything. I mean, it's unbelievable. You can sit on your couch and never leave your home and order a car to be delivered to you and all your groceries and a doctor and a nurse and anything you want. Just get on your phone and it'll come to you. There's no nobody. I mean, my God.
I'm with you, Kimmer. I feel like what's concerning to me is that you have 27-year-olds that think they can save the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, this is insanity on its own, right? But, I mean, the planet's been here a lot longer than they have, and it's going to be here past their lifetime. This is ridiculous.
And even worse, when the conclusion of that is, if you talk to all the stories about the local businessmen lately, saying these new generation people are not hireable. They don't have the work ethic. They don't have the.
This is a business owner you're sitting next to.
I bet you know this better than I do.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be a witness on that one. I'm going to have to second that one.
I mean, they're not. They think that they're entitled to stay at home 3 days a week and be on the computer instead of going into work. Holy Jesus, you got to be kidding me!
Now my current staff, they're all dynamic.
Fabulous.
They're outstanding.
Yeah, but you had to vet them, I'm sure.
But the folks that I have vetted, it was for that very reason.
Yeah.
The work ethic isn't there, and I think is that they don't understand or they don't know.
No, they think they're fine. Yeah, they don't know.
I don't know if anybody's told them what work truly really is, what hard work really is. I don't think they know how to work hard.
Yeah, we made it too easy for them.
Yeah, so
they think they're normal. They think this is what
I'm not giving them a pass, but that electorate would be dangerous to the broad electorate, again, right? If there's a lot of people who don't understand the American work ethic, who don't understand American capitalism, who don't understand the free enterprise, I think it is
a merit-based system.
Yeah, a merit-based system. I think that is dangerous in our electorate, and that's what's going on. They say an uneducated electorate is our biggest enemy.
Oh yeah,
and I'm very concerned about our electorate being uneducated.
Well, and not only educated in terms of book smarts and stuff like that, but in terms of
life skills.
Living your life.
Life.
I mean,
I'm talking about civics.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about our system of government.
They don't teach that anymore. The word civics was in one of my school classes when I was in 5th grade. You don't see civics anymore in school, I don't think, ever.
I want to bring front office Los into the conversation with some good data.
Yeah, first off, let's talk about what's going on in Florida right now. So Duval County ends up being something to pay attention to, and that's the Jacksonville area, and typically that has been a blue stronghold. That is what it's been. With 65% of the vote, right now it's 50-49 Kamala Harris. And so as we go through the evening, we're going to be watching some of these places where typically the Democrats have always had at least a 60-40 advantage. If we're seeing some of this data come out and it's saying more and more that there are a lot of people that are very unhappy with this current administration, we're going to see it in some of these places like that. So that's an encouraging sign as we start getting more of these results in the 7 o'clock hour.
Pete just came to me as well. Trump has been called, or Kentucky's been called for Trump. Indiana's been called for Trump. Kamala has Vermont under her side. She get to tick that one off, courtesy of Pete from
Whatever
the
happened
show.
to the Green Mountain Boys? My God, Vermont was one of the most patriotic, kill the freaking British Revolutionary War states in American history. The Green Mountain Boys, oh my God. And Vermont's
and now
most
nothing.
liberal.
Yeah, it's trended the wrong direction.
Yeah.
For sure. So going back to some of the voting issues that you've faced, Janelle, especially being on the state election board, where does some of that stand now? I mean, because everything that y'all tried to do was pretty much wiped away, it seems.
Yeah, it was. And so I'm watching it. I am always concerned because the rules that we put in place were there for a reason. I saw where this was going to be a necessary, challenge that may present itself. But that being said, Brad is running around telling everybody that everything's great. So we're going to let everything be great.
But do you believe everything's great? Because I don't.
We know we just have a couple of bomb threats and,
no small details.
That's the guy with the gasoline in his pants or something.
The street,
Right.
Here, the thing I'm most concerned about is, can people have faith in the results, right? And when you're already setting us up by telling us that we may not get our results on time, they may come tomorrow or the next day, I think that just kind of feeds into this narrative that we can't trust our election process. So why fight rules that will strengthen that and give people more confidence versus assisting us in making sure that we can fix that problem? I don't understand that.
So, Kelvin, I want to go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the main issues I had with the pushback from Brad Raffensperger's office, the SOS, is that the rules that y'all put in place, they were in line with the statutes, right?
Right.
But they're also already being done in certain counties. Like the counting of the votes, that was the best practice in a couple counties. A couple counties say, of course we do that because we want to make sure that what we tally up, secure, put it in the bag, and send to the Secretary's office is
legitimate.
Yeah,
right.
Perfect.
No, that's right. So I want to come to you, Kelvin, about this because we've talked about it a bunch on the morning show, just how much abuse that Janelle's taken. Like the arrows that's come her way have been frustrating for us. I can only imagine how you feel about it. Do you have any thoughts that you care to share?
Besides kill the bastards? I don't know. I swear to God, man, I'd be on them like ugly on a freaking hawk. I'd be like gravy on rice, baby. Sons of bitches would be on the ground. Are you kidding me?
I think you're reading my mind, all right? because sometimes I do think kills us on kill
my God.
That's right.
But
you have
at
to
the end of
take
the day,
that crap off those people.
At the end of the day, I protect my wife, and Janelle knows that there are certain situations that she won't go alone. I'm with her, and there's certain responses that I even say, hey, don't respond to this because it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
But every now and then, every so often, Janelle knows that I may have to have a conversation.
He'll get activated.
Well, and again,
and she knows about my conversations. She doesn't want me to have a conversation with these guys.
Every time he's like, "Oh, I think I gotta have a conversation," I'm like, "Oh, here we go."
Because the conversations are not fit for her ears.
And I'm also
they
sure
may be fit for a Marine's ears.
I'm also sure. I'm also quite positive that as a loving husband, you also realize that she has her own personality. She can handle herself. You don't need to bail her out. She's a tough broad. You know, she can do her thing. On the other hand, at some point, you need to grab a little bastard by the neck and say, "I don't think so."
And
who the hell do you think you were talking to?
I don't have a problem doing that. Okay, that's why you don't see people really saying like her name and really like saying extremely negative things about her.
Yeah.
They just say, that lady on the board of elections that we don't like, that outspoken.
Man.
Yeah, they better keep it at just that lady.
There you go. Everything but a ham sandwich. My God.
Going to bring in front office Los from the Morning Extra. Los, talk to me about Miami-Dade County.
All right, really good data that we're getting in from Florida right now. There's about 80% of the people in Miami-Dade County have reported, this being one of the key areas to see where the formation of the vote is changing. If you look back into 2012, you had Barack Obama win that county by about 40 points. Same thing when it was with Hillary Clinton. She won by about 43 points. It's gotten closer in recent years. In 2020, it got down to about a 13-point advantage for Joe Biden. As of right now, with the amount of vote in, Donald Trump has an 11-point lead in Miami-Dade County.
Goodness gracious.
That's huge what's turning. Miami-Dade County, he's leading 55-44.
Rhino, are you here with us? Okay, I think we lost him. That's a huge number. And then Pete just showed me a 20-point swing for voters, for independent voters toward Trump here in Georgia. A 20-point swing for independent voters going toward Trump here in the state of Georgia. It's unbelievable.
How would they know that?
What exit polling? Exit polling is what Jake Tapper from CNN just shared that, which is not the guy that really wants to share that.
I know. He
breaks
thought
his
they
heart.
were going to go. He thought independents were going to break towards Kamala, and that's clearly showing something different here in Georgia.
Here in just a moment, Rhino is getting some time with Burt Jones, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. We'll have that for you after our next break, but we continue the conversation here on Extra 106.3, our election night coverage. So many people in the studio. The entire Kimmer Show is here. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. The entire Morning Extra is here with myself, Hey, it's Tug, along with Los and Rhino, and then Board Op Goey Virgin River. And the whole Hee-Haw gang is here, man. I'm telling you, we got Mike from Engineering.
And we want to thank the naughty little subsisters, Stacy and Shannon from Ducky's Hoagies.
See, here's another thing.
We got hot babes. They're always welcome in the studio. I think we all know this.
Here's another thing that I don't think that Janelle and Kelvin realized when they got here, that you had this incredible
I don't think
fan
anybody
club.
knows what I'm like.
There's that.
I walk in, I see these beautiful ladies, and I'm like, oh my goodness, Kimmer.
We normally don't allow people to meet the Kimmer in person.
That's right. This is a special day.
I'm really not a very, good
Marines
person.
move in the cover of darkness.
Well,
you don't know what they're doing all the time.
And again, remember, Marines don't die. We just go to hell and regroup. So, and it never changes. Anyway, well, it's great to have you in here. And,
it's cool hanging with you.
It is very good. So we'll take a quick break. Go to Fox News Radio to get some national coverage, so we can grab another Modelo maybe, or a bottle of water, another sub sandwich, but some potato chips or some of that stuff. More election night coverage. The only coverage that you'll get from a conservative perspective is here on Extra 106.3. Is that right, Kimmer?
The only radio station in Atlanta that doesn't really suck.
Yes,
there you
that's
are.
Exactly right.
I don't know why they didn't think of that before. That's a freaking billboard. My God, man. Do I have to do everything? I want extra money for doing all the promotions now.
Keep that in mind when you're signing his next deal.
You're killing me.
This is Extra 106.3.
Aren't you glad you came up tonight?
Now, we go live to Fox News to check in on the breaking national stories during election night. Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage continues. Live on the air, streaming video on YouTube, and across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app.
Jared and Jess.
Yeah, the heart of the closing arguments. I think it's a great line. Let's turn now to Arizona's Democratic Party headquarters, I believe in Phoenix, where we find Fox News Radio's Kristen Goodwin. Kristen?
Hey, yes, guys, I am at a hotel in Phoenix inside the Arizona Democrats election night watch party, which will kick off in a little bit. The music is slowly getting turned up. Organizers say it will feature appearances from Democrats up and down the ballot. The first speaker expected to take the stage around 7:30 local time. There is plenty of blue here and a step and repeat backdrop for supporters to take those selfies, plenty of photos, along with a big old Arizona flag with two huge screens to watch results come in. Aside from Arizona being a battleground state in the presidential election, as you know, there is a high-stakes Senate race, 2 key House races, and a ballot measure that, if passed, would enshrine abortion rights into the state's constitution. I got to tell you, earlier today, I spoke with one Democrat, guys, telling me earlier they are not cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic.
There's one way to describe it. And we will finish this sort of tour through the battlegrounds in Raleigh, North Carolina. Fox News Radio's Gernal Scott watching returns there, not just for the presidency, but a big governor's race as well, Gernal.
Good evening, Jared and Jessica. Yes, we are here moments away from the polls closing in 98 of the 100 counties in North Carolina. 2 counties will be extended a half hour because of some problems. But yes, there is a governor's race we're watching here between the Democrat Josh Stein and the Republican Mark Robinson. We are also, of course, watching the presidential election to see how North Carolina goes. House seats, 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans right now. That could shift. We are watching all of this as we get deep into election night here in Battleground, North Carolina.
Battleground, North Carolina, indeed, where the polls will close in just about 1 minute. We will start to get results in that critical state. And Jess, as we've talked about, North Carolina could tell us an awful lot about the rest of the country.
It sure could. It was very, very close race 4 years ago. Former President Trump won by just a little over a point. Former President Barack Obama won in 2008, but narrowly lost it 4 years later.
We will have more race calls. We are just getting started on our very lengthy election night broadcast on Fox News Radio and the Fox News app.
Football Friday. Breakout star and Big Ten rushing leader, Caleb Johnson leads Iowa.
My goodness!
Against UCLA. Wow! It all kicks off Friday at 9 Eastern on Fox.
We're bringing the thunder to football. Fox Weather is storming the field with the risk of weather impact on the hottest NFL games this season. Listen to Storming the Field every Friday on FoxNewsPodcasts.com.
This is House Call for Health. Infections with the illness known as walking pneumonia or white lung pneumonia have been spreading at unusually high levels in young kids, emergency room data suggests. A year after a surge of such cases filled hospitals overseas. The worst rates of the illness caused by the bacteria Mycoplasma pneumoniae are in young children ages 2 to 4 years old, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention figures shared with CBS News. Since late spring, the number of infections caused by M. pneumoniae has been increasing, especially among young children, the CDC said in a statement. Close to 7% of emergency room visits with pneumonia in this age group were diagnosed with the bacteria through late September. This has dropped slightly from a peak of more than 10% in August, a CDC spokesperson said. The increase in 2 to 4 year olds is notable because these infections have been historically thought to affect school age more than younger children, the agency said. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health, I'm Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Heavy snow fell in Washington, D.C. the night before John F. Kennedy's inauguration, but thoughts of canceling the plans were overruled. On January 20th, 1961, he stood in the bitter cold on the steps of the Capitol and before a crowd of 20,000 was sworn in as the 35th President of the United States.
The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
We're live and commercial-free all night until a winner is declared. You're listening to Extra 106.3's live coverage of the 2024 election, with local and national voices checking in all night as results come in. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta, Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
The entire Extra staff, along with the Kings, are here at Extra 106.3 on election night, and so glad that y'all have come by. The vibe in the room has been so good. Like, we kept hearing Kamala talk about a vibe campaign, and I'm not sure that she ever achieved what we have since 6 o'clock in 90 minutes, man. We've been vibing in here pretty good.
I know. That's right. Hey, just don't kill our vibe.
No, we refuse. Right. We refuse. Absolutely not. Janelle, you brought up something about Michelle Obama, and I wanted to let you elaborate on that because I think your point of view on this is really unique.
Yeah, well, first of all, I didn't know that she turned into a commercial. I just found that out. But basically, she's telling women to not tell their husbands how they're voting and just, kind of go behind their back. Or if they're, I guess if their husband says, well, this is what we're going to do as a household, go do something different. I mean, that right there is the Democrat Party. They cannot stand a strong family unit. And particularly for me and Kelvin, we strive on having a strong unit.
My wife and I, same way.
And I'm just like, I couldn't imagine having a conversation with my husband, him telling us, that, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is why. And obviously he takes my input, but he makes the final decision. But I can't imagine having that discussion and then going into the booth and doing something different. And then coming back and lying to my husband? She doesn't care what happens to the marriage.
No.
It's just a matter as long as she gets the vote.
No, I think that's right.
I don't think the Obamas are a great example of the family unit, to be honest with you.
Oh, my God. Yeah, absolutely.
Let me give you an example. What you just said is completely out of line in a family.
Yeah.
And then you have Obama going to black men, talking with black men about what they should do and what they shouldn't do, telling a black man that you shouldn't vote for, you've got to vote for a woman. It's your own, what's the term when you don't like
being sexist or something?
Yeah, misogynistic.
Misogynistic.
He's calling him misogynistic. You don't tell a man what he's gonna do, who he votes for. Now you may suggest, but you don't tell another grown man
even encourage.
Or no. What you're gonna do is you're gonna piss men off, and then they're gonna say, "Well, I'm definitely not gonna vote." You're right. I'm definitely not gonna vote for her anymore because I was already on the fence.
Right.
But you can't tell me what to do. Right. And that's completely out of line. And when a man is trying to tell another man what to do outside of his family. And a woman is telling other women what to do outside of their family,
their husband.
Their unit is out of line. So the Obamas is not an example of a strong marriage, in my opinion. It's definitely not a godly marriage.
Yes.
Well, that commercial with Julia Roberts did their voiceover for the women saying, you don't have to tell your husband. And the commercial was, the husband says, wearing a MAGA hat. His wife comes out of the poll, and the husband says, well, honey, did you vote the right way? And she says, I sure did, darling. Really? But I really voted for Carmela. In other words, they're suggesting that women lie to their husbands, that this is so horrible that women better lie to their husbands because they can't trust their husbands, not to hit them if they vote for the...
No, they're saying they can't trust their husband to make decisions for the family,
The Babylon
which is a problem.
Bee had a headline that said, oh my God, thousands of women are left perplexed at the voting polls today because their husbands forgot to tell them who to vote for.
One thing that I talked about a lot during my campaign and during Let's Win for America is that I really want to focus on encouraging men to step up and do man things. Take our rightful place. Be a leader. Wow. Be a compassionate leader, but be that leader first. Mm-hmm. And if you have a strong man in the house or a strong husband figure in the house, you have a strong marriage typically, right? Yeah. And if you have a strong marriage,
biblical.
And if you have a strong marriage, right? If you have a strong male head marriage, you typically have decent, safe communities, right? Because the men take advantage and the men step up and they make sure that the communities are safe.
That's right.
And if you have safe communities that are strong families based, then you have a strong state, you have a strong country. So it all starts with encouraging that man to step up and take his rightful place as the head of his family. Anything outside of that is detrimental to the family, to the structure of our country.
I don't think there's any way for modern American young women to really respect their men. I think the damage done by social media and this woke business and my body, my thing, and I mean everything. We love independence, but I don't think women women respect men, and it's because of what we're turning men into. This guy Emhoff is now the key to masculinity.
And he's going around slapping women.
Oh my God!
I mean, what?
I mean,
I know, Cameron, you.
Yeah, you came in. When you came in, when we were talking about that, Cameron was losing his business.
That was very Emhoff.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But it's so true, and I think it all comes
Do
down.
I think I'm wrong? I mean, I don't think women really respect their men because men are not.
They're taught not to.
Men are not acting respectable. Men are not demanding respect because they don't deserve respect. If you don't say if you don't act like a freaking man, and I'm not talking about being a bully. I'm talking about being a man who says, "I'm here for you. I will kill for you. I will die for you. I will protect you. I will do anything for you because I love you, and you can do anything you want with me." I'm
going to exalt you.
Your word means something.
Exactly.
Right?
I am here for you, and I am committed to you, and I will do anything for you, but I still have my values and everything else, and I'm not changing. And if you can respect me for what I truly believe and what I'm going to do, then we're going to be great. But you know that I'm here for you. I don't think women respect it. I don't think women believe that.
Well, because
I
they're
don't
too
think
busy
young women are in that
running in the man's lane. See, the problem is that we came out with this thing called anything you can do, I can do better. And the problem with doing it better than the man is that no one's occupying your lane.
Right.
And so now we have a lot of women who are all out of place, right? We got the men and women running in the same lane. It looks crazy. And then they get emotional. They're trying to change the whole workplace because they feel like men are not, sensitive enough and all these other things. But my problem is that who's in our lane? When women are not in
right now,
lane,
man.
Who is not?
God, but seriously though, but think about it. I mean,
that is terrible.
When it comes to sports, and I know this is just a small segment of it, but that's who's occupying the lane right now.
You're right. That's the problem.
Which everything is flip flopped. And all you have to do, and you don't have to be a believer. I am. If you base everything on the Bible, you cannot go wrong.
That's
not at all.
That's right.
You don't even have to. Even some of the founding fathers weren't the strongest of Christians, but they knew that what the good book said was the building block for humanity.
Yes, it was foundational principles. And like I asked, everyone who I'm very traditional. We believe we have a very traditional marriage. But do I look oppressed? Do I look suppressed?
You look lovely.
I don't think so.
Thank you. I mean, do you think Kellen's
girl, you look good.
Controlling me and telling me I can't?
Yeah.
I mean, I get to still do what I want to do, but I also occupy my lane.
But I also bet you also respect him as a man.
100%,
not only as a husband, but he's a freaking man.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean,
no, you're
honestly,
absolutely. It makes me respect him more. To your point, when he allows me to operate in my lane, it creates this strength in me, and I respect him more.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to front office Los. He is our data guy on the Morning Extra, and he's got some more data to share with us this evening. Election night coverage on Extra 106.3.
Yeah. By the way, those cheers aren't for me, by the way, if you're hearing those in the background. That's on our location over here, Cummings City Center. All right, some good piece of data to analyze real quick. Over in Florida, you have Donald Trump with a 700,000 vote lead as they're getting into the panhandle. If he wins by 1 million plus, then there's a legitimate discussion we can have about if the trend continues, he can win the popular vote as well. Now, here's the other important factor with what's going on in Georgia. Georgia right now, Donald Trump, and the numbers that Pete gave you and talked about when you're looking at the amount of independent voters in the exit polling that decided to go for Donald Trump. Right now, Trump is up by more than 100,000 votes in the state of Georgia. Here's the important factor to watch over the next couple of hours. The urban turnout in Atlanta was low this year. If they don't have a big turnout in Atlanta, he's going to win Georgia pretty easily.
I love the way that sounds. I want to bring in Rhino, who's down at the Georgia Republican Party gathering, big party at the Grand Hyatt. How do you react to that, Rhino? What are you hearing and seeing, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Carlos. And one of the numbers that we're seeing, though, is that black men, a 25% support with black men. That's up a lot. And we talked about those numbers and how many percentage points they would need in that category. And he's blowing that number away. Georgia may be too soon to call, but it looks really good for him here. Everybody here, when I just talked to Burt Jones and I've talked to John King and a lot of the other leaders here, they're really excited about Georgia and they think this will be done tonight.
Oh, wow. All right. right, so let's get some reaction here in the studio. We'll start ladies first.
Yeah, no, that's exciting. I'm so excited about it. I absolutely believe that Georgia, Trump's going to take Georgia. Matter of fact, Scott, I'm going to see you in a little bit. We're going to head there before I head to my next hit. So
there we go. Y'all are making the rounds. We only have a little bit more time, but you're going to kill the vibe when y'all leave.
I know. That's Kimmer's the vibe.
Maybe we can call in.
It's the vibe for all of us. Okay?
Right. The one thing I tend to still think about, I think it's from my years of playing sports and football, is that, not until that final second ticks off. You don't watch the scoreboard. That's what my wife knows.
That's
that.
Our rule
Don't
in
watch
the
the scoreboard. You just keep pressing. And right now, I think things look very positive for President Trump. But we all know that the Democratic Party has their strategies and their tactics and their ways. So I would just prefer to say, hey, listen, we look good, things are strong, but let's just, you got
to play it cool. You got to play the game because that's the reason Alabama didn't expect to lose to Vandy. That's the reason you never take your foot off the gas. You know what I mean? But it's the truth. Right. That's the reason, Kimmer, you play the game, and we have to do that very same thing. You've seen it year after year after year because you've been covering politics for so long. So what's your reaction with Trump? Lowe's bringing up he could win the popular vote too.
If that happened, my God, that would be after what happened 4 years ago. And again, I think a lot of this is the COVID business. They didn't have that as an excuse to cheat by mailing and everything else. Donald Trump became a happy warrior. His campaign this year was way different than 20 or 16. And her again, I wish they'd made much more hay on a couple of major issues. If they had just kept going to a board and say, if she wins, she's going to open the border and she's going to make 17 million more people new American citizens. She's going to stack the Supreme Court to make sure that they never lose another election. She's going to eliminate the Electoral College. Go one, boom, 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 and say she's going to take your guns. Second Amendment's gone. They're going to have a censorship for the First Amendment for Disinformation Bureau. Yeah. My God, if you get rid of the First and Second Amendment, it's over.
There's nothing left.
That's a great point.
It's over.
I heard two different perspectives from the Democrats, right? So at one hand, they're saying, well, she was never the border czar. She was never supposed to be doing all these things, right? And the vice president has no power. Then on the other hand, I'm hearing them say, well, she was responsible for this and this and this.
And she was involved in every decision.
All she did was blame Trump. She always blamed Trump and the Congress instead of saying, and again, when they asked her, what would you have done differently? Well, nothing I can think of. Oh my God. That should have been on the air every 9 seconds for the last 3 months or 6 months. Oh my God.
That independent voter.
I can't think of anything.
That independent middle of the road voter, they want to know what's going to be different. They don't want it to be the same.
They say the independents are going to Trump because they know that she doesn't offer. Now, an independent is a guy who doesn't take any crap off anybody, generally speaking, politically. So you've got to figure they've got to go more for Trump than what she hasn't offered. She hasn't had a plan. Her plan for the economy is to stop price gouging. What are you talking about?
My gosh.
What's that guy? And by the way, that would be a congressional thing anyway.
That would be communism.
She doesn't have any kind of a plan.
Getting involved with our prices of our private businesses. What do you mean? We don't live in communist country.
It didn't work, or they don't care. I think the problem is that the Trump hatred is just so ingrained that they really don't. My daughter, God bless them, my 2 daughters, screaming liberals.
How does that happen?
Well, you know what? Like I said, it's the messaging, right? There are things that are
public
being said,
schools,
and people
even private schools.
Right.
They went. My daughter Sarah went to University of Madison. My daughter Jennifer went to Colorado State. Got high and got addicted to cocaine and heroin. Been clean for 20 years, but still.
God bless.
They were the product of the Forced Education Academy. Public education. But even in college, it's just this is what they know. This is and
you're
again,
right. It's
social media. All of a sudden, they're all linked by everything. Although I got to react to this. All of a sudden, oh my God, that Trump is a Nazi. I can't believe it because someone said on their freaking phone.
I know. It's a different generation.
It totally is. So, final thoughts before I know y'all got to get out of here. It's been so terrific.
Now
having
wait
you.
a minute. Whoa.
I know.
I don't like the sound of that.
I know.
Wish we could stay.
Who's in charge of that idea?
In demand.
Whoa.
In demand. Kevin and Janelle are in demand.
What the hell is all this action over here?
I got people calling me now.
You're working for an hour and then you're out of here? Jesus.
When you're in demand. I mean,
got
what do you
that
want?
kind of job.
We'll be back, y'all.
I ain't no doubt about it. Final thoughts?
I'll be right behind you.
Kelvin, how do you expect the night to end up? Will we know by the end of the night in your estimation?
I don't think we will know, but I think that the percentages will show that Trump probably has some momentum going into whatever the final outcome is.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards Trump on the final
you feel good
outcome.
about it. Janelle,
I didn't say I felt good about it.
Okay, well, yeah, that's right. We hadn't hit all zeros yet. Yeah, you can't quit pushing until you hit all zeros.
We're not watching the scoreboard.
That's right. No scoreboard watching. Janelle, how do you feel?
You know what? I feel the same way. I think that Trump was going to be okay in Georgia. I'm still paying attention to what's happening in other states, and shameless plug, I'm going to definitely give my 2 cents on my show, the Janelle King Show right here on Extra 106.3.
And if you miss it, you can always get it.
Yes, it comes on at Saturday at 3 p.m. and on Sunday at 9 a.m.
There you go.
There we go. Not a better couple in my group of friends, and I'm so delighted to call you friends.
Same way,
love y'all both.
Love you too.
Cannot thank you enough for taking the time because I know the night's been busy. I know you got a lot.
You go ahead and leave early. Really, it's not. No, seriously, as I said, nobody care. We'll be here. Really, it's all right because we don't need you or anything.
That's exactly
We'll
right.
make sure we turn you on in the car.
That's right.
Oh yeah, you'll be wishing a rock and roll on the way home, honey. I know
that. This is a good tunes for sure. Coming back on the backside of the break, we're going to get you to some national Fox News coverage, and then you'll hear Rhino with the Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones next on Extra 106.3.
There you go.
Now, let's check in with the big national stories with the latest from Fox News. Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage continues. Live on the air, streaming video on YouTube, and across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app.
Different lessons I've learned along the way. And there's a lot of themes of girlhood. I think there's a lot of unspokenness about what the experiences of being a woman.
Making the new album also helped Briggs work through the pain and grief of losing her sister and manager Kate to ovarian cancer in 2021.
When I started writing this album, I found myself being really drawn to the music that she introduced me to, which was My Chemical Romance and No Doubt and, all those bands that were at Warped Tour. And interestingly, when writing those, I felt the closest to her. And I think it's because they did represent so much more of who she was.
Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Kudlow on Fox Business is now on the go for podcast fans. Download the Kudlow Show podcast every weekday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com. Kudlow covers the latest headlines and business trends with an emphasis on the financial impact facing households and businesses across the country. Listen to interviews with key business newsmakers. The Kudlow podcast will be available on the go after the show every weekday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
Welcome back to Democracy 24 on Fox News Radio. It is election night. Jared Halpern with you alongside Jessica Rosenthal as we continue to watch the results come in the race to 270 between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. But there are some other numbers that are going to be key tonight, namely 51 and 218 as control of both the House and Senate are up for grabs. Keeping track of that balance of power for us is Fox News Radio's Ryan Schmelz in Washington. Good evening, Ryan.
Hey, good evening, Jared. Yes, we already have some major movement when it comes to our balance of power with the Senate. As you said before, Governor Jim Justice will be West Virginia.
This is Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage of the 2024 election. We're live all night with the entire Extra staff, bringing you breaking news and updates as results go final. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
I had no idea the night was going to be this entertaining, and it has been so good to have have the Kings with us, Janelle and Kelvin King, the afternoon show with the Kimmer Pete and Flounder. It's great to have y'all. We're going to kick it out to Rhino real quick with Lieutenant Governor of the state of Georgia here on Extra 106.3.
All right, we're down here at the Grand Hyatt for the Georgia GOP party, and I'll tell you what, we've got a special guest, and it's one of the friends of the show, and his name is Burt Jones. And Burt Jones, thank you for so much for coming by. This is a big night tonight, and I know a lot of people are really excited about what they think the results are going to be. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I feel really good. Appreciate you having me on, number one. And sorry I was running a little bit behind. But, it's a big night. I've had record voting. I think over 4 million voted early, and then we had over, I think, 1.2 million today. So it's been record turnout for the state of Georgia, and I'm excited. I like our chances. I mean, obviously, been working hard for the Trump campaign, and I think it's going to pay off.
You've been doing a lot of rallies, and I mean, this has been going on. We've been doing this since almost 2020. Right. We're going from rally to rally to rally. 2022 with the midterms, and we heard about the red wave, that it was going to be a red wave, and it didn't come out the way we wanted it to. Here in the state, we were great. Nationally, we didn't. Do you feel the momentum this time is going to be different, and maybe there will be a red wave through the Senate? Obviously, the Congress will hold, the House will hold, and the presidency.
Yeah, I do feel like Trump's got a lot of momentum behind him, and obviously he getting the vote out like he has around the country, I think will benefit everybody. But I don't know if I bought much into the 2022 red wave scenario personally, even though I knew we did really well here in the state of Georgia. But I do think that around the country, here in the state, it comes down to economy. It's gas, groceries, and it's the cost of living, really, and also security at the border. I think is driving this train, so to speak, and I think that's why so many people, obviously, because the best way to motivate people is if they feel like they're not taking home their whole paycheck, or they're not taking home as much as their paycheck as they're used to, and I think that's what we have right now, and I think that's the reason why Trump's going to have a big night.
Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones joining me here on the Morning Extra, or on our Election Day special. We were talking a lot about the frat boy summer, and we saw it in North Carolina with guys putting the flag up. We're starting to see frat boys or college-age kids come out and protect women. They are moving to the polls. Do you think that looks good for Donald Trump in that youth vote?
Yeah, I really do. I got 2 nephews that are at the University of Georgia right now, and they tell me on the University of Georgia campus it's strong Trump support there, and you also see that, especially at a lot of your southeastern schools, and so I think I hope the youth vote is strong, and I think the youth vote, quite frankly, I think is gonna favor Trump as well.
One of the things that I love that Governor Kemp did was SB 202, SB 189. You were behind those. I feel like our elections are safer here. I felt really good going to the polls in Towns County. It was easy. It was quick. I did it early for the first time in my life.
All you got to do is look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers don't lie. And when you have record early voting, you have record day voting. More people have voted in the state of Georgia in this election than ever before. We always said, and Governor Kemp coined this phrase, he said, we want to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat, and I think that's what we did. And any scenario that says otherwise is this, it's just disgruntled talking points that want to try to drum up something that just doesn't exist.
Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones joining me here. I've been very concerned about the Dominion voting machines, the fact that we don't have paper ballots that are easily trackable.
Right.
I still feel comfortable, but do you think with what the state election board talked about and some of the new rules, will they go to legislation? You've been part of this legislation. Do you think we'll continue down the road and keep our elections even safer?
Look, you're always going to have people trying to game the system, no matter what you do. There's nothing that is 100% safe-proof. I mean, as long as you're having elections, there's going to be groups that are trying to game the system some sort of way. So I think you always have to be evolving. You always have to be looking at how you can do things better. And that's what SB 202 did back 2 years ago now. And we made some additional changes this past legislative session. And we'll look at those things and how they've been implemented and see what other changes, might need to be made down the road. But it's something you're constantly always trying to tweak things because, like I said, somebody out there is always trying to game the system, and so you always got to be on the defensive on that.
Do you think this night will end earlier than usual? We know that if President Trump wins Georgia, which I think he will easily, North Carolina looks like it's in his favor.
Right.
Pennsylvania is going to be the big question. They're already having problems up there. I don't know if they can certify it by tomorrow, but there could be another state that he picks up and ends it tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I hope we have some clarification this evening. I'm hopeful. I think you're right in saying Georgia, I think, will be determined tonight. And I think there's an opportunity for him to pick up some surprise states. I think New Hampshire's in play. I think New Mexico's in play. A lot of people haven't been talking about Nevada, but I think I like our chances in Nevada as well and Arizona. So Pennsylvania is the big nugget there, and we'll see. I've got a first cousin that lives up there, and she told me, she goes, I haven't seen this much enthusiasm since 2016, and that was when he won in 2016. So she says it's stronger than it was in 2016 up there right now.
He's picking up different groups. I mean, there are a lot of black men that are voting for him, black women that are voting for him, especially here in the state of Atlanta, like they came out for Kemp.
Yeah.
What do you think he's done to bring those people back to this camp? Is it just common sense?
Yeah, it's just common sense. He's just been willing to go talk to any group, any and every group. And when you're talking about, I want to lower your taxes, I want to secure the border. I want to bring manufacturing, and I want to bring production back here. I want us to be energy independent. Those are all common sense ideas that anybody. If you want your cost of living to go down, you want a safe and secure border and public safety be at the forefront, and you want things like everyday items to be things to be affordable for you. Then I don't know that cuts across party lines like no other. So
I'm hoping that we celebrate tonight, and I want to thank you for coming by. I know you're going to be busy all night. One last question.
Yeah.
Big win this weekend over Florida. The Bulldogs are looking good, but they had a little bit of issues at quarterback with 3 interceptions. You feel confident they can do this again?
Hey, I'm one of those. When you win, you win, and I look, Georgia-Florida is one of those games that I played in 4 of them. I was never fortunate enough to be on the winning end of any of those games, but I can tell you, it really, you can throw the records out. It's one of those rivalries, throw the records out, because Florida's always going to play tough, and a lot of times the underdog wins that game. So I was glad to get out of there with a victory and on to Ole Miss. So.
On Ole Miss. What team scares you out there right now?
None of them, because I think we got the best talent.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant
I always
Governor
say we're going
Jones.
to win. I'm optimistic.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Big go Dogs for the Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Coming up on a Fox News update, and then more of the evening coverage on Extra 106.3, the presidential race 2024, the one that we've been waiting on since this station came into existence. It is a special day. You got the morning extra here and the afternoon show with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder 2. This is Extra 106.3.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Extra app.
This is a Fox News alert. Results rolling in. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls just closing in over a dozen states. The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win South Carolina and its 9 electoral votes. Looking at Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes, the Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call this state, which could be the decider for a Harris or Trump victory. Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. It's too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Harris has an edge. In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district. The rural 2nd district is also too early to call. In the Southeast, Fox News can first project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Further south, Trump will once again can win Alabama, and the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000. And Missouri will also deliver a Trump win. Fox's Gernal Scott is in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Karen Brinson Bell heads the State Board of Elections. It's her belief
that the vast majority of the unofficial results for election night will be in our system and available to the public by 11 p.m.
During COVID, the count spilled into early Wednesday. Early voting records have amplified the enthusiasm for this night's results.
Fox's Evan Brown at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach.
The former president won't join his supporters here at the Palm Beach Convention Center until later tonight. He's watching returns at home with family and, according to sources, Elon Musk.
Fox's Evan Brown. America's listening to Fox News.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
It is time to take the quiz.
5 days a week, it's 5 questions in less than 5 minutes. We ask people on the streets of New York City to play along. Let's see how you do.
Including the pre-Super Bowl era, what NFL franchise has won the most NFL championships?
I'm going to say the Cowboys.
Good guess. I would say the Packers.
How'd you do? Exactly. These get tougher, so hang on.
Make sure you take the quiz every weekday at thequiz.fox. Thank you for taking the quiz.
Some additional information for the Fox News Decision Desk. Vice President Harris will take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally. She'll also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear Harris victory. Fox News projects that Harris will win Connecticut, and the vice president will also win Maryland. That state is worth 10 electoral votes. Harris will easily win Rhode Island, a Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, but it's too early to call. The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican. A man arrested while trying to enter the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. Capitol Police say he was carrying a torch and a flare gun.
U.S. Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Manger.
One of the officers noticed a faint odor of gasoline. When they pulled the backpack off the conveyor belt, they noticed a much stronger scent of gasoline. At that point, the subject was detained. He was placed under arrest.
Chief Manger said the man told police his intent was to deliver papers to Congress. Police locating his car several blocks away. The investigation remains ongoing.
Fox's Laura Cantor, an alleged explosive plot aimed at sabotaging flights to the U.S.
Prosecutors in Poland say a series of parcel fires in European warehouses were a trial run, and the United States was the ultimate target. Packages containing explosives were allegedly sent via courier companies to 4 countries. They spontaneously blew up or burst into flames. Western security officials believe this was orchestrated by Russia's military intelligence agency, the GRU. Russia denies being involved. Poland's National Prosecutor's Office has confirmed 4 arrests, saying such parcels would ultimately be sent on flights to the US and Canada.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Your voice, your vote. You're locked into Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage of the 2024 election. With updates from across the country with the local voices you know and trust. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
This is election night coverage on Extra 106.3 with the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los, along with Board Up Goey, Virgin River, and the afternoon show. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, fellas.
Boy.
It has been it's been an adventurous couple hours. So I saw this. Pete is showing the picture of Jill Biden voting.
Oh,
she wore red from head to toe.
That reminds us of the costume. Where's her white hat? Where's her white freaking bonnet hat? Like the,
No. You're missing the point.
Yes, you are.
She's wearing red.
Oh,
she
red for
can't
Trump.
stand Kamala. We know that's the case. She cannot stand Kamala.
But I'll bet you.
No, this is not Handmaid's Tale. This is
That's
red.
right.
This is
That's
a
right.
shove it up your blank.
Yeah, that's right. You took out my husband.
If Carmela loses, the stuff that's going to come out about the hatred between the Bidens and the God, and the Obamas and the oh my God, this is going to be beautiful. And the true story about the coup against their own president,
100%.
the 25th Amendment threats. Oh my God, they were going to tell them they were going to say we're going to release all those banking transcripts.
Right. All the
Hunter Biden laptop stuff, right. And then he had to. They cooed him. They performed a coup.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God.
We welcome Joey Jones from Fox News Channel, dear friend of mine here
Hoorah, Jarhead.
on Extra 106.3. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Man, I tell you what, got two Marines on the line. We got Kimmer in studio, and we got Joey on the line. I'll let y'all talk Marine talk if you'd like.
No. Joey said no. You didn't talk to Joey. I'll stay out of this. We want to have him as a guest because we appreciate his opinion.
No, for sure.
And by the way, Joey, if you now the word is that once you get done with this whole Fox business, you're going to run for office. Is that correct?
Nope, that's a bad word, man.
Crap.
That's wishful thinking, I believe, is what that was.
Nail you down. Sorry about that. Anyway, here's Doug with Joey.
Those politically ambitious people have a lot lengthier answer to your question than that.
Yes, they do.
I guess they probably do. Good. That's probably good news.
So, how you feeling tonight, man? What is your feeling of the evening? Trump seemed to go into today with a bit of wind in his sails. Do you still feel that way, or did you feel that at all?
Let me tell you something, man. As a Georgia football fan, I have never, ever in my life counted a win before it happened. I mean, you go into anything, and there's a lot of team politics in this. You know, it's a part of who we are. We adhere ourselves to a party or a platform or a candidate, and that becomes our SEC quarterback. You know, no matter how many interceptions they throw, they're still the best, and there's always an excuse. And that's just how we treat our political candidates. So going into the day, the partisan opinion person in me was very much nervous, and the person that tries to be objective and see things for what they are was optimistic, and I hope that's a good thing. I hope that translates well.
Joey, can I ask you a question? I still don't understand why there hasn't been a national uproar over false walls, Tampon Tim, the phony, fake, chicken-livered, yellow-bellied freaking coward who ditched his troops, faked his sergeant major command, performance rank in business and everything else, ditched his troops going to war, claimed he carried a weapon in war, and just lied about everything. This is the most disgraceful, unpatriotic, un-American, ridiculous, disgusting, duplicitous person ever running for office, and I don't see any. I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe there's no national outcry for anybody who's ever served the military. And again, I'm no war hero. I serve my country. I'm no war hero, but I am totally, absolutely offended that they would even put this guy in the category of talking about him being a national political figure, one breath away from the presidency. I can't believe it. I wouldn't trust this man with a red flyer pulling freaking wagon, pulling a baby carriage behind it or something. I can't. Can you explain why the country hasn't gone nuts over this one particular guy as one reason alone not to vote for this team? I don't know. That's my anyway. Can you? I can't believe it.
You have certainly convinced me to be outraged all over again. So you got that done. Maybe a day late and a dollar short for the election. No, but in all seriousness, I think that more than anything, we live in an age where scandal doesn't happen anymore. There is no scandal bad enough for who you like to make you turn towards the person you don't like. I was explaining to someone today, and I apologize if I'm bringing in too much of what I would call country colloquial.
No, we love it. No, that's the ball game right there. We want that.
But President Trump has the Dale Earnhardt effect. If you go back to NASCAR in the 90s, there wasn't an empty seat in the house.
Yeah.
About half those people were there to watch Dale Earnhardt win, and the other half were there to hope that he crashed and lose.
Yeah.
And very few others had fans. I mean, Jeff Gordon won several championships and had, a modicum of the fans that Dale Earnhardt had, and a modicum of the fans that Dale Earnhardt had in haters.
Yeah.
And so you really can't put up someone bad enough to sway people that already have their mind decided against Trump. That's why the Democrats were keen in picking at such an emotional issue like abortion to be their banner issue. It's very keen because they're playing into a demographic that already is voting emotionally and already is looking for a reason to be energized on a negative emotion rather than a positive one. And I think that's been their playbook. And, it could be a winning playbook because we're a pessimistic, negative society right now. And I don't mean that politically. I mean that
you're
people
right,
come to me all the time and they're like, hey, why don't y'all report on positive news? And I'm like, because you turn the TV off. That's why. Yeah. We report on car wrecks and house fires because you get intrigued by that. That's just where we are. We're either conditioned that way or it's what we've grown into. Perhaps we've been just too comfortable for too long.
Well, we're too lazy. I think as Americans, we're too lazy. We have everything handed to us on our cell phone. You can order anything you want, including a car and your clothes and your groceries by the phone. You never have to leave your house. So people today want to stay at home to work instead of going into an office. I mean, my God, the whole country's this whole cultural change and the basic patriotism and traditional values of what our country means just seem to be gone by the wayside. And I don't know whether it's all social media, TikTok, and X's and tweets and stuff that I don't understand it. I feel like a loss. I really feel a loss. Because I'm a baby boomer. I'm an old fart. So I guess that's just the name by age. But I'm really disappointed in the fact that I see my country floating away. I mean, it's like we're not moving the right way. I don't know. I'm very personally upset by it. As an old man,
well, there's kind of the piggyback on the Harris-Waltz thing. Even as far back as Hillary Clinton, there's this narrative that if you go through a neighborhood and it's a bunch of American flags, they're right-leaning Trump supporters. Yeah. And if you go back 10, 15 years ago to paint that, maybe even as far back as Obama and, the birth certificate thing and you wouldn't say radical Islamic terrorist, and you started to create this small fissure in the minds of people, and it started to grow, which was this idea that patriotism in and of itself is a right-wing thing.
Yeah.
And if you can plant that seed and let it grow, and even in good people, and Obama did it through this apologist tour. He did it through this idea that America's sins hadn't been rectified, and we owed it to the world and to those oppressed to acknowledge more of them and be more humble or whatever it was. If you start to let that seed grow and put water on it, then it's gonna flourish in people's minds in ways they don't see, to where they may feel like they are patriotic. They may feel like they care about the country, but when they see something like Tim Walz, they go, well, that's not as bad as, taking away my reproductive rights. Yeah. That's not as bad as, grabbing her by the whatever, And so you can start to justify things that ordinarily would matter to you. You can start to justify them away. And to be completely fair, Trump gives us a basket of that stuff too. It's just who he is. He's a flawed human being, and he'd probably admit that on a good day. Yeah. And so that's further added to this galvanization and divide that we see, where it's hard to have a group of Americans who are going into an election undecided because there's an emotional pull one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, remember, and Barack Hussein Putinat also was a guy who said, let's remember, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about Muslims and what's going on in the Middle East, Putinat actually said, remember, the Christians did a lot of bad things too. Remember, he started the blasting of the Christians, saying, well, they did a lot of things. It's not just Muslims that do bad things, it's Christians too. I mean, this is the guy who set the stage for it, the division and the hatred and so forth. And I guess you're right that it just kind of took the edge off of what used to be significant and important for just basic cultural values. And when that edge is gone, they just kind of go along with the flow. I guess I'm very disappointed in it. I hope Trump wins to get it back.
Went through schisms and Reformation and finding a new world and changing its culture from the inside out, and he forgot to mention all the price that the Western world paid for those crusades, and so that's part of it too, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just I'm an old fart, and I'm not changing it.
Who started it? Yeah.
Well, but so Joey, I want to ask you something. This is in a bit of a different direction. Did you happen to see what Jill Biden was wearing? And I know nothing about fashion, and I'm not bringing you into a fashion conversation, but Jill Biden, which we understand, or at least I feel like I understand, is not a fan of Kamala Harris. She went and voted today, red on red. Like, I mean, from top to bottom was wearing red.
Full pantsuit.
Absolutely. It almost looked like she was saying, just understand, Kamala, I don't like you, and I'm not voting for you. That's what it almost jumped off of the page at me. Did you see that?
I did. I put it right up there with the zodiac reading as far as importance on what's going to happen today.
No, of course. Of course it does. But just for that,
it's interesting. And if it's a dog whistle, it could go either way. It could be a shot across the ballot, Kamala and the Democrats, or it could be a dog whistle to what they think is the Tim Walz conservatives out there saying, "Hey, we support you too. We're not all blue. We just aren't all Trump." You could paint that picture either way. It may just be that she thinks she looks better in red, and there'd be pictures of her today.
No, I don't know. There's no way. When she got up in the morning, and she said, "I think I'll wear the bright red pantsuit." Oh my God, man!
On election day, there's just something I just don't know.
The venom, the hate, is all going to come out if she loses.
Miniseries.
Oh my God, she's going to say, "I told you so. You should have kept my." Oh my God, this is going to be great. Going to be great.
Well, if Biden's in a catbird seat, if Kamala wins, he gets to take credit for it, and he'll do a victory lap, and you'll probably see a little bit more of him going into inauguration.
Oh, absolutely.
And if Trump wins, then he gets to say, "I told you so," and probably say it pretty openly.
Save his legacy.
But here's the other thing, Joey, is we talked to Joey Jones from Fox News Channel here on Extra 106.3, the fact that Joe Biden not going to Kamala's election party, win or lose, he's not going to be there. I know it is all me speculating. I understand that it has no bearing on anything, but you can't help but notice the things that happen in the periphery that feels like there's something more going on that we don't see.
Well, what do you derive from that? Joe Biden couldn't be more irrelevant by the day in American politics for no other reason than he's not very healthy. So his ability to have an influence post presidency is pretty small, probably. But with all that being said, what do you derive from that if there's a big fissure in the Democrat Party and they pull a victory off tonight? Like what that doesn't paint anything good for any of us that are conservative. I'm not trying to be a doomsayer.
No, I know that. No, I get it.
A good feel that President Trump's going to win this thing tonight. But with that being said, if the Democrat Party shows strongly if she gets 268 electoral votes or if she gets 270, and they do it with probably the worst campaign they've put up since before Barack Obama, what does that mean for where we are in politics? What does that mean? I don't have an answer for you, but that is a question we have to think about. Because really what that means is a lot of it doesn't matter. The quality of the candidate doesn't matter. The background and record doesn't matter. The platform maybe matters, but whatever that issue is that you can get people passionate enough about is the only thing that matters. And I think you see that with President Trump on the right, because there are a lot of Christian conservatives and a lot of people that don't like him that are passionately supporting him. And you'd see it on the left in a few different ways, and that would be one of them.
This is a dry run for the Democrats if she loses, because they're going to see they put up the worst candidate in the history of candidates. Yeah. And if they can get her even close by using Hollywood and the mass media and the DNC behind it and the elites and the Beltway in New York City and L.A., if they can get her even close, it shows if they get somebody in there who's actually glib, who is smart, like a Gavin Newsom who can talk and he's quick-witted, they have a really good chance of winning next time if they can get this idiot up there.
That's a part of it. The other part of it is, can Republicans, and listen, this may come off like I'm negative on Trump. I'm not negative on Trump at all. I'm also a realist, and I have conversations with people outside my bubble. The other side of it is, if Republicans can put someone up there that doesn't automatically create a visceral negative reaction from the other half of the country, how easy are they to beat? Yeah. And that's the calculation that both sides are going to have moving forward. It may be that the only conservative who can win anymore, because we're all old farts, is somebody who can stir the pot and piss half the country off. That may be true. But there's so many factors in this that I don't think would be relevant for any other two individuals, that we either spend the next 4 years analyzing this or we throw it away and say we can't recreate it. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, I think it's so. I think after this, I don't think a presidential election will ever be like this. I can't imagine that the country's going to be putting one candidate that half the country automatically hates.
But they installed her,
Yeah.
Hillary, in 2016. They installed Biden in 2020, and they installed her this year.
Yeah, but again, I think go ahead. Yeah,
I think when it comes to the candidates, that's what we need to figure out is what does the quality of candidate matter in a situation. For example, John Ossoff and Karen Handel probably couldn't have been two worse candidates for either party in Georgia, and it became the most expensive House race of its until that point. And so how many of these levers are being pulled, and how many of these people are dumping money and getting people involved and getting people stirred up regardless of who that candidate is? And so if we move forward and the next one is Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis, I mean, you remember how evil Mitt Romney was when he was running for president. You know, the amount of hatred is going to get stirred for Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley or anybody. And I'm not saying they are the heir apparent. I'm saying that those were the others that were challenging Trump this time around. You can't what if it. But you need to sit down and say, what is the fissure between people that agree with us on policy but were turned away from us in this election? That should always be a part of the calculation.
Yeah. Joey Jones from Fox News Channel on Extra 106.3. It is Tug, Rhino, and Los, and Kimber, Pete, and Flounder, and Board Op, Goey, Virgin River, too. We got the whole hee-haw gang out here for election night. So, Joey, when you look at everything that's happening here in the state of Georgia, do you feel like that Georgians are genuinely voting for Donald Trump, or is it just against her? And then vice versa. Is it just for just against Trump and for her? Whichever way they're going. I don't feel like we have an election that we're voting for anybody, and it's kind of going along with what y'all were just talking about.
I think people are voting for three things. They're voting for the border and for the economy and against Donald Trump. I think that those are the three main motivators in this election. And I think that's going to be very telling when we see who wins and who wins where.
Goodness gracious. I don't think you could have put it better. That is exactly right. Kimber, I can't think of that. I don't think I've heard anybody say it like that, but that couldn't be more spot on.
Well, the Trump derangement syndrome is real. I mean, there were people who love their country will not vote for him, even though he's the only path to what we need for the future as compared to hers, and they'll still vote for it because they hate him so much. I mean, that's so un-American. You don't care about your future of your country. I mean, it's like when the Christians say, "Oh, I'm not going to vote because I don't believe in the elections and that Donald Trump's a bad guy." If you don't vote because you're a spiritual Christian, you're allowing them to vote in your place. You're allowing her to vote for abortions. You're allowing her to vote for open borders. You're allowing her to vote for take away your guns and everything else that you care about as a Christian. Vote. It makes it. Well, it's too late now. But again, if he loses, I'll guarantee you, if they did a content analysis, a breakdown of the demographics, if he loses, I'll bet you there will be a significant number of Bible-loving Christian people who just could not vote for him, and that might be the cost for the election.
Joe, you care to react on that one?
No, I think in a lot of ways it's spot on. I mean, at some point, as human beings and Americans, we have to remember that we have convictions ourselves, not convictions that are displayed by a candidate or by a news source or by a party platform.
I think we may have lost him there. He's up in Redbud, Georgia, where he lives.
Here we go.
You're back.
You're good. Here you go.
No, I apologize. I was probably just getting too serious and you cut me off.
No way.
I doubt it.
No, I just think that there has to be a point, and I think you're seeing it in areas like young Generation Z and now what they call Alpha males going towards the Catholic Church, whereas for the last three generations they moved. We have to find out that we have convictions of our own and that they may not be represented by a party or a candidate, and that we have to fight for those convictions. You see it right now with gun rights or abortion, but there's so much more to what makes a human being and an American out here. And I think that any scenario where we see that happen among young people or old people or middle class or lower class, that's a good thing. I think this is going to be a record voter turnout, and I think that's a good thing. I've seen so many people say that they figured out their priorities going into this election. Now, that might not agree with all of them, and I might think some of them are misguided, but I would much rather have people thinking for themselves than simply picking up on whatever bait is thrown out there from a campaign.
Here you go, Joey Jones for Fox News Channel. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate you taking the time tonight. We love you. Love having you on, and hope we get to have you back on soon.
Hoorah, Jawhead.
Hey. Hoorah, go give it. Go Dogs.
There we go, and a go Dogs at the end. That's my guy right there.
Hotty toddy.
Yeah, hey now.
I call drinking.
That's right. There you go. This is Extra 106.3. Thanks again to Joey Jones. Just an outstanding guy, man. He's one of the greatest stories. I don't know if y'all have
oh my
seen
God,
it.
absolutely.
His
the man paid a sacrifice one step short of his life.
That's right.
Okay? So, my God.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. We're going to bring in front office Los and Rhino as well. We'll start with you, Los. Anything that you would like to add, whether data or reaction to anything that Joey said?
Yeah, I got a little bit of data for you as we're now starting to find a little bit more out about Georgia. It really is looking like Fulton County is missing several 100,000 votes for Kamala Harris that Joe Biden got in 2020. It's looking really strong here with Donald Trump having about 300.
I thought you said they missed him. I thought you said they've lost his votes.
Kimmer was about to tear the studio apart.
No. They are missing. Put it this way: when you're talking about the 1.7 million votes that did not come in for Kamala Harris in early voting across the country, it's showing up here in Fulton County. Also, just another little note too. So Loudoun County is just outside of the D.C. area. It's a highly educated area, a lot of money in that area, and that place is normally blue without a problem at about 64 to 66%. Donald Trump right now has made Virginia competitive because he's competitive there. He's only getting beat 55 to 40. That's the big difference in Virginia right now. These areas that they typically voted blue very strongly, it's nowhere near as strong this time around this year.
Yeah, that's a good sign. I got even the popular vote. I mean, this could be a real barn burner.
Definitely that. It's definitely going to be that. But I don't know. There's never been an election that I sat down and just felt okay. This is the first time I've ever felt like I feel good about this. You know what I mean? And I know you're not supposed to say it, right? It's like talking to the guy that's got the no-hitter going.
Yeah, no.
And I'm not saying that. What I am saying
Stop
is
talking.
All right, I take it all back. Good Lord, Rhino, save me, please bail me out.
Go to break or something. Go to Rhino.
I don't know what you're talking about over there. Be careful. Let's calm down
I'm
here.
not superstitious. I believe in Jesus. I'm not superstitious.
Hey, listen, Doug, I'm glad you got down and you prayed yesterday, so we know we're going to be okay. And you know what? Everybody's really excited right now about the numbers that are coming in. Carlos pointed it out right away. They're talking about Fulton County down here. They're saying, look, these numbers aren't coming in the way they thought they would. They're not the same as what Biden had in Fulton County. So everybody's really excited about what's happening here in Georgia. It's still a little too close to call, but all these numbers, when you look around, North Carolina, people are a little nervous about North Carolina right now. When you look down ballot, Republicans are not doing well in North Carolina. But then, again, it's still too soon to call, and some of the bigger and more red districts haven't come in yet. So we're still looking for some numbers out there. But I think everybody's really optimistic that this is going to go the way that they think it was supposed to go, which is almost a landslide victory for Donald Trump.
I tell you, man, that would be the greatest thing that could happen to America. And Kimmer, I've said this, and we've talked about it on the morning show. I know you listen often, so you probably heard us talking about it, that you're not voting for individuals in this election. You're really not. You're voting for two systems of government. Do you want the traditional capitalism that we've known and been successful with for 250 years, or do you want to change direction and go the socialism route, especially like the way they do in Europe? And that's what the Democrats represent. It wouldn't matter. You substitute any person in Kamala's place. It doesn't matter if it's Joe. It doesn't matter if it's Kamala. It doesn't matter if it's Obama. It doesn't matter who it is. It's two systems of government.
Yeah, but the problem is if you people have them don't care one way or the other. If you put a list of open border or non-open border, free economy, non-free economy, price controls, take your guns, leave your gun. I mean, all the issues, one to another, compared to the other, there's no way that she would win. And yet, despite the issues, she could win. She may still win just because of the Trump hatred. I mean, this is the damnedest thing that's ever happened in this country. There's never been a situation.
Well, part of it is Trump. If it was another Republican, they'd still vilify them. They still hate them.
Yeah, but
it wouldn't be on this level
way different.
Of Trump. This is an anomaly. What's going on right now?
No one's ever been hated like Donald Trump in this country.
For no reason.
For just because they hate him.
they've been brainwashed to hate him. They've been indoctrinated
for 10 years now.
Yeah.
Well, and Kimmer, I think you were really on to something when you talked about how he has been the fun candidate. And I'm telling you that assassination attempt when he got up and he pumped his fist and he said to fight. Yeah. I'm telling you, Kimmer, I think you were really on to something where it was almost like a tenor change within this country of it was no longer popular or even cool to hate on Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a happy campaign, and the silly things he did. I mean, it's the first time we've seen him just be happy and glad and bringing people. I mean, it was just fantastic. It was a rally that really worked, and it was just him being natural, which I don't think people saw before.
Fox says it's 111 to 72 at the moment, Trump over Harris in electorals. So.
Yeah, well, that's what they say, of course.
Yeah, calling Arkansas as of right now, so no surprise there.
All right, this is Extra 106.3 bringing Shannon Burke onto the election coverage tonight. Shannon, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening.
Man,
good evening.
Country, Florida. How you doing, Shannon?
Kimmer, how are you?
How's it going, man? How's it going? What's it looking down in Florida?
It's a wrap down here.
Yep. Really? Cool.
Oh, yeah. It's done.
Yeah.
Trump, he got Miami-Dade. He brought back Duval County. It's a done deal.
Man, he got Miami. That's a great sign. That is a huge sign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
How about Georgia? Give me some good news up there.
Well,
there's not as many in Fulton County coming out for Harris this time. They're about 100,000 short of what they had last time.
Which is good news if it holds that she's going to get fewer votes than Stakey did.
Still too close to call, though, they're claiming.
Oh, man. We'll see.
Everything expected to close at normal time there? You're going to report tonight, you think?
Well, we've had a couple of bomb threats. They closed the polls for a little bit. And there were a couple of things, but 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't think we have any major shutdowns. There have been
not at the moment.
Not in Georgia. There are other places, though. I mean, hell, Pennsylvania's got problems. Here we go again.
No phantom bathroom things have blown up in State Farm Arena like last time.
Some flooding pipes in the restrooms. So far.
Pennsylvania. That's the key.
That's the one, and we knew it. You knew it as soon as everybody has been saying for months that Pennsylvania is the key state, and so that's like telling that's like a siren to the Democrats. Oh, let's get something going in Pennsylvania so we can't take advantage of this. It's unbelievable. Well, and here we go.
Basically, the Amish have come out in droves, the most they've ever voted, and someone likened it to the trees coming alive in Lord of the Rings and attacking.
Now, who do you suppose the Amish? Sure, it got to be for Trump.
Oh, my God, yes.
Trump by a million
100%.
miles.
Oh, yeah. And the parson told him, he didn't wear shiny buttons anymore, and so they could vote for him.
Yeah.
Overall, I don't know who your guest was on when I was peeping in to your show, but he said he felt a landslide. Do you feel a landslide?
Not yet. Not yet.
Well, I all of a sudden, if you're saying the Miami-Dade, swarming to Trump and Duval, and I mean, if it hasn't happened before, and as much as they hate him,
if he wins Pennsylvania, to me, it's a landslide. If he doesn't,
or even Wisconsin, if he takes Wisconsin,
I just don't see him winning
Nevada,
Wisconsin.
Arizona. I don't see him winning Wisconsin either. If he don't,
really,
yeah.
But they were claiming earlier that she had a chance in Florida. I'm going, what are you talking about?
That's right. I know. Again, I don't believe the poll. I don't know, Shannon. I honestly don't know what to tell you.
They said earlier today that New Jersey was in play.
No, it's over.
Which was totally ridiculous.
Yeah, there was no way. It's over. He lost.
Poly market betting has now pushed Trump to 70%.
What?
Right.
Poly market betting
serious?
pushes Trump to 70%.
Got to believe the gamblers.
Well, they had him leading the whole time, and then the last few days before the weekend, it went to her.
Yeah.
And that Fridgman put $40 million on Trump, by the way.
That's right.
And now it's gone back to Trump, huh?
Yeah. Well,
wow.
Oh, okie dokie.
Should we trust the polling or the poly market?
Trust the gamblers.
Vegas.
Trust the gamblers.
The house.
The house always wins.
Okay, which way the Italians going?
Yeah, the dealers got the cards, man.
According to Poly Market right now has Trump winning Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia.
What? They say Trump wins Pennsylvania. Well, if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
It's over because they're saying whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to take the presidency.
That's not totally true, but it's 90% true.
Oh, my God.
Could we get a final tally from Pennsylvania tonight?
They keep saying no, but I wouldn't.
Yeah. I don't know. again, I don't know how their equipment's set up. I don't know whether they're.
If you're Amish, can you vote on an electric voting machine, or do you just go straight to hell?
I don't know if that's a great
mail-in
question.
ballots.
Yeah, Jedediah might not be able to cast his vote.
Yeah, they give a mail-in ballot to turn in person.
Kamala as president for another 4 years.
No,
well, boys, good luck tonight. Maybe we'll check in later. We'll be here till 10.
Really?
Let us know if anything rocks your world in Georgia.
Yeah, I was going to stay till 10, but I just got a call from the security guard at the Orange parking lot.
Yeah.
He says there's a couple of hot babes hanging around my car wanting to meet the guy who drives it. So I got to have
Boy, are they going to be disappointed.
Well, thank you very much.
Love you guys.
Thanks, Shannon. All right, man. Have a good one. Wow. I love it.
Yeah, so far, Pennsylvania's still out. Everything from Oklahoma to West Virginia down to Florida and up to Indiana has been pretty much Trump except Illinois. And, of course, the Northeast is so far all for her.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of population in New York and New Jersey, and she got
overeducated idiots.
Yeah. Anything on Michigan? I wondered. He was said to have a chance in Michigan.
Now the Senate,
which I find hard to believe.
Senate seems to be going for the Democrat in Michigan.
Well, apparently West Virginia flipped. Didn't we? We flipped one Senate seat. So
yeah, that's a good sign.
That's a good, Moss.
Well, we'll see.
All right, you guys want to take a quick little break?
Sure. Where did Tug go?
He went to the restaurant.
He's taking a break.
He's powder.
Yeah, 8:37 at night. Election eve, election night.
It's fun.
It's all good time. All right, boys. We'll be back. 106.3 election night.
Now, we go live to Fox News to check in on the breaking national stories during election night. Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage continues. Live on the air, streaming video on YouTube, and across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app.
Everyone knowing that here, they still have a bit of a positive demeanor. People here are feeling very optimistic, cautiously so. They will tell you that, but the night is young, as they say, and everyone here is well aware. They've witnessed disappointments before, certainly in 2020, and many of them still have a fresh sting of the red wave that never came in 2022.
Well, thanks, Evan. Yeah, campaigns, the end of them can certainly make both sides contemplative. Let's remind everybody where we are at on the map. So far, the electoral vote count, Vice President Harris with 72, former President Trump with 111. The night is still young, and the goal, of course, as we all know, is to get to 270. Let's bring in South and Hill co-founder and Republican strategist, Colin Reed. Colin, what do you think so far of the results? Are you seeing anything that's surprising you or catching you off guard, or is there anything you're sort of watching?
Hey, Jess, it's early yet. There's nothing so far that's terribly eye-popping, but if we've learned anything about this 2024 contest and all its various twists and turns and all the contours, and it's to expect the unexpected. So a lot of the things that we've been talking about the last couple of years, the norms revert to where they usually go. But then, of course, you got to live for the twist, the turn, the unexpected surprise, and that could make the race that is just so close and that will be decided by all accounts by a very thin margin. That'll make the difference between who's the ultimate winner and loser. So buckle up. We've got a long way to go.
Yeah. Let me run some of these numbers by you. We won't get too weedy, right? But Colin, I want your thoughts about what we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis so far out of Georgia and North Carolina. It seems as though the African-American vote, for example, a 9-point drop for Vice President Harris as compared to President Biden in Georgia. In North Carolina, an 8-point drop in the African-American vote for Vice President Harris down from where President Biden was. We're seeing smaller drops in the female vote in both states. It looks like the only analysis in terms of like suburban and independent voters, those also seem to not be trending as well for her as President Biden did, except for in North Carolina, it looks like independents are going for her by about 2 more points. I know this is just analysis. We're still waiting for final calls, but that certainly gives us some insight into where everyone's at, into these different groups, into these different demographics that we pay attention to.
Well, there's been so much speculation about whether or not Vice President Harris is eroding support amongst the black vote to former President Trump. And look, if those numbers hold with all the appropriate caveats that it's still early and we don't know how the cookie eventually going to crumble, then she's got big problems. And I heard Karl Rove say on Fox a few minutes ago that it would be the biggest share that a Republican presidential candidate got in more than half a century. So if those numbers hold, it's going to be a long night for the Harris campaign. But those numbers you alluded to at the end regarding the suburban vote, those are also equally interesting, because the suburban voters, those swing voters, those voters who they don't necessarily belong to any party over another. They've typically trended Republican over the years. They broke for President Trump in 2016. They powered him to that victory over Hillary Clinton, and then they've been voted Democrat ever since in the 18 midterms, in the 20 presidential, and the 22 midterms. So where they go will eventually determine who wins this thing more than anything. So I'm of the belief that when all is said and done, party bases by and large come home, and if they don't, you lose. But I expect that both parties will get their bases, and then the fight's going to be over those independents, and that is where we've spent so much time analyzing and trying to determine what it is that's going to push them one way or another once they're behind that curtain and making their final call.
And if I tell you that out of Virginia, with almost all of the vote in Loudoun County reporting, former President Trump has improved on his margin up 9 points compared to 2020. Is that part of the same narrative that you're talking about, that suburban vote? Although it's a little bit different in Loudoun County, right? Because that's a suburb of D.C.
Well, Loudoun County is about 45 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. And that is been such a hotbed of controversy over the years, over so many issues involving schools and what the kids are being taught out there. But yes, if Donald Trump is cutting into his deficit margin in Loudoun County, and he's doing it in a highly educated, affluent area like that part of the state, and that trend is something that we see elsewhere, that's big trouble for Vice President Harris, because she should be running up the score there. And if those suburban voters are flocking for Trump, it's going to be a good night for him and his campaign.
Colin, if Vice President Harris does pull this off, if she wins, what will the Republican Party look at her outreach to moderates? Will they look to the Liz Cheney moments and the effort to get the Nikki Haley vote? I imagine it will depend on which counties go which way, right? There'll be a parsing of every single suburb if that happens. But is that where sort of the focus might end up being, either a loss in the race category or a gain with moderates?
If Vice President Harris becomes President-elect Harris, the first question that's going to be asked is who on the Trump campaign thought it was a good idea to move the debate against President Biden up to June? Because had that debate not happened then, it's very possible that President Biden would have been the nominee past the convention, past the time when it would have been so easy to push him aside. We sometimes lose sight of, I sometimes lose sight of the fact Vice President Harris has been the nominee for 107 days. That's a tiny, minuscule amount of time. And it was just enough time, just a short enough window for her to have time to introduce herself, to make the case that she wasn't Donald Trump. But at the same token, she didn't have to hold a press conference. She hardly paid a political price for that. She, by and large, didn't stake out controversial issues. She was very content just letting this thing become a referendum on Trump. And her team made the calculation that there was just not enough they could do to convince people to be for Harris, but that the negatives on Trump were so high that would be enough to get her over the finish line. That was the bet. We'll find out if it was a good one. But imagine if this were President Biden versus a former President Trump right now, this thing wouldn't be close.
What if it were a Governor Haley against Kamala Harris?
Yeah, that'll be the $1 million question. And if former President Trump comes up short tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of questions about why Governor Haley, Ambassador Haley, was not joining him on the campaign trail. Look, she was getting big margins in these states like Pennsylvania and Georgia. She was, Jared, long after she was no longer a candidate, she was still earning huge amounts of votes in some cases greater than the entire margin of separation between Biden and Trump in 2020. People were still pulling a lever for her because in Republican primaries, because they were unhappy with their choice of President Trump. And the fact that she wasn't a bigger part of the campaign, despite her willingness to do so, despite releasing her delegates and throwing her support behind him, that's going to be a big question mark, especially if these margins are as tight as they are, and her voters could have made a difference, and they end up pulling the lever for Vice President Harris over President Trump. Yeah, you bet. That's going to be a big, big question.
One of the biggest elections in our nation's history, and Extra 106.3 is live and commercial-free all night. This is live and local coverage of the 2024 election with the entire Extra staff. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
Welcome back to local election coverage from a conservative point of view on Extra 106.3. We have lost the Kemmer. Kemmer has called it a night. Kemmer's called it a night.
Kemmer has left the building.
Yes, it's like Elvis. He has left the building. My name is Tug, along with Pete. We got Rhino and Los. We got Flounder and Board Op, Captain Goey, Virgin River. So the majority of the Hee Haw gang still here on election night coverage that you won't get anywhere else but Extra 106.3.
That guy they were just talking on Fox, talking about how important Nikki Haley was. Okay, he's winning South Carolina easily, so what voters is he talking about that she was supposed to bring? I don't think anybody outside of South Carolina thinks about Nikki Haley.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man. The only thing... So here's the question. We're going to go to Rhino in just a moment. He's with John King, Georgia Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner. I will say this, Pete, though. My wife asked me the same question. My wife said, "Where's Nikki Haley?" My wife likes Nikki Haley a lot. We disagree on that one, but she had the same question. Where is she? And I don't know what she brings or what she did, because it wasn't going to influence anything I said or did, but I understand at least a little bit from, at least in my household.
I think Tulsi Gabbard is much more interesting to women than Nikki Haley is. Nikki comes off as rather cold and machine-like.
No question.
Doesn't mean that she can't help on a vice presidential ticket, but...
Headed down to the Grand Hyatt. Rhino with Georgia Insurance and Safety Fire Commissioner John King. Rhino, take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. John King's here. He's been walking around all night. So tell us how you're feeling so far. You've been walking the room, talking to people. How are you feeling about this race tonight?
I'll tell you, I feel great about this race. First of all, as an American, this is a day of celebration. So many countries around the world don't have days like these where you can go and vote in safety, not run the risk of your life or your family's life. The fact that Americans, Georgians, have had an event, early voting on election day, and nobody even thinks about it. This is something to celebrate. And so we have an incredibly positive message, and today is a happy day for me.
It really is a happy day, and I see these record numbers. We see people who are feeling at one point they weren't really confident in our elections, and now it seems like with everybody getting out early, do Republicans have a new confidence in the fact that we will have secure elections?
I do. I mean, the only person that doesn't think we're going to have a secure election is Stacey Abrams. I mean, that's the only one that she's still, pushing back against, and she thinks that she won 2 elections. So I guess, but you know what? The fact that people were happy, you could tell Republicans that were standing there in those very short lines, they had smiles on their face. They know that we have a positive message. And I spoke a little bit in Spanish today, did a couple of interviews about how the margins are so tight in Georgia that we have to appeal to people who share our values of family, hard work, or playing by the rules. It's a message that transcends all cultures and languages.
John King joining me here at the Grand Hyatt on Extra 106.3. So talk about that, because the minority vote is very important right now, and we've seen a move with Hispanic voters and black males over to Donald Trump. What do you think that message is that they're hearing and saying, hey, I don't want to go down that path with the Democrats again?
I mean, I would tell you, I'm very grateful the Democrats keep on rolling out a tired old message, or we'll give you free stuff. Latinos know that anytime you take free stuff from the government, you're giving up something. You're giving up a little bit of your freedom. You're giving up a little bit of your soul. And so that's the experience that we get from Latin America. Republicans value the work ethic, honesty, the hard work, the love for food, the love for families. Those are the things that transcend. There's a natural fit. And luckily, we're working hard. Brian Kemp's campaign, my campaign, we went and pitched that message. In Hispanics, we moved Hispanic voters from 22% to 44% to the Georgia Republicans. And they're voting up and down the line because we have a positive message and we are held accountable to those promises we make.
So then what do we need to do if Donald Trump wins this election tonight or within the next week? What do you have to do to keep those groups back in our party? What do we have to show them that, hey, we're not going to give you handouts, we're going to give you opportunity?
First of all is quality candidates. We have to have people who can look at people in the eye and have the confidence. We have to make sure that we complete our promises and we continue moving Georgia in a positive direction and that we deliver on things that make common sense, keeping taxes low, getting the government out of the way of families.
Is there a way to win Fulton County away from the Democrats? I mean, that's been a stronghold. It's always going to be a stronghold, especially in a city like that. But is there a way for us to take back Fulton County and all of Georgia?
I think Fulton County is doable. We can't, as Republicans, we can't just turn our back and say, well, Fulton County, Cobb, and Gwinnett, that we need to go and compete inside the inner cities. As a former Atlanta police officer, there's a message for Republicans to go to those communities because I think voters in Fulton County are sick and tired of the cronyism, of the corruption, of the nonsense, of a DA that doesn't prosecute cases, that leaves. The DA is supposed to be the voice of the victims.
Yeah.
Nobody's speaking on behalf of victims. She's speaking on God knows who, but she's not taking care of victims of crime. And that's what I think inner city voters are getting tired of that.
I think one of the things that Brian Kemp did better than anyone else was go into the community and say, hey, you were really upset about our open carry laws, but these are here for you to protect yourself in your own neighborhoods against what's going on. And we see that Democrats are not fighting crime in those neighborhoods. How important is it to spread that message in those communities for other Republican leaders down ballot?
I will tell you, we should never deny a family, a leader of a family, a man or a woman, the ability to protect their family. We should never deny that. And that's sacrosanct as an American. And, I love my fellow Atlanta police officers. I'm tied to this community. I love Atlanta. But if you're waiting for 911 to come and save the day, nobody's better equipped to protect your family than yourself.
John King joining us here on the Morning Extra and on Extra's 2024 election coverage. The border's got to be the biggest issue, but economy is number two. What do you want to see Donald Trump do first? If he wins this election, gets in office, what's the first executive order you want to see him?
I think the first is doing something about the border, the amount of misery that's occurring. I will tell you, the majority of the victims right now is occurring from these gangbangers that are coming out of the Venezuelan prison system is Latinos. Latinos in our community in Georgia. Beaufort Highway corridor is getting destroyed by these gangbangers because they speak the language and they're going to target Hispanics first. The rule of law, we have to get that border under control. So many things fall off of that. And we got to get this economy going again because right now we got to drill, we got to secure our border. We have to show strength. The world is on fire right now. The Middle East, Ukraine, and it's because America's perceived as weak. And we have to show strength again. That will have a more calm. If you want to stop wars, you have a strong America.
Is it weird to watch the Democrats be the party of war and these warmongers and the Republicans to be the peaceful kind of hippies now that are saying, hey, no more money to Ukraine, no more supporting foreign wars. We want to make sure that we're protected first. Let's protect our borders. I love the idea of defensive weapons like an Iron Dome that Donald Trump has talked about. But what is that change for us to say, say, hey, no more Cheneys, no more Bushes, no more Democrats that are warmongers?
It surprises me that so many of these people that go in and advocate for war have never served in combat, have never had, they've never been responsible for the lives of service members. And I carry the weight of every soldier that has been injured under my command. I carry the responsibility of looking at those families, and we should be very, very judicious on how we send young men and women, our sons and daughters, to foreign countries to fight on behalf of folks that are not, a good example, Ukraine. How many Ukrainian men have left Ukraine to go to Great Britain, to come to America? You know what? If you want to have a country, you need to be able to fight for yourself.
John King joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. I know there's a lot going on. We're going to go out to Rich McCormick, see how he's doing out there. Thanks so much, and good luck tonight. Well, you don't need it. You're already there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
The opportunity.
This is Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Rhino down at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. That was him with the Insurance Fire Commissioner, John King. And he's right, he referenced Rich McCormick, which we'll get him live at 9:05, right after the Fox News update that'll come up here straight at the top of the hour here on Extra 106.3. I tell you, this is one of those nights where you talk to so many people, you have so many different perspectives. Do you feel any different now than when you started?
I am, because they have projected that Kamala Harris is the winner of Ukraine.
Oh, well, good.
So that's come in.
Well, there you go.
It's stalled. The last hour, there's been no movement, which says to me we're not going to know tonight. And she's got a huge lead in Pennsylvania.
I think that's the most surprising thing that I've seen yet.
They're cheating like heck in Philadelphia right now.
There's no doubt about it.
There's votes coming out of Philadelphia. There's like 3 times as many people who live there, I believe.
Exactly.
And that's always been corrupt. My ex was from Philly, so
you know firsthand.
No love for that. But, the grandmother was a numbers runner. It was unbelievable for the mob.
See, I never heard
the numbers
that
game. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I never heard that before.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
So you got firsthand experience with the corruption in Philadelphia. If you remember they had was it the Black Panther Party that was standing out in front of polling place? Yeah, polling places.
Oh yeah. But I was saying about moving. The police blew up their house. But the Black Panther standing in front
of the polling places. Yeah, just they weren't doing anything. They were saying that, but it was just to intimidate people. It's almost like in North Fulton today when they had the DJs show up. They were just out there really close to the polling places and playing music incredibly loud just to make it uncomfortable, to make it difficult, to make it annoying. When you're standing in front of loud music, after a while, you're like, I gotta get away from this. It's driving me crazy. And they went out to say, hey, who sent you here? Why are you here? They wouldn't answer a question, and it wasn't until the police came that they made them leave. That's up in Northfield, not far from where I'm from.
Aren't they on private property or whatever?
I would think so. You can't do anything within 100 yards of the polling place.
Like
you can't even hand out water or whatever. I'm fine with all that. But the fact that goes on, that people are intentionally intimidating or intentionally trying to alter the vote in their favor is the most un-American. It's just the worst.
The stuff we put up with now, because that would never happen where I live right now. Where I voted, there was literally 6 deputies sitting there just waiting for something, and nothing was going to happen. But here in Atlanta, around Atlanta, it's like, oh, gosh, we have to put up with. No, you don't. You don't have to put up. That's why the country's going to hell. Speak up. Do something. Go get the cops and make them do something.
Yeah. And then the flip side of that, though, is like the folks in Philadelphia where all the machinery wasn't working, the computer systems wasn't working, right? And you have to maintain your place in line. You can't, as much as you want to leave because you're frustrated, you got to stay. You got to stay because if you leave, they're going to be like, nope, you can't get back in line. They'll do something.
You got the cell phone. Call somebody and have them do something.
Absolutely right. Yeah. But that's the thing. Who do you call? Do you call the police? Who do you call?
Yeah,
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if I'm standing in line, I know who to call. And maybe that's something that we've dropped the ball on. Maybe we should have been more prepared as Republican voters, as conservatives, to say, we need to have a game plan for when this happens because we knew it was coming.
I'll give the Republicans credit for being right there with the lawyers when they kept the poll watchers out.
Yeah.
They said, oh, no. And the lawyers showed up immediately and stopped it.
Yeah, Laura Trump was on
Very
that.
smart.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Rich McCormick, Dr. Rich McCormick is next on Extra 1063. Right after the Fox News update, that'll take us to 9:05, and then Rich will join us live with Carlos Medina, who's up at Cumming City Center at the big Rich McCormick party. You got Rhino down at the Grand Hyatt in Buckhead. You got Pete and hey, it's Tug here on Extra 1063 in the studio holding it down. We got Flounder, we got Board Up Goey, Virgin River, we got the whole Hee Haw gang on Extra.
Is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Extra app.
This is a Fox News alert. Election return starting to come in. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting. The other, Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked into a tight race. It's too early to call. Arizona is also too early to call as polls close. Fox News can project that Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Trump has a lead in Iowa, where there is no call at the top of the hour. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts. The more suburban 2nd district in Omaha is too early to call, but Harris has a lead. The Fox News decision desk projects that Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more votes. Harris has a lead in Minnesota, but it's too early to call. And Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado, giving her 10 more electoral college votes. The party underway at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Fox's Evan Brown is there.
Earlier in the day, Trump voters gathered to watch the former president cast his ballot. The former president is beginning the evening at his home, Mar-a-Lago, before coming here.
Vice President Harris will await results at her alma mater, Howard University.
When you see photos of Vice President Harris on stage at the event, Founders Library will be behind her. That building may look familiar. It was based on the Independence Hall in Philadelphia.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Voters in Florida have rejected a ballot measure that would have legalized recreational marijuana for adults at least 21 years old. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
More information for the Fox News decision desk. New Mexico is too early to call, but Vice President Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis. Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Trump will also win Kansas, adding another 6 votes to his tally. The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state. He'll also win South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north. Fox News can also project that Trump will win Wyoming, worth 3 electoral votes. In the Senate, the Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Wisconsin, where incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin appears to be in a close race with Republican banker Eric Hovde. Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers up against current Democratic House Rep Alyssa Slotkin. A Somali terror group operative convicted of plotting a terror attack in the U.S.
A Kenyan man is convicted of plotting a 9/11 style attack in the U.S. on behalf of a Somali terrorist organization. 34-year-old Cholo Abdi Abdullah found guilty in New York on all 6 counts he faced for conspiring to hijack an aircraft and slam it into a building. Also of conspiring to murder Americans in support of the terror organization commonly known as Al-Shabaab. The indictment says he trained with weapons for months in Somalia, then spent months at a flight school in the Philippines and researched how to target tall U.S. buildings. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the conviction ensures that Abdullah will spend decades in prison for his crimes. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
A French court has found 18 people guilty in a major migrant smuggling trial as part of a 22 operation that led to dozens of arrests and the seizure of boats, life jackets, and cash. One of the defendants, a 26-year-old from Iraq, has been sentenced to 15 years in prison and must pay a fine. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
We're live and commercial-free all night until a winner is declared. You're listening to Extra 106.3's live coverage of the 2024 election, with local and national voices checking in all night as results come in. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta, Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
Welcome back. It is continuing coverage of Election Night 2024. Carlos Medina, I'm over in Cummings City Center for the Congressman. Once again, Dr. Rich McCormick party. First off, congratulations. Everything worked out. And as you talked about during, a bit of your acceptance speech, when you get your district redrawn and suddenly you now have a kind of a different constituency, how nice is it to see these people come out and support you in great numbers again, once again?
It's literally the best district you could possibly have. When you see the creativity, I think we have like 10,000 CEOs. 10,000 CEOs, we're top 5 in the nation for median income, for wealth. The American dream is lived out right here. You have a huge diaspora from all over the world, 40% minorities, people who come here. 14% of my district is Indian diaspora, one of the highest in the United States. That's one of the reasons. I mean, think about people who come here, for whether it be from Korea or India, Africa, Europe, South America, Mexico. It doesn't matter where you come from. You come to America, you can have no money, no friends, not speak the language, not look like anybody else, not have any advantages, and be a millionaire in one lifetime just through hard work met with opportunity. That's America. That's the American dream. I've been to over 50 countries in this world, a lot of them bad places, some of them very similar to America, but nothing's like the American dream, and that's what we're trying to defend right now, and that's what this whole fight's about.
Well, I will tell you, I was one of the people that voted for you on October 15th. I'm one of those people that backs you, and I will tell you, seeing the early vote in the state of Georgia, being able to change people's mentality towards get to the polls early, as quickly as possible, and have that be so different from 2020, how beneficial has that been for your campaign and what we're seeing in the state?
It is literally, anytime you let tradition get in the way of success, it's a problem. We've seen that in the Marine Corps. We've seen it in the military. When you're fighting the last war, you're going to lose.
Absolutely.
And so for us to adapt, and it's very interesting. I saw a video by Reagan back in the 70s, before he was governor, talking about when you get to the end of the day, because you only had one day back then, right? You go to your polling station, you find out who hasn't voted in your precinct, and you go to their door and get them to turn out. That was as basic back then as it is now. All this money we spent on consulting, there's very few undecided people. And even from the very beginning, what they're really trying to do is figure out how you motivate your people to show up. And that means that you find out who's already voted and then go focus on the people who have not. And what better way you can do when you have a month of early voting? When half the people have already voted, that makes it really easy. When you get to a few hours or even noontime, you're literally focused on just a few people to get them to polls, and that can make all the difference in the world. We've adapted. We did much better. I think we're going to carry Georgia by at least 3 points. I predicted at least 2 points a month ago, but I feel really good about this race in Georgia. Now it's just up to see what we're going to do in other states like Pennsylvania, Michigan. I mean, we're going to be biting our nails for a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, Congressman Dr. Rich McCormick is our guest. I'll give you some data, because I'm kind of the data weirdo on the station. Yeah, it's where my master's and the educational background is. So Trump ended up winning Miami-Dade County. and he turned Duval red. And so we're seeing this right now as we get into the state of Georgia. The urban and the women vote did not turn out in Fulton County the way that we're looking at. And so when you start taking a look, like you were looking over my shoulder at Virginia, Virginia's in play because Kamala Harris didn't do well in Loudoun County, just outside of D.C. I think we're actually maybe getting to the point where we're not going to have to wait a week. I think this is going to be something, whether it's hopefully tonight, maybe in the next couple of days, we'll know who the winner.
I think it'll be called tonight. I really do. If you look at the lack of excitement in the Democratic Party, when they know they're on the wrong side of history when it comes to border, crime, debt, energy, education. Those are 60% issues. 60% issues, and they're on the wrong side of all those issues. Those are massive issues in the economy and how well your family does, how well this country's set up for the future. And when you look at those, they are crossover issues, and they unite the Republican Party, divide the Democrats. That's why they're in real trouble, because they've chosen to go away from principles that make sense to the most people.
And in the exit polling we're seeing right now, it's a plus 20 for Donald Trump and the Republican Party when it comes to independent voters.
Absolutely. And I think that's how this vote is going to go. Now, we have to do the same thing. We have to actually do what we say, or we're going to lose power. You think about it, when we win, and I think we're going to win the House, the Senate, and the presidency, we'll have 2 years. Because what happens when people expect the government to do something for them, and they don't, which we never fulfilled what people think we're supposed to do, you lose power. The incumbency of the presidency is very powerful. You don't have that. Kamala is not an incumbent. And quite frankly, when you are incumbent and you win, good luck keeping the House and the Senate, because, once again, people are dissatisfied with the government. So we have about 2 years to get something done. Hopefully we do exactly what we said we would, and it's going to cost some people their seats. But hopefully we have the guts to do that. It's good for America.
Well, like I said, it's a great night. Congressman, thank you for your time. Congratulations on your victory. I know you got a whole lot of people you got to go see, so we'll cut you loose, and thank you so much.
Hey,
I really
pleasure.
appreciate it.
Semper Fi. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Back to you guys over in the Battery. Also, Rhino as well, as our election coverage continues this evening.
Rhino, we'll bring you in. Are you available, Rhino? Are you around?
Yeah.
Right on, man.
I'm right here.
What's the mood there at the Grand Hyatt?
You know, everybody's really excited. They know that a lot of these races are too early to call. They're not worried about a lot of these states that some other people are worried about. Pennsylvania, they're not worried about yet. Only 18% of the vote is in, and a lot of those are the big areas. We're talking about Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. We're waiting for all the red areas to start to come in. And again, we have to remember there was such an early number, and people keep talking, hey, we've had a lot of early voters, but a lot of the Republicans still feel safe going tonight. So a lot of those results have not come in yet.
I'll tell you, we in the studio, you being from up that way, I would love your opinion on this. We keep seeing, and me and Pete were talking about it, we keep seeing New Jersey is still in play. It looks like it's finally leaning toward her, but the fact that it's been in play this long is unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is, because that's such a blue state. She should win that state. But I think the vote count is what's going to be important, because that could put him over the top with the popular vote, which would be a big, big break for Republicans and something we haven't seen in a long time. But you know what? There's still a lot out there, so it'll be interesting to see. I don't think he's going to end up taking New Jersey, but you never know.
No, probably not.
Yeah, New York's already went for her. That's already done. They're already calling that. So we'll have to see. But right now, with him having 178 electoral votes, people are feeling really confident about the rest of the evening.
Yeah, I marvel at it a little bit, Pete, because of the fact that it wasn't supposed to be at all. That's unattainable for Donald Trump. And then on top of that, it probably helps with every other race down ballot with him doing well.
Fox has had New Jersey in for over an hour for her. And all the things coming out of Pennsylvania looked very good for her right now. But like Rhino was saying, but there's so much population in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
it's hard to think
overcome.
the rest of the state can overcome it.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can.
Or at least keep it competitive. And that's the thing, Rhino. Right, you want to win it, of course. But if you're not, I think you still have to pay attention to it because of those down ballot races. Rhino, wouldn't you agree with that, especially with Pennsylvania?
Yeah, absolutely. And I still think he's got plenty of votes coming for him. Again, there's only 18% of the vote in. So the big cities already got most of their votes in. Most of them are about 56% or more already in for the evening. So we're seeing that. But you never know with Pennsylvania. Yeah, he wants Pennsylvania, but it's still in play. North Carolina looks good right now for Donald Trump. He's starting to make a move there. I think we'll see that also in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Arizona, Nevada, those are two other areas that he's going to look at tonight. If he gets both of those, then Pennsylvania might not be that big of a deal. We could see a complete flip in what a swing state might be.
What's going on in Jersey is that there's still people in line. There's supposedly 4.5 hour wait in parts of New Jersey, and people are getting angry there. That's why some people haven't completely called it yet, like Fox has. Fox is notorious, though, for doing things. Someone had a meme earlier showing 1% of the vote was in. You had Brett Baer rubbing his hands together like, okay, we can call it. You know?
Yeah, right, exactly. Wasn't it Arizona for Kamala? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
For Biden. Yeah, they called Arizona for Biden like within 5 minutes.
Super early. That's why the joke was that they had already, they were happy at Fox News Channel to call it for Brett Baer to call it for Kamala Harris. We'll just have to see. I keep going back to Baldwin County in central Georgia. It is 42% black.
Yeah.
And with 95% of the precincts reporting, Trump wins Baldwin County, which is something that just stands out a little bit. Could this be a bellwether for what happens throughout the rest of the state? Because that's surprising. I would love to know, and I don't have it in front of me, but I would love to know what it's done traditionally up until this point. Do you have it? Oh, perfect.
They haven't gone Republican since 2004 when Bush beat Kerry.
Oh, wow. So 20 plus years.
Yeah, 95% reporting, Trump 50.9, Harris 48.7. That was about 10 minutes ago, according to Carolyn Ryan.
Okay, from Newsmax and Real America's Voice. Terrific. We love having Carolyn on, and she is so dialed in. So when she puts it out, I take it to the bank. It's fascinating to see just the way this is unfolding. And
New York Times supposedly saying that Trump's going to win, but barely.
Okay,
that's their predict. That's almost like the ESPN. Who's going to win when it's like a fourth inning or something like that. It means nothing.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, it's got to break the New York Times heart though to be able to do that. And Rhino grew up in in New York, so he would definitely.
Really, you can't tell by the accent.
I know, right? He hides it well. You know what I mean? Yeah, you'd never know. That's right.
He's from Hawaii.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. That's right. No, I love it, but that's the thing, and Los, you jump in here too. That when we talk about these, it is something that it doesn't mean anything, but it breaks their heart to have to even insinuate that it's happening.
Well, I think it's what is happening with the dependable voters they've had. And I give Charlie Kirk credit. I give Vivek Ramaswamy credit. I give these college tours credit. The amount of times they're on campus and telling you, if you decide to be rebellious, it's by being a conservative. It's by deciding to vote this way. I'll give you an example. Denton County, that is University of North Texas. It's just north out of the Dallas area. Dependable blue area. It voted for Trump. It flipped by 14 points.
Wow.
So you've got a lot of these communities where, as you look at them, like Cobb County right now, Trump is within 25 to 30,000 votes. He's not supposed to be that close there.
No,
but that is what's
not
happening, where there's these counties where they expected them to run the table against him, and it's just not happening.
What is the cheering going on there with whomever has it?
It is one victory speech after another as of right now. As you guys heard, Dr. Rich McCormick, he already accepted his victory and got a chance to talk to everybody. But this is every single, it's not just the state senators, but it's the school board members, and it's all the people we talk about
the
voting
really
for.
Important people.
It's the sheriff's department, those people that come out and help you. That's who all this crowd here is celebrating, that these are regular Americans. They're not career politicians, and they've decided to step forward and represent their community.
The most important numbers of the night came in a little earlier here. Georgia is third in the college football playoff rankings. Whoever decided to do that on the night of the election needs to be fired.
I know, right? Well, it's like starting the college basketball season tonight.
Yeah, or last night.
Yes. Yeah, so you got Monday Night Football you're going against, then you got the election tonight. Why wouldn't you wait until Wednesday when there's nothing on?
Seriously, I didn't know it started until late last night. I go, what score is that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's unreal. Like whoever decided that that it would be a good time to start it Monday night when nothing is happening on Wednesday. I mean, we're going to be so starved for things to watch on TV Wednesday night. It's going to be unbelievable. I guess we'll have this to talk about though. So at least y'all, Los and Rhino, at least we'll have plenty to talk about. The sports station down the hall, they're not going to be quite as good a shape.
Fox has got Trump 195 to 113 now over Harris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Ohio, what you heard, the cheers both at Rich McCormick and here, you might have heard him here as well. Fox News is projecting Trump won Ohio. So that's a big win for him in Ohio. He was behind a little bit. Then those votes came in, like we're talking about in Pennsylvania. That's a border state of Pennsylvania. There's a lot of crossover there. So we could see that with Pennsylvania as well. But now that Trump won Ohio, now he's got 195. Getting closer to 200. Obviously, 270 needed to win.
Gosh. It's like, you feel like you're in a race that you don't know where the finish line is. You know what I mean? It's like, have you ever been on a hike when you don't know how far it is you're hiking? Because I did this about 2 weekends ago. We all went on a hike, and everybody loves hiking except me, and I don't love it. And it was kind of uphill, and we're about an hour in, and I'm just thinking to myself, good Lord, when are we going to be done? That's all I could think. And then finally, about another 30 minutes, there was the car, and I was like, oh, God, hallelujah, we're there, we finished. That's what this feels like to me.
We're like kids in divorce court waiting to see who gets custody of us.
Yes, exactly right.
Well, we got a long way to go. And again, there's so many votes out there, and this is still really close, and a lot of these states are too close to call. It really is going to come down to those swing states. Pennsylvania is going to be the most important one. I still believe that, but you never know if they can't get their votes in, because we're hearing from a lot of people, and I talked to, Burt Jones again as he walked by, and we're talking, and I asked him what he thought about Pennsylvania, and one of the things he said is, I don't think they're going to get their votes in time, but I think that some of the other states might make it up, like in Arizona, like in Nevada. So we'll have to see tonight.
This is the Morning Extra, along with the folks in the afternoon, the Kimber Show, Pete and Flounder too. We got the whole gang here, and we're delighted that you're here with us on Extra 106.3, listening to election coverage from a conservative point of view. You won't find it anywhere else. We're going to stop down and connect with our Fox News partners. Fox News Radio, take it away.
Now, we go live to Fox News to check in on the breaking national stories during election night. Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage continues. Live on the air, streaming video on YouTube, and across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app.
Our panel, Katie Pavlich, news editor for townhall.com, Richard Fowler, Democratic strategist and host of the Richard Fowler Show. Appreciate both of you joining us on this election night. Katie, let me start with you. And just as the data starts to come in, is this election that has been so murky for so many months becoming more clear to you?
I'm actually not so sure it's been murky. It's been close. But Donald Trump in the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks has really made a run in overtaking Kamala Harris in the polls. There's a number of polls that showed him going into Election Day. He was ahead in the states that matter. Now, we don't have any calls yet on these swing states, but based on some of the early data, Kamala Harris is not gaining in the places that she needs to shoot the gap and get over the early voting numbers that Republicans have been able to drive up in Georgia, Pennsylvania. So we will see, but there's big percentages of former Democratic coalitions who have gone for Trump, and those are exactly the demographics that Kamala Harris needs to win tonight.
Yeah, Richard Fowler, you're looking at the same numbers. What is your sense of the areas that Harris needs to pick up some ground?
Well, look, I think there's no question that this election's been close, right? I think it's been close since 13 weeks ago when Kamala Harris jumped in this race. I do think that what this race will come down to is a couple of things. I think, one, it's going to be remaking what I would like to call, for her to win this race, is going to be remaking a Harris coalition. I think it looks a little bit different than the Biden coalition. I think it includes women. I think it includes senior citizens. I think it also includes parts of the Biden coalition, which was the former Obama coalition, so African American, Latino voters, etc. And I think what you see happening as we still wait for a lot of votes to be counted, right? As we're waiting to see what happens in places like Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, we're waiting to see what happens in places like Philadelphia and the surrounding counties around Philadelphia. We're waiting to see what happens in Detroit and the counties surrounding Detroit. We're waiting to see what happens in Milwaukee and the counties surrounding Milwaukee. And I think it's worth pointing out that for the Harris team, the reason why that they still are cautiously optimistic in this moment is because there's a number of different paths that they have to get to 270. One being the blue wall path, which is the Rust Rust Belt states and Pennsylvania, another being the Sun Belt path, or a combination of those two. So we're just going to have to wait to see. And I think me and Katie will be here for some time waiting to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Kamala Harris she's significantly behind former President Joe Biden in his race in 2020 in a number of places where she needed to overperform Biden's numbers. And if you look at the way that the exit polling has come out, Joe Biden is very unpopular. And it's interesting to watch whether voters are detaching her from his policies and his presidency, or whether they're going to say, nope, we want change. And the Fox News voter analysis shows that an overwhelming majority want either substantial change or overwhelming change. And Trump wins those numbers as well. So,
Richard, if she doesn't win, will it be, what will the conversation be about? Will it be about the time of the length of the campaign? Will it be about the summer and sort of everything leading up to this moment? Or will it be something specific to Vice President Harris?
I think it'll be largely about the atmosphere, right? I think it'll be the fact that she was part of an unpopular administration who was running for re-election. I think where I do agree with Katie is that this is about people wanting change, and it's also about the fact that what we're comparing this election to is the 2020 election. The 2020 election is an anomaly for a number of reasons, primary among them COVID. There was a pandemic and people were voting a lot differently than they're voting now. So it's hard to know for the votes that are out there, for the folks who voted today, for the folks who voted on election day, do we know if they're Democrats or not? And that's what we're waiting to find out. And that's what we just don't know.
I mean, we don't.
This is Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage of the 2024 election. We're live all night with the entire Extra staff, bringing you breaking news and updates as results go final. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
So glad that you're here with us. Extra 106.3 coverage, election night. How is this whole thing going to turn out? Nobody better to ask than the legendary voice of Neil Bortz. The Talk Master joins us on Extra. Neil, what's up?
You are crazy. There are a lot of people better to ask than me.
Well, they pay me to say that.
Okay, I knew it. I wrote that script earlier today.
That's right.
And you said that your election coverage was commercial-free?
Yes.
Not so.
Why not?
I wish to say a nice word about Bailey's Irish Cream right now.
Okay, there you go.
Which is keeping me awake.
You've got this thing figured out, Neil Bortz. I feel like you've done this before.
No, I don't. As soon as I finish with you guys, I'm going to bed.
Okay, well, look, I don't blame you. You know what? As soon as we finish with this evening, I'm probably going to do the same thing and then be back up early tomorrow morning, hopefully with a victory in my lap.
Now, if you want me to call you in the morning, you just tell me.
Yes, we do. Absolutely, we do. 100%.
Yeah, only because I just mentioned it, and you don't want to hurt my feelings.
That's not at all.
Let me tell
Neil Bortz, you're always welcome on our show. You call every day if you'd like.
Okay, right now it says 195 Trump, 113 Harris. Now remember, go ahead and add 54 to Harris right now and take that up to 167.
Okay.
Okay, then you can work your way north to Washington and Oregon and add them. So it is a lot closer than the numbers say right now. But one thing, and this is very personal to me and the Queen, because we live on the west coast of Florida. Look at this map. The territory that I-95 runs down is blue. The territory that I-75 runs down is red. I-75 goes to Naples. I-95 goes to Miami, Broward, Dade, Palm Beach, Boca, Hannity territory where he lives, for some reason known but to God. But, I mean, wouldn't the nation be so much better off without a lot of those blue states?
Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. Or if we could just convert them, if we could just talk them into thinking with their head, maybe some common sense that would apply.
Well, these people don't think anyway, so how are you going to get through to them that way?
It's impossible, I'm sure.
Now, throughout the process, over the weekend, yesterday and today, like today, what was my commentary today? It had nothing to do with the election. I just actually started paying attention to this stuff again at 8 o'clock this evening.
Okay.
And I must say I'm encouraged by what I see, but you people know a lot more about this than I do. And I'm probably going to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, grab the iPad, log on, and see where we stand. And then I will not tell Donna, because if I do, I'll get punished badly for waking her up. But I don't know. I am hopeful at this point, and I dearly want to see a bunch of Democrat Karens melting down tomorrow on TV. That's some of the best video that we could possibly get out of this entire election cycle.
Neil Bortz is our guest right here on our election special. And Neil, I'll tell you, because you're a Florida resident, you had Donald Trump take Dade County and also Duval County. Like, that has been the initial shocker of what is going on, and seeing where Kamala Harris is just underperforming in a lot of these areas. Loudoun County and just outside of D.C., there's areas where they thought she was going to do very well, and it's just not happening so far.
Well, have they called Florida? Yeah, they have called.
Yeah, Florida's already been called, yeah.
Yeah, I see that. What about Georgia? Now, that's where you people are. Is it possible that Awful Ossoff and the preacher are not going to carry this thing for Georgia?
They're next in line. After getting through this, and as of right now, you have about 16 counties that are still outstanding. Donald Trump is sitting on about a 6 to 7 point lead here in the state of Georgia, about 350,000 votes. I think they're going to get to the point where once they finish off Fulton County, if it's not close enough, they're going to call it.
I think right now. Oh, sorry, Neil. Yeah, what we're seeing here too in these areas is a really big influx of the black vote and the Hispanic vote here in Georgia. They're moving over to Trump, and I was just talking to somebody who was a Democrat. He came here tonight to see what was going on, but he already voted for Trump, and he lives in West Midtown. So you're starting to see a lot of people say, "Hey, enough of this, enough of the government overreach and the Democrats' empty promises. We're ready for a new direction with Donald Trump," which I thought was really inspiring.
A lot of people are. Can you quantify how badly that comedian hurt Donald Trump yet from Madison Square Garden?
I don't know that I think he really did, Neil. To be honest, now we talked about that this morning when I have at least two dear friends who were born and raised in Puerto Rico, live in the United States now, or live in mainland United States now, as PR being a territory. But both of them are Puerto Rican. Both of them are Trump voters. Neither of them were concerned about this whatsoever, because they say, look, what he said, was it a joke that you want to hear? No, probably not. But it doesn't take away from the fact that what he said was correct.
He flipped Osceola County, which is a lot of Puerto Ricans there. He flipped it
in Florida.
Now, right now in Wisconsin, Trump is ahead. They haven't called it yet. But that was one of the key states that was kind of that was kind of on the edge, and that would be, I think, 10 more electoral votes on Trump's side. So generally, I'm feeling positive. But let me tell you a thought that occurred to me today.
Yes, sir.
Sitting here watching this election very much reminds me of sitting in an ICU somewhere. Am I still with you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sitting in an ICU, watching somebody you dearly love and wondering if they're going to survive.
That's
this election.
Okay, got it. That's you feel like that's what you're experiencing with this election.
That's what I'm doing with the country that I dearly love and sincerely wondering if it is going to survive.
Yeah, and rightfully so.
It cannot survive leftists, big government people like Kamala Harris and what would be Barack Obama's fourth term in the White House. He is, in the modern era, the only president that left office after two terms, but then stayed in Washington, D.C. Why? Because he still is intent on running things to the best of his ability. And if she wins, it's his fourth term. And I'm really heartened by the fact that it looks like the Republicans are going to take the Senate.
Yeah, that looks pretty much taken care of as of right now. Neil Bortz is our guest on the election special right here on Extra 106.3. And I will tell you, if you want to feel good about it, Neil, and here's where I think things are going. I think we're going to have our answer by tonight as far as how this is going to wrap up, because right now North Carolina looks good, Georgia looks good. If that ends up happening in Wisconsin, then the games that are being played in Pennsylvania go completely out the window, and she's lost as of this evening.
Boy, I would sleep soundly. If that happens, don't look for a commentary in the morning, because there will be an empty bottle of Bailey's here.
Then you can't call in. You just said you're going to call in, and Neil's going to be too liquored up to call.
That'll be a fun phone call.
That's right.
Yeah. And it's not. Now, are they? But Georgia is so close, 49-49 right now.
Yeah, I still feel pretty good about what were you about to say? I still feel pretty good about Georgia. Pete, what were you saying?
I think they had Biden, Trump from 4 years ago, 49-49. I don't know why they're jumping back to that right now, but New York Times has been saying the last hour and a half that Trump's going to win.
No. I'm sorry. It is. Trump is at 52.
There we go, 52. Yeah, what you're seeing is the
Biden. At 47%.
I know. I love it. Yeah, but what's your take on that? And Pete brought it up to me a little bit ago. He just said, I don't know if you heard him, New York Times for an hour and a half been reporting that they believe Trump is going to win. That's their prediction, yeah.
Well, that's wishful thinking.
For the New York Times, they're not wishful. That's not... I mean, wishful for us, but not for them. They have to be hating that, no?
Well, wait a minute. You're saying they're reporting Trump is going to win?
Yes.
Then I'm not the only one hitting the Baileys.
That's right. Either that or they're trying to be more fair and balanced. You know what I mean? Like
now you're hitting the Baileys.
That's exactly right. No, but you have Bezos coming out saying, we got to be more fair and balanced. That's that maybe. And didn't the New York Times say something about they have to reel it in a little?
I was watching Post Bezos.
Yes, that's right. I'm getting all
real quick. Rhino had some info on Fulton County.
Yeah, man, go.
Yeah, one of the things you're seeing in Fulton County now, Neil, is that the numbers for Kamala Harris are way down what they're used to. They've got 75% of the vote in, and she's only separated by a little bit, so she's not going to pick up. It doesn't seem that way, unless, of course, there's a huge ballot dump. But with those numbers, it looks like Donald Trump would get 52% of the vote compared to 47% for Kamala Harris in the state of Georgia.
There you go.
If we could do these elections based on square miles rather than votes, to never elect another Democrat in this country.
Right.
Yeah, look, that'd be a great day. The fact that they get it wrong so often on what seemingly is everything, and I think that's probably why you're seeing this mass exodus from the Democrat Party with RFK and Tulsi and Elon Musk and those people that have now surrounded themselves with Donald Trump or surrounded Donald Trump.
Well, if this happens now, if Trump wins, gird your loins for 2 years from now. That is going to be one of the most brutal things you've ever seen. That midterm election.
Yeah.
Now Michigan. So anyway, guys, you're a lot more on the ball with this today than I am. I'm theory, you're facts. I'm a loose cannon. Your aim is true. So I'm going to go to bed, and I'll talk to you people in the morning.
Yes, sir. What time are you going to call us, Neil Bortz? That way we can play in. What time do you reckon you'll be up?
About 7. Okay, I'll give you 7:30.
Sounds good. His normal time, Captain Goey, Virgin River. Mark that down, okay? That way we got Neil Bortz.
Don't ever use the word normal when you're talking about me.
I'll refrain. Neil Bortz, the Talk Master.
Yes.
Have a great evening. God bless you, sir.
Okay, buddy.
I love it. Dude, my man is past give a damn, is what he is.
He has outrun the competition.
That's exactly right. But I'm telling you, Georgia looks so good, which is the most important, obviously, because that's where we are, and we're just seeing really, really good numbers here in the state. Have you got anything, Pete?
Two organizations have called North Carolina for Trump.
Oh, wow.
Fox hasn't.
Well, they're always late.
Well, I'm sure they'll call Arizona again too.
Exactly, they'll have that done sooner rather than later. But that's so important to us because that's our listenership, Los.
Yeah, and you're talking about they basically have about 4 counties outstanding, and it doesn't look, considering by the numbers, and right now it's about a 4 to 5% lead for Donald Trump in North Carolina. The vote totals are closer to about 125,000. Those those counties within the state, I don't believe would have enough, even if she got every single one of those votes. So I think we'll see North Carolina called here pretty soon.
I'm hoping so. Do we have Rhino? Can we?
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, North Carolina, I was just looking at the same thing as Carlos was. This should be called any moment now because what you're seeing is, like he said, the counties that she is going to pick up votes, she can't pick up enough there. Now, again, we heard that in 2020 in Georgia, 2% difference.
That's right.
This is a 5% difference, though. So I think that's a bigger number. And again, you're starting to see some of these minority groups. These are more than 9%, and that's where President Trump failed last time. We're looking at 10, 20% in certain areas. That's huge numbers in those minority votes.
In the exit polls in Arizona, a lot of the men they're talking to say the fact that she did not go on Joe Rogan was the deciding factor.
No way. How about that? Now, Is that not a punctuator, Los? The fact that men who listen to Joe Rogan and are tired of being told what to do, told what to think, they go to Joe Rogan for the exact opposite of that. Give the conversation. Let me know what this person's really about. It really does punctuate the conversation that we've had for the last several weeks about new media.
I was warned when Donald Trump made the announcement that this could be a gotcha interview or a problematic moment, and I explained to everyone out there, the reason why you're not worried about it is because it is a 3-hour conversation, and more than anything, the Joe Rogan audience is about, when you just look at the numbers, about 90% falls from 25 to 45. This is the young man group. This is who you're trying to reach and make sure that they say, hell yeah, I'll go to the polls for that guy. So, yeah, that's where it made a whole lot of sense to go on that show.
Look, I think that is fascinating to me, that people would say, I'm not voting for her merely because she didn't have the courage to do it. That's something that you, if you would have asked me 100 times, I would have said no. People wouldn't change their vote based on an interview. You wouldn't say that about 60 Minutes. If anybody decided, hey, we're not going on 60 Minutes, you would have never in a million years said, well, that's going to lose them the election. Can you imagine if Kamala's ship sinks because she didn't go with Joe Rogan? That's unbelievable.
It's 50 million viewers.
No, I get it, but again, the fact that it would make you vote or not vote for somebody, I can't imagine that.
They love Joe Rogan.
No, I get it.
But it's also, and I think here's the part for me, is that the media is shifting. If you don't want to do another debate, that doesn't bother me one bit. If you won't go on Rogan, the most important show right now in the podcast environment, and you have an invite to it, I would kill all of you in this room to go on Joe Rogan.
Right.
Okay?
No, I get it.
I you know what the last thing I would need at that point? I would never need David Dickey ever again because I was on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
You know?
Wouldn't need a job. You'd have a job from
I'd be all set at that point. So that's why I'm saying, the fact that she didn't look at it as that kind of opportunity, it does rub people the wrong way.
That's fascinating to me. Let me bring in Flounder for just a second. Is there a show that you watch and you said, if a candidate doesn't go on that show, I'm not voting for him?
I don't know about a show, but like Los was saying, it's a culture shift because it's now a podcast platform versus a debate.
Yeah, back in the back of the room, Joe Virgin, he's saying no. He's not going to base his vote on if somebody goes on to a show or not.
But the thing is she's not willing to answer questions.
That I'm with. that adds up to me, right? That part makes sense to me, Pete.
I just like to advertise that I have a podcast too, and I like Joe Rogan. Holy crap at sports.
That's exactly right. No, I love it. There we go. It's fascinating the way the shift of the media is happening, and things like that matter. That if you choose not to, I think that's.
You get more answer. You
actually
get more
answers.
questions answered on a podcast than you do a debate stage.
Absolutely, the long form interview, I get it, but I'm surprised.
And she's afraid to do that.
Horrified.
She can't sit down and have a conversation because she knows she's not going to be able to answer the questions.
That part all makes sense to me, right? And I guess that's the addition, though, right, Los?
Yeah, that's how it works. It's just that in that environment, you're finding out more about people, and you're going to decide in that environment if you like them or not. And the fact that she never subjected herself to that is the problem for a lot of people.
Bringing in Rhino. Rhino, have you heard this? I'm not sure what you've been able to hear.
I've been trying to get in on this because I don't think it's just Joe Rogan. What I think happened is you have somebody who actually had a conversation with Donald Trump. And I think more than ever, independents and people who weren't ready to vote. Joe Rogan, remember, he didn't commit until the last day to actually endorse Trump. So what he did was bring viewers in because they didn't know which way he was going to go with this. He was just having a sit down, and Donald Trump came off and was able to answer about issues, was able to speak to people, and was able to really let people know how much fun he really is. I think that was the difference in that, not just because he went on Joe Rogan, but because it was a good conversation.
Yeah, and now that I totally get. I endorse that part I do, and it just happens to be Joe is the biggest of all of the medias right now. It is interesting to see that not only Trump went on there, J.D. Vance went on there. I mean, and both of them came out looking better than even when they went in.
Fetterman went on there.
Dude, Fetterman's got more courage than Kamala Harris, y'all.
And he actually made sense on there. He had some good points.
Relatively.
Yeah. Well, I think, again, this is a conversation that you're able to have with either Democrats or Republicans. That's where Harris made the biggest mistake. But she knew she couldn't have a conversation. She knew that Joe Rogan was going to talk about issues, and that was a fear of hers. Common sense Democrats, Fetterman knew, like, hey, I'm going to get tripped up, but at least I'll be able to speak to the people and have a conversation. And no matter what I believe, at least I'll be able to talk about some issues. And he did. And he didn't do a great job talking about some of them, but he did a good enough job to make people think. Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah. Joy Reid on MSNBC just called Florida an extreme right-wing fascist state.
That's
Hell
fake.
yeah.
That has to be fake. That can't be real.
That's her Joy.
Oh, my God. Oh, my heavens. And read it again. Give me the description again.
A extreme right-wing fascist state.
Los, you have a home in that place. Can you imagine?
Well, I'm an extreme right-wing fascist, so what's
right.
Yeah, why do you think I got it there?
It's exactly right. It's just so funny to hear these people in their off-the-wall takes. But if you were to ask, people on the left, who are the crazies, they would point back at us. I feel like we've spoken all night with relative common sense. We got off the rails a couple times, don't get me wrong, but everybody does, right? But when you hear us talk versus what Joy Reid just said from MSNBC, is no comparison. It's unbelievable.
I think they're getting paid to be the most outrageous of the lot over there. Her, Lawrence O'Donnell, Scarborough, all of them.
They get a bonus.
Yeah,
you have to. There's no other way that you could nail this down. Oh, here's another thing I wanted to bring up. Los, you being from Texas, Ted Cruz wins his Senate race, which is so very important.
Good.
That was a state where it was about $100 million in spending to try and get that seat in the Senate away from him, and so. Went with a former football player, and let's talk about how evil and sadistic that Ted Cruz is, and I think he still won that by 6 or 7 points.
Yeah, and they said that he basically was by the skin of his teeth. He's probably going to lose.
And he wins by 7 points.
Yeah.
Wasn't it 7? Is that what it flashed up there? I believe
so, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's a big victory.
Comfortable win. Yeah.
And such an important voice in the Senate.
47 Republican senators at the moment. 47.
Okay. Yeah, that's big time, man. If we could get the Senate and the presidency.
In the House, we're up 104 to 73. Senate 47 to 38 at the moment.
We will take
boys, are y'all seeing any of this? Because this has now been going on for the better part of about 25 minutes. There are outlets that are saying that you have Virginia going to Donald Trump, but no one's fully calling it as of now.
That's true. North Carolina, some of them already calling it, but Fox won't.
I don't know.
North Carolina, though. So that's going to be, you still got too many out in North Carolina. And I want to go back to Texas because, Ted Cruz did a great job there. And Colin Allred was a really good competitor for him. Remember, Harris thought she could win Texas, and we all thought that might be a little bit crazy, and it is. I don't think she has a shot, and she wouldn't have a shot. He already won Texas, and I think it's the same thing in Pennsylvania. North Carolina should be called any minute now, but it doesn't look good for her at all in North Carolina.
Yeah, Marco Rubio is saying, come on, man, Georgia, North Carolina, you got to call it at some point.
Right. Yeah, we, sooner rather than later would be my choice.
Well, would they delay North Carolina because of Helena and all the delayed votes with that?
I've not heard anything. I've not heard anything mentioned, Rhino. Have you?
No, not at all. They're not going to delay anything if they don't have to. They think North Carolina will get in all their votes tonight and get in everything. They've already got 99% of the vote in certain counties, and some of those counties, Charlotte is already in. That's already a blue. Raleigh is already in. So some of those counties, they're fine. A lot of the other counties that we're looking at that really were affected by Helene, they're already in. So that's not even a worry right now. It looks like he's going to win this race in North Carolina for sure.
Can I give you guys the eureka moment, the moment where you go, I hadn't really pondered that.
Yes, now.
Because our friend Stephanie decided to swing by this party.
Stephanie!
And so she's hanging out and checking out the show. She's been listening all evening. And she sent me a note that just said, the networks still have ads to run.
Oh, there you go.
That's true.
Why do you not call this
ding,
yet
ding,
when it is done at this early? Because remember, if this is Georgia, North Carolina, and even Virginia, which you're not supposed to lose, by the way. Think about just that's Stephanie, genius.
Absolutely, and this is what we do for a living, and we didn't even pick up on it. I mean, our goal is to have people listen as long as we possibly can, right? I mean, that's the goal.
And what's their goal?
Exactly, that's my point. How did we miss it? Like, how did Stephanie? She stepped back from the forest and was able to see the trees.
I don't know this woman, but hug her for me.
Yes.
And by the way, she does have a degree in this. Like the political science is her gig.
I don't have a degree in anything. I'm a 3-time college dropout, I would like to point out. So I'm the most embarrassing member of this
radio's perfect landing spot.
That's exactly right. No sort of talent.
By the way, Kamala Harris is switching to box wine. According to the Babylon Bees.
Well, then
things have gone badly.
She's going to be more relatable to people that way. I believe.
$2 Chuck.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin. Trump doubles black support. This year, Trump is polling about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Trump only won about 8% of the black vote in the Badger State. That is according to NBC News. Something that Kelvin King had brought up earlier in the show when he and Janelle were here, and he talked about Barack Obama coming out and berating black men and saying, you must do this. And as Kelvin put it, he's like, I don't have to do anything. I'll do whatever I feel like is best for me and my family. I didn't take kindly to that, and I understand exactly where he's come from. Nobody wants to be told what to do, and yet that's been the prevailing wisdom of everything that they've done in this campaign is to look down their nose at people and put people in boxes and then tell you what to do and then call you names when you don't. All right,
a lot of screaming going on there.
I know, right? What?
I'm sorry. I've got a whole lot of. We've got announcements about some of the stuff that's going on, and again, there's just it's a loud room, guys. It's a fun night because there's more people that are starting to get the sense that this thing ends tonight.
Yeah, look, that's what I want to see more than anything else in the world. If I could get that an early night, so we can actually lay our head on the pillow and go to sleep.
Glenn Greenwald says the New York Times gives Trump a 77% chance of winning Georgia, 65% chance of North Carolina.
Okay, we're gonna win. We're gonna win this, man. That's
yeah.
So
also,
good.
I'm reading New York Times: Donald Trump to win Pennsylvania by 1 point, Michigan by 0.8 points, and Wisconsin by 0.3 points.
How do they know that?
Yeah, it's very detailed. But does that not just set up for a lot of lawsuits, though? Is that not
because it's so close?
Yeah, of course. And I would imagine in some of those razor thin margins that you're going to have automatic recounts, right? And then the lawsuits on top of that. Don't y'all expect that?
Well, I already voted 5 times, so we're good here.
Yeah, well, right.
Fannie Willis has won re-election, by the way, in case you're wondering.
No, Rhino Fannie has won re-election.
Well, look, you didn't expect her to lose that. I mean, she didn't really have a competitor here in Fulton County, and you're not going to lose Fulton County if you're a Democrat right now, unfortunately. But you know what? Next year it might be. North Carolina right now is looking really good. A lot of people are already calling that. So this is going to be a really important race. I think Georgia's done. North Carolina's done. I disagree about Pennsylvania. I don't think New York Times has any ground to say that he's going to win this by 1 point. I think he will. But again, remember, they're not taking all the votes. You know what I'm saying? They still have votes that are going to be out. They will not certify tonight. I can't imagine it. I don't think Pennsylvania will go for either candidate tonight. We're going to have to depend on some of the other states like Arizona and Nevada to pick it up if he wants to win tonight.
Yeah, I'm there with you, man. And Rhino, I would say this. I don't know if you heard me a minute ago, because they're so close. That just means there's lots of lawsuits to come.
There are lawyers, and both sides have put out so many lawyers. There's over 500,000 lawyers throughout the country going to all these polling locations. Pennsylvania right now has the highest concentration of lawyers, whether it's Democrat or Republican. Both of them are watching the polls. Both of them are watching what's coming in. And again, they had so many problems with early voting that they still extended early voting for a lot of people because they cut the line short. So this is a weird state with Pennsylvania because it's same-day registration, same-day vote. So a lot of those people who got in line early to vote were not able to vote, so they have to take those in and now count them later. So that's where the big problems are going to be, and lawyers are going to be on top of everything.
Hey, Los, I want to bring you in on this one. Dana Bash is saying that Vice President Kamala Harris didn't have enough time to introduce herself to the country because she's only been a presidential candidate for 107 days. What have you always said about Kamala Harris? Anytime she opens her mouth, she becomes less popular. Dana Bash has no idea what she's talking about.
I started this entire campaign with her by saying the more she speaks, the more you're going to be upset by her, because that's been the history, not with me and not with any of you guys, not with Pete, with Democrat voters. They're the ones that she turns off. And so for Dana Bash to try and go to that when she had 96% of glowing media coverage, the problem was the woman didn't have enough time to hide out when the polls started turning. Had she only had a month, she probably had a better chance of winning this thing.
No doubt about it, man. I just there's nothing about her that I can relate to. There's not one thing that comes out of her mouth that I go, okay, you know, I can kind of see that. You know, there are those Democrats when they speak, you're like, look, I can see your argument even if I don't agree with it. I can see what your argument. But with her, it's not that way because she doesn't make any arguments. She never says anything. There's nothing for you to debate about. That's the problem, Pete, right there. There's nothing there.
It's like, Gertrude Stein said about Oakland, there's no there. It's an empty vessel. I mean, seriously, she's like a bag you put your goldfish in to take it home. You put the goldfish in the bowl and you got the bag full of water. That's her. There's nothing left.
It seems that that's not going to change. Now, I guess let's say she loses. Let's say she goes on to lose. What happens to her? Like Stacey Abrams has gone away by and large.
She's got her money, though. She's making a little money. What happens with Kamala?
Yeah.
Is basically she doesn't have the power base that Hillary had. But she's a woman, and she's a minority. So she'll make some shows, but she's not glib. And she's not smart. She has really nothing to add. After a few weeks or months, they'll figure that out, and she'll fade away. But they'll always find something for her because she's part of the club now, but she's a loser part of the club if she loses. She's not going to be like Hillary, who's smart and glib. So she won't have the hold that the other ones had.
Yeah, there's no, fellas, we're bringing Los and Rhino on this too, but there's nobody that's going to pick Kamala Harris up for like a TV show. They're not putting her in daytime. They're not putting her on Good Morning America like they did Stephanopoulos. They're not doing any of those things with her.
No, and the thing that you can always depend on is that if you lose as a governor, as a senator, as a congressperson, well, then more than likely you go back to that role and you still have a prominent amount, place within the Democrat government. The issue is, what does she go to now?
That's my question, yeah.
She will be, and this is the fun part, she will have to be the person who certifies the election in January of 2025, handing the job over to the guy that just beat her for it and now has made her jobless.
Rhino, that's unbelievable. Like that's poetic justice right there, dude. We don't have Rhino, but that I don't think there's anything that would make me smile more than that right there, Pete. Just the fact, just watching her do it.
Just fade away.
Yeah, well, that too, that part too.
Just fade away.
But not until she signed over the rights for the election.
Like Tim Kaine still had a future, right? I mean, like there are people that have found a way to still hang around in government. We go, all right, well, you're still around. You have John Kerry. Eventually, you got all these prominent roles within Obama's administration, then this administration. I don't know when the next Democrat ends up finding their way into office and somebody says, she'd be great at this in my administration.
Yeah, no, nobody's saying that about her.
No.
Because there's nothing that she's great at. We've not seen her be great at anything. She has made it through DEI, every step of the way.
The best thing would be if it came down to like a tie and she had to break the tie to certify him as president.
Oh,
Can we do
that? Yeah, no. Yeah. I just, I'm excited about the potential. Are y'all concerned about, I mean, we talked about it this morning, Pete, the fact that all the liberal cities have boarded up all their, the businesses. Are you worried at all about the backlash?
Not if we can call the National Guard in, unlike last time. That's what it's for, right?
Yeah, yes, it is.
They cannot let them get out of hand. They cannot let them control the streets again like they did before. BLM cannot destroy cities like they did. The aerial view of Washington, D.C., almost the entire city on fire at night, is something that just, to me, that was worse than January 6th.
No, without a doubt. I mean, January 6th, as we all talk, fellas, talking to Los and Rhino, January 6th we know is BS. So what Pete says is exactly right. That was actually so much worse.
I think that you've got to liken it to this. When the Democrats lost the Civil War, their reaction was, we'll create the KKK. That'll be the shock troops to disrupt the new system. Antifa is just that. It's just another militant arm of the Democrat Party meant to destabilize. It has nothing to do, we hate Trump or we don't like. No, they're meant to destabilize in the interest of causing issues politically. That's it. That's all. KKK just 200 years later.
With a different colored mask on. Just take the mask away.
This is Extra 1063. Going to hit a Fox News update and more of election coverage tonight on Extra.
Now, let's check in with the big national stories with the latest from Fox News. Extra 106.
Closing. I'm Lisa Lacera. It's now 10 p.m. in New York. 3 more states in the West have finished voting. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Nevada one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters could be the key to victory. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Utah, adding another 6 votes to his column. He will also win Montana's presidential election. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win Ohio, and the Fox News decision desk can project Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Trump came closer than many expected, but Harris did well in cities and suburban areas. And the Fox News decision desk can now project Texas Senator Ted Cruz will win a 3rd term. He defeats Democratic Congressman Colin Allred in the Maryland Senate race. The Fox News decision desk can now project the Democratic County Executive Angela Brooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Trump supporters are gathered at Palm Beach Convention Center.
It follows a final few grueling campaign days, says Trump's senior advisor Tim Murtaugh.
You could tell how much fun he was having. I think maybe he was a little bit wistful on the stage in Michigan because he knew that, no matter what happens, that was his last campaign rally.
The former president has already said he hasn't prepared speeches for tonight.
Fox's Evan Brown in West Palm Beach. Vice President Harris will await results at her alma mater, Howard University.
We're here at the Yard. It's a big quadrangle on campus that's been the site of historical events. It's where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Jackie Robinson received their honorary degrees.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Voters in Florida have rejected creating a right in the state's constitution to an abortion, while Maryland voters also add protections for abortion rights to the state's constitution. America is listening to Fox News.
world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts. Interesting people are talking to Will Kane.
I said, what do I call you? I call you Dwayne. I call you The Rock. He said, now that I own it, I can call you The Rock.
Yes, I own it now. You can call me The Rock.
Our next guest needs no introduction. It is Dr. Jordan Peters, my old friend and frenemy, Stephen A. Smith.
What is going on here? I see the Will Kane show in the background. I see the microphone.
Watch it live at noon Eastern, Monday through Thursday on foxnews.com. And get the podcast 5 days a week at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
More from the Fox News Decision Desk. Turning to the Senate, Montana is also home to a pivotal race there. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester is in the political fight for his life against Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Shee. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call. Nevada, too early to call. This Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown. But in Utah, Fox News is projecting that Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney. In governor races, Utah's Republican Governor Spencer Cox will win another term. That's according to our Decision Desk. And in Montana's governor's race, Republican Greg Gianforte will win a second term. A legal standoff involving the Parkland High School shooter is now over.
The families of some of the students killed in the Parkland High School massacre and the most seriously wounded survivor of the 2018 shooting have now come to an agreement over who owns the killer's name and likeness. The settlement coming after the most gravely wounded survivor, Anthony Borges, agreed to share the rights to gunman Nicholas Cruz's name, meaning he and another student survivor, as well as the families of 3 slain students, now control any attempt by Cruz to profit off his name or likeness or grant interviews. Each of the 5 parties has veto power. They'd also split a $400,000 annuity Cruz's late mother left him if he ever receives it. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Rafael just upgraded to a hurricane as it pushes past western Jamaica and heads towards Cuba. The storm now located about 70 miles southwest of Montego Bay with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. Leonard Glenn Francis, nicknamed Fat Leonard, sentenced to 15 years in prison in order to pay $20 million in restitution to the Navy and under $50,000 fine. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Your voice, your vote. You're locked into Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage of the 2024 election. With updates from across the country with the local voices you know and trust. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM, the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel, and streaming free on the Extra 106.3 app.
It has been a terrific evening. We got another about half hour with the Morning Extra and the afternoon drive with the Kimmer Show. Kimmer bailed out a little bit earlier. He's got to get his beauty sleep. Pete standing strong here in the studio with me. We got Rhino down at the Grand Hyatt for the Georgia Republican Party, and we've got Los up at Cumming City Center for the big party with Rich McCormick. And it looks like we have Uncle Sam there in the studio. This was terrific. Anytime you can bring Uncle Sam. And my wife is from Troy, New York, which is the birthplace of Uncle Sam and where he's buried.
That's right. They went out some kind of meat supplier or something that he was the guy who supplied meat to their army. Or
exactly. Yeah, the guy that they took the image of, I suppose you could say. But it's a big night, y'all. I just want you to know how proud I am of our team and what we've done, and we've been complimented by lots of folks just texting and saying, hey, y'all sound so much better than the other guys and what you're doing. But seriously, man, what a compliment for folks that are listening in and that do what we do for a living to take the time to reach out.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, I've had so many people come up, people who have been listening on their way down here, and it's been really impressive to meet a lot of the listeners because, we don't get that feedback all the time when we're in the studio. But I will say this, we've gotten a lot of compliments, and I've gotten a lot of conversation about the other station saying, what has happened to them? They're not even really covering this race the way they should be covering this race. It's almost as if they're rooting against Donald Trump, and that's a weird thing to hear. But look, this takes a lot of work, and Tug has been working so hard. Pete, Brent, Joe,
you too, buddy.
Carlos, and myself, and it's great to be able to put this together and to see all these faces in here. I wish you guys could be here to see all these people who are smiling, who are happy, who are drinking and cheering every time. President Trump's at 205 right now. He needs 270, and you don't see anything in Harris's campaign that says she's going to go ahead and pull anywhere close to even. So people are starting to get really excited.
He already has more votes than he did in 2016 by at least 4 million.
Wow, big numbers, man.
How are we looking on the popular vote? Because I've been so focused on states, but when we got the news of what was going on in Florida, it looked legitimately like he could chase the popular vote this time.
He's 41 million, she's 36.
Wow. Big numbers, man. Big numbers. Holy cow. I mean, that spells mandate.
Yes. If
The West Coast, though, is going to bring in some big numbers for her.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
we know that. But when you look at those numbers right now, it really looks really good that he can win the Electoral College and also the popular vote. And that would be huge. I mean, nobody else has done that in 40 years. So what you're seeing right now is that movement we've been talking about on the Morning Extra. If you haven't been listening to the Morning Extra, you're listening to the wrong station. We've been talking about this for so long, and everything's coming to a head tonight. And everything that we've talked about, whether it was the minority vote and saying, hey, go ahead, take his mugshot, watch what will happen, and you're seeing it tonight.
The meltdown Democratic political strategist is blaming the fact that black voters in Wisconsin are breaking for Trump on the fact they're illiterate.
Oh, my Lord.
In Wisconsin.
I don't understand insulting your people that you're trying to convince to vote for you.
He says if Trump wins, the Democrats are going to get real racist real fast on the Arabs and the blacks.
Holy cow.
I tell you what, Pete, it's funny that you mentioned like that. We did a topic on this, I think it maybe been last week or the week before, and I laid it out for my brethren. I said, they don't know it yet, but the Hispanics and the black population are going to be under fire after the election. That you want to know how much the Democrats, what they really think of them, you'll find out on Wednesday or Thursday after the election.
Well, but look, if Muslims go there too, they'll start firing off at them too. And I want to take y'all back to April 14th of 2022. Does anybody know why that's a significant date? April 14th, 2022. Anybody?
I would love to say I did. It's my brother's birthday, so that's confusing me a little bit, but there is a big event, and I can't remember exactly what happened.
That is the day that Elon Musk bought Twitter.
Huge.
How much different would this election be if Elon Musk hadn't have bought Twitter?
We would not be scrolling.
Well, there's that part, but we wouldn't have, and boys, we talk about it all the time in the morning, we wouldn't have this free and fair debate that's happening across social media. We wouldn't be able to see some of the images that have been shared or the discussions that have been talked about on other networks other than the mainstream media networks. You wouldn't have any other side, any other point of view.
He kept the last pressure valve open. If you shut off any chance that people can actually have free talk about something, especially politics, if you shut everything and clamp it down, it will build up in pressure and explode. His was the last pressure valve. Thank God he kept it open.
Yeah, look, I love what Elon Musk has done. I like what everybody's done. I mean, look, RFK Jr. coming over and trying to save this republic, Tulsi Gabbard. This is the party of unity, and we talked about it during the RNC about how everybody was starting to come together. But I think more than anything else, what you guys were talking about with the Hispanic vote and the black vote, that's why they've been importing so many people, illegal voters. This is why they fought so hard to try to get illegals on voter rolls and to be able to vote. That's why they're being mean to these groups. That's why they're turning down on these. People saw it.
No doubt about it. Absolutely right. What you got, Pete?
Georgia, Trump up 52-47 with 81% in.
Things looking good. Things are continue to look good. And look, I believe Trump will win Georgia. I believe Trump will win North Carolina. I would love to see him win the popular vote too. I think that is equally as important. Him winning the presidency, the most important, but equally to me is him winning the popular vote. So you can shut down the whole. We got to trash the Electoral College. We got to get rid of it because the Democrats. That's going to be their go-to as soon if they were to lose and they win the popular vote. That's what they're going to go to. They're going to preach that nonstop to anybody that'll listen. Don't y'all agree with that?
Yeah, I definitely do, man. This is going to be historic. When you start looking at some of these numbers, I'm looking at Pennsylvania right now, and when you look at like Philadelphia County, that's a big blue county that President Biden took in a huge number, and Donald Trump only had 13%. He's at 24%. That just kind of shows you that popular vote and the more votes that he's getting in these areas, which is why when Pennsylvania looks like it could go for Donald Trump, it's still too early to call, but he's picked up so many numbers like Butler County. Obviously, Butler County, we know a lot about Butler County. He picked up over 34,000 new votes there.
Polymarket has given Trump's chance of winning 82%.
I like it. I like those numbers. Goodness
I don't want
gracious.
to turn this into like Jerry Springer show where it's like,
come on now. Jerry,
I'm just saying, remember how Jerry would always have the closing moment where like after all the mayhem, he'd sit there and he'd tell you about like what the most important thing is?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I want 300 electoral votes and I want the popular vote. Here's the reason why. I believe that if the Democrats do not take a look at what they've been doing, they are never going to be a viable party getting back. They're always going to be that one where we go, God, they are nuts. It's only been about 20 years where you actually said, you know what, I might vote Republican, I might vote Democrat. Maybe one of them serves me a little bit better this time around. Now, that is nowhere near in the lexicon of any of the discussion. Just you see what they are, and you say, that's crazy. It's going to take them actually getting whooped in this way for them to take a look and say, maybe we should move a little closer to the center, and oh, by the way, maybe we should actually primary our people rather than select them.
1996, the last time I voted for a Democrat. I was a Clintonian Democrat. By 98, I wanted to string him up.
Wow. Yeah, look, Trump just took Wisconsin, took the lead there. It's still too early to call. He just took the lead in Pennsylvania as well. Like we said, a lot of these counties, they're the big Democrat counties, and they're already in. So a lot of those red areas, the more rural areas, people got out and voted. I think what Donald Trump did, what Lara Trump did, what Scott Pressler did in Pennsylvania will pay off tonight.
Can I go back to something Lowe said as you listen to election night coverage here on Extra 106.3? Lowe, when you talked about them being talking about the Democrats being a viable party moving forward if they don't make the adjustment, I'll go on record and say they will not make the adjustment. They absolutely won't. And you're going to see more people leave that party just like RFK, just like Tulsi Gabbard, just like Elon Musk. That's what's going to happen, don't you think?
It's better for me, but
but I'm telling you, that's what I don't believe that they're going to see this. They're so enraged by the hatred of Trump, they can't see the forest for the trees. What you said is spot on. They won't do it, however, at least in my opinion.
I'm with you.
We got some great breaking news here from Pennsylvania. One of the counties, Center County, we're going to stop counting ballots overnight, which is a violation of state law. And the Republicans got their attorneys in there and said, no. They have forced them to keep counting.
Well, yeah. Can you imagine if we had this ground game in 2020?
They would have won.
When the election, when they stopped counting ballots at State Farm Arena, when the pipe
bursted.
Right, but they still to this moment haven't fixed the pipe because there was never a repair needed. They never had a repair order, never had a work order. Just telling you, man.
No, look. It is a shame what happened in Fulton County, and look, I don't totally trust Fulton County. A lot of people here don't trust Fulton County. They don't want to say it because you know what? They did do a good job trying to secure these elections here in the state of Georgia, and it looks like it's paying off now with the 51.9% vote compared to 47.4% for Kamala Harris. Again, Fulton County still has a lot of votes. That's scary for a lot of people, though. Remember, you guys are talking about it. We never know what could happen. They could have a snowstorm in the middle of State Farm snowstorm this year.
That's right. Absolutely.
And then the alien showed up. We had to stop the count.
That's right. Didn't they find a snowstorm in the White House?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
And the Celtics locker room, too.
That's right. I'm just saying. Hey, y'all, here's something else that's going on, and you got to give Ron DeSantis a lot of credit, and that is Florida just became the first state in the nation to defeat an abortion initiative, Amendment 4, that would have led to taxpayer-funded abortion until birth and beyond, according to Kayleigh McEnany. Huge victory, she says, for the pro-life movement and a true testament to what happens when a leader leans in and explains the issue. We talked about this earlier. How do we make the issues, when you get them on your ballot, more clear? Because I'm not sure what was said. There's 3 initiatives that I didn't understand, and I even tried to read ahead to know.
Well, that in Florida was a George Soros-backed thing.
Of course.
And the ones we talked about way earlier tonight about the Georgia constitutional ones.
That's right.
And Rhino asked about it. Okay. I've always found them a little confusing. I didn't vote on any of them.
Me either,
I didn't
because
understand
I didn't know
any of them.
That's exactly right. That's the reason I asked the question. I was like, how do we clear that up? How do we make that more obvious? How do we get plain language on a ballot initiative like that?
Yeah, listen, we really do, unfortunately, have to dumb down these questions because we can't depend on anybody.
Not this time.
Well,
Dumbing them down. I think it's less dumbing them down, though, Rhino, and more just plain language, so it's easy to understand. So it's written like people speak and read.
Yeah, I mean, we get so caught up in like the old way, the old English writing. But hey, I don't know if you guys saw this. Barack Obama is now saying it took several days to count every ballot in 2020, so it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. They're already worried. They're scrambling. They are afraid of what's going to happen. But look, too early to call. You still got Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada. They're all too early to call. But look, Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin are really, really looking good for Trump. So she has to be freaking out. Democrats have to be freaking out. Already 1.8 million votes in Pennsylvania with 51% of the precincts already reporting. So it's looking really good for Donald Trump right now.
Keep pushing, man. That's it.
Key.
Just keep pushing.
Yeah.
If they want to stop the count or anything, again, your lawyers have to be on this. You got to keep counting all evening. I don't think this is going to go till 2 or 3 in the morning. I think we know which way the wind is blowing here, but don't leave any room for games.
I'm very happy boy right now. Bitcoin has hit an all-time high as Trump's odds have gone up. Oh, my God. This is wonderful.
Yeah, look, the stock market reacted to it today, knowing that the odds of Donald Trump are winning. You started to see some good things out of the stock market. I know nobody wants to talk about Polymarket or the stock market, but those people are not playing the games that mainstream media is with the polls. They're looking at every single internal.
In 2012, my cousin said, "What's this Bitcoin?" So I looked into it, and it was like $1,000. So okay, I'll throw $1,000 on this. It's up to $73,000 right now.
Boy, that's living. And Donald Trump is in favor of the cryptocurrency. He is been in favor of it.
I am right now.
Right, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I wish I had some of it. I don't think I was smart enough to get on the train. But I want to go back to something that I think, Los, you were saying. It was about delaying the vote into the evening and not knowing until tomorrow. Maybe it was you, Rhino, that said it. But CBS is saying, well, we probably won't know the results of Pennsylvania tonight. And, quote, delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Believe us.
Yeah, sure. Believe you. Yeah, we're going to believe you when we've already found fraud in Pennsylvania. Yeah. I know they want to continue to say there's no fraud, but it's right there. So, look, there are such good numbers coming for Donald Trump. It would be they're going to stall in Pennsylvania. They've already told you they're going to stall, and they're going to continue to. Like I said, there are so many lawyers on the ground. They're going to fight this every single way. I'm not surprised, and I won't be surprised when Democrats deny this election.
Oh, well, now that's I'm glad you brought that up. Me either. There's not a chance that they're not going to deny the election. Now, will the networks all of a sudden be in favor of election deniers? Because when it's on their side, they have no problem with it. They had no problem with it when it was Hillary. They had no problem with it when it was Stacey Abrams.
And they'll shut up about the Electoral College if she loses the popular vote.
Which is why I want that so bad.
Yeah. Hey, guys, Frank Duffy's here. Do you want to talk to him about the poll works? And
Yeah, ground game guy,
Jump
man.
on, come in here. All right, we got Frank Duffy here. Frank Duffy, you know, of course, his wonderful, beautiful wife, Rhonda Duffy, and Duffy Realty. But Frank is a poll watcher, number one. But you've also been making phone calls, and you haven't stopped. Talk about the process of what you needed to do or what you felt you needed to do to help Trump win this state.
Well, Rhino, again, I've been a long-time Republican, conservative business owner. Trump Force 47 gave all of us an opportunity to go out and actually put our money where our mouth is. We could go out and work and make calls and knock on doors. I knocked on close to 1,000 doors. I was well above 950, and I wound up making 3,300 phone calls, campaign phone calls. It's just grassroots, and that's where we really shine this year. So many times the Democrats have outproduced us on the ground.
Yeah.
Well, not this year. I mean, we really got at it quick, and I think you have to give it to Laura Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, she really has organized us to be a force to be reckoned with. And look, I've been doing this for 2 months, and then of course, besides making the campaign calls and knocking on the doors and doing all the social networking, I decided also to be a poll watcher. Now, my first time as a poll watcher was back in 2000, Bush Gore. Then I did it again, Bush Kerry. And I will tell you, in 24 years of being a poll watcher, that is standing the rampart of conservatism. When you're out watching the polls, like I was down in DeKalb. Now, I will say this. I want to give it to the poll workers that are there in DeKalb. They did a wonderful job today. There was no shenanigans. Everybody couldn't have been more cordial. It was the way that democracy is supposed to work. Well, really our republic, not democracy, but it's really a republic. But we had a great time today. There was a way that we were able to franchise the voters. Even though most of them were Democrat voters, I was able to help be a part of that and yet watch the vote, make sure that it came out, again, fair and balanced, and thankfully it was. And I feel that's what we need in this state. We need to have the ability to have faith in our elections, have voter integrity. And after 2020, I don't think we had that.
Yeah.
There were a lot of concerns. I mean, I know I expressed my concerns as well. But that's one of the biggest things that differentiates America from third world banana republics. And look, I'm from Louisiana. I know about banana republics, right? That's one of the key things. And that's what got me up at 3:00 in the morning to drive in, from Big Canoe and to text Los at 4:30 in the morning and let him know, hey, if you want me to come on, I'd love to do this, because that's really what it's all about. It's literally grassroots America, and we have to have faith in our electoral system. We just do.
Well, let me ask you this: when you're in DeKalb County and when you're talking to people, how many people were Democrats that have decided enough's enough? The economy, the border, that's the important issues, and I'm not hearing anything from Harris.
Yeah.
I've got to switch my vote.
Well, here's interesting. So when I was there, I can go and figure out how much the scanner at any given time. I check it every hour. That way there's no surprises that come up, right? So we were coming up right on 600 votes. I think we finished at like 560. And I remember I said, I think if we'd be lucky if we got 15 or 20% for Trump in very blue DeKalb.
Yeah.
Wound up having over 35% support for Trump in DeKalb, in this little small precinct that I worked in DeKalb. And that's just people that, they want common sense. They want to have low taxes. They want to have this inflation rollback. They want lower interest rates. They want safety and security. They don't want crime. They want our southern border to be closed. Look, I'm a dad of a 23-year-old that just graduated from college. She lives off on her own in 4 states away. I mean, hey, look, 13,099 known convicted murderers that this administration admits to letting go into our country. You can't have that.
Yeah, how much do you think the family, too? I mean, when we look at some of those communities, especially DeKalb, Fulton, and other areas, these families are very tight. They're very conservative when it comes to religion. How much do you think the attack on women and the attack on children with the trans ideology helped really get Trump noticed?
Family values. Family values are important in the black community, and the Asian community, and the Hispanic community, the white community. I mean, look, we're all the same. I mean, we want safety for our children. I mean, we don't want this trafficking that's going on, and having God knows who's roaming in our country. 20 million illegal aliens that are let in that are not vetted. We don't know what they're up to. You've got the cartels that are just running rampant on the southern border, and now when they're dumping them into the heartland of America, well, now you're fighting fronts on every place that you look in small town America. I mean, that's what you saw in a lot of these places. When you had all the Haitians that were there. I mean, just you have to do this smart. And look, it's probably not smart for my business, but I will tell you right now, I know for a fact the Democrats let this open border be for one reason. They wanted votes.
Yeah.
There's no other reason that you can give to me why they let our country be impenetrated by illegal aliens. There is no other benefit for that other than the Democrats wanted votes. And that's why you're getting this backlash. That's why I think you're going to see a red wave before tonight's over with. And look, it's not just a red wave. Look how many Democrats have come across over to the conservative side.
Yeah.
RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, who I listened to the other night when she came in for when the women of MAGA were talking down in Buckhead. I went to that rally. You've got so many Democrats that are stepping across the aisle because they want what's best for their families. They want what's best for America. They want what's best for the economy. Those are all issues that Democrat and Republican alike want.
Guys, jump in, say hello to Frank Duffy. I know, Carlos, you probably got 100 questions for him as well.
No, Frank is my guy. Frank, I'm just glad that you put the money where your mouth is in terms of you got that hustle going. And I'll tell you, I say this to regular people all the time when they're like, well, how do I get involved? I'm like, get involved in your school district, knock on doors, support some local politicians. You did exactly what we always talk about, but you did it 10 times stronger than what I even suggest to people.
Well, I'm a little on the maniacal side. When I dive into something, I dive into it well. But when you stop to think about it, 3,300 phone calls. We lost. Trump lost Georgia by 11,000 votes. I kept telling myself, if I keep going, I'm at least get half of that back myself, right? And knock it on the doors. Hey, look, I got to tell y'all, I couldn't say it a week and a half ago, but I was on a call with the bigwigs. Palm Beach had given us the information that my little county, Pickens County, where I was doing all these door knocks, was the #1 county in America for saturation of Republicans. We saturated at 128%. And by the way, if Trump wins this election, it is from rural America. That is what's going to give this to him. It is the small towns of North Georgia, of Middle Georgia, of South Georgia, and the great thing about this is he is siphoning so many votes because of a lot of African American men and Latino men in the urban areas. I mean, that's where it's coming from. I think Trump might win 25% of the black male vote
for about 30 seconds.
So it is a true rainbow coalition. Jesse Jackson talked about it 25 years ago, but actually what I've seen in these Trump rallies is truly a rainbow coalition because it's people wanting what's best for them and their families and the country that they love.
Frank, thank you so much for everything you do.
My pleasure, brother.
It's amazing what you've done. It's amazing what you do for both of our radio stations as well. And you're a true patriot. And what you've done and what all these people have done has really turned this country around and really saved this republic.
Well, my pleasure. Well, as soon as Trump gets in and I get these interest rates down, I'm coming back and advertising on the station once my real estate business gets a little better.
Hell yeah.
Great to see you, Rhino.
Great to see you, sir.
All right, Lou. Sorry, Tug. See you, boys.
Yes, sir.
See ya.
Yes, sir. All right, man.
Good people.
Absolutely. absolutely good, folks. We will be back at it early again tomorrow morning. Let's go around the room with some final thoughts. Pete, final thoughts from you.
New York Times predicts that chance of Trump winning the Electoral College and popular vote at 78%.
Wow. How about, that irks them like nothing else. They hate having to report this. Goodness gracious. Rhino, final thoughts.
Yeah, I'm with him. The popular vote looks amazing right now. He's got a 5 million vote lead. That's a tough one for her to overcome no matter what. Hey, guess what, Democrats? I'm all for getting rid of the Electoral College tonight.
No.
Yeah, you sound crazy. Let's not get crazy.
No red wave talk either.
Yeah, tell Frank we can't do all that either.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, Lowe's, final thoughts.
We were curious what was going to happen with the Jewish vote. I can tell you that from exit polling in New York, 43% went for Donald Trump. That is huge. Also,
awesome.
One other thing to keep note of. If Kimmer only has 6 Christmases left, that means he only has to deal with one more of these elections.
Oh, we'll see, though. I think he'll be happy about that, right?
It's that's my final thought from Jerry Springer.
That's exactly right. Yeah, my final thoughts is thank you so much. Thanks to Flounder. Thank you to Captain Goey Virgin River. Thank you to David Holloway, to Scott Maxim, to Micah Ron. Obviously, Kimmer, Pete, Flounder, we love y'all. Rhino, Los, so proud to work with y'all every day. We will be back at it tomorrow morning. I think we're going to have a nice day. A lot of good things to talk about in the morning. I feel that way. So we're going to turn this thing over to Fox News Radio. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. here on Extra 106.3. Thanks for being part of our election night coverage.
Now, we go live to Fox News to check in on the breaking national stories during election night. Extra 106.3's live commercial-free coverage continues. Live on the air, streaming video on YouTube, and across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app.
They say the body wasn't Andrade and that Hamlet had stolen his identity. Police haven't ID'd the body and Hamlet is still on the loose. There's more on the story at foxnews.com. Subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast with Emily Campagno. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Reverend Jesse Jackson made a run for the presidency in 1984. In a speech, he apologized for remarks made referring to New York as, quote, Hymie Town.
If in my high moments I have done some good, shed some light, healed some wounds, if in my low moments, in word, deed, or attitude, through some era of temper, taste, or tone, I've caused anyone discomfort, created pain that was not my truest self. If there were occasions when my grape turned into a raisin and my drawbell lost its resonance, please forgive me. Charge it to my head and not to my heart.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk. It's the Will Cain Show.
If we're being real and we boil it down to it, this is C-team Democrats, Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. And that may be good enough because the election may simply be yet again a referendum on Donald Trump. But you're not looking at even a practiced and good politician for Democrats. You are truly looking, not at JV. I think you are truly looking at C-team. We'll see if that's good enough for America.
Get the podcast 5 days a week at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you
Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. Election Day is here. You bust out the big guns for that. And I do mean guns. The host of Luxury Hunting Lodges on Fox Nation, Katie Pavlich in the house. KP, what up?
What up?
Happy Election Day.
Happy Election Day.
I mean, it's pretty obvious to anyone paying attention. Marianne Williamson has this in the bag. You know.
After the squirrel got murdered by the state of New York, she went up in the polls.
I think the peanut vote gets Williamson over the top. You're not going to get this analysis anywhere else, folks. This is why you listen to Fox across America.
It's true. Best analysis you're going to see all day long. You might as well just go home and turn off the television.
The dead squirrel vote is significant in this election. But this is where it is significant. I'll give you this, KP. And it's so great to see you. A general in the failed fashion army. Is that an election day leather? That's a badass leather.
This is an election day leather that I bought in Italy 15 years ago.
Come
and it's
on.
still